NFL Daily is presented by Manscaped. Shout out to them for sponsoring this year's draft. We'll tell you more about them later on in today's live show. It's draft day. Will Scott alongside Tom Downey. Tom, the day is finally here. We're about 2 hours from the Carolina Panthers going on the clock at number 1 overall. I think we have a pretty good idea about who that pick is going to be, but number 2 with Houston, nobody knows.
No one knows
what they're doing in H-Town.
Or it's going to happen at 3. No one knows.
Really? I mean, well, we'll get into this story here in a second about what the Cardinals might do with the 3rd pick. But go down in the comments. Who will be the number 2 overall pick? Tom, who do you think it's going to be?
My mock draft last night had Tyree Wilson.
Okay.
I think it's actually going to be Will Anderson. I'm not confident in that. I'm not going to cheat and be like, here's my final mock draft an hour before the draft. Also, I changed it last. That's cheating. That's do the night before. It's cheating there. It's the pin poll right now. This question as well. Go vote. 55% say Will Anderson. So it's not going to be Stroud anymore, Will. How? If you're a Texans fan, how nervous are you right now?
I'm very nervous because you need a quarterback. You can't run it back with Davis Mills next year. And you've heard a lot about teams trying to move up and get a quarterback. So, yeah, the Texans do have the number 12 overall selection, but there's no guarantee that they're going to get a top quarterback in this draft if they wait until 12. It's rather unlikely that Richardson, Levis, or Stroud, one of those guys, is going to be on the board. Maybe Hendon Hooker. I think that'd be a little bit of a reach, taking him at number 12. John Edward Kruger, what's up, man? Chad Jones in the chat. It's good to see Chad Jones. Rashard Lee saying Jalen Carter. I'm pretty confident that he's going number 5 to Seattle. I don't know if he's going number 2. New York man is saying Will Anderson. XD Gamer 22 is saying Anthony Richardson. That would be a stunner. Rashard Lee saying congrats, Lamar. Yes, Lamar Jackson did get that extension. We'll talk about that right now, actually. Ian Rappaport broke the news moments ago. Sources, Lamar Jackson and the Ravens have agreed to terms. He has his deal. So, Tom, for weeks we're thinking, okay, I mean, what's going to happen with Lamar? Is he going to get traded? Is he going to get extended? What is going to happen? And then out of nowhere today, he gets paid and becomes the highest paid player in NFL history. 5 years worth up to $260 million, $185 million guaranteed. So that's more per year than the Jalen Hurts deal. That's more guaranteed money than the Jalen Hurts deal. On an average year basis, it makes Jackson the NFL's new highest paid player. Tom, your instant reaction to this Lamar Jackson deal?
Annoyed it came on draft day.
Yeah, me too.
You couldn't get this done on a better day, Ravens. You're just kind of getting caught up in the whole news of it all. And more than Jalen Hurts, I think that makes sense, right? Like Lamar's proved, he got an MVP in his resume. Not the fully guaranteed deal that maybe Lamar wanted. I think this is still a really good deal for him. It's more than Hurts. The Deshaun Watson deal remains the outlier. I would maybe argue mistake for the Browns standpoint there. Gets done. Ravens feel good, feel comfortable about where they're at here then. With, they have the quarterback in place. It'll make it easier come actual draft time.
I don't really think the Ravens had much of a choice here. Yeah, they could have gotten a haul for Lamar, could have gotten several first-round picks, but then they would have been in a situation where they're looking for a quarterback, and I don't think they would have been in a position even with those picks to maybe trade up and get one tonight. So I think the Ravens made the right decision here, paying Lamar Jackson. Yeah, you paid him a lot of money, but still, he's the face of your franchise. He's a guy that's won MVP. If he can stay healthy, this Baltimore team can make a deep playoff run next year. Want to shout out today's sponsor, Manscaped. You can go to manscaped.com. Use promo code chat for 20% off plus free shipping. We're going to talk about a lot of great prospects tonight, but the best prospect out there right now is their new beard hedger. Tom, I think you'd agree. My beard's looking pretty fresh right now. It's because I've been using the beard hedger. The beard hedger has 20 different lengths to choose from. So if you have a thick beard, maybe you want to go with the 10. If you have kind of a tight beard like me, I typically go with a 2 or a 3. The beard hedger is available right now. Brand new beard hedger. Promo code chat at manscaped.com. I love it. I use it almost every single day. It's going to come with the full kit as well. beard shampoo. Love using that. Keeps my beard fresh. Got a little beard comb as well. Go pick it up right now. Manscaped.com. Promo code chat. 20% off plus free shipping. Austin Baker, Super Chat. We appreciate you, Austin Baker. Going to be following all night, boys. Let's go. $2 Super Chat. We appreciate Austin Baker.
Shout out to Yeehaw as well. He asked with Lamar Jackson signing, is that impact Balls pick or Baltimore's pick? I don't think so. They weren't going to take a quarterback, so I think it's kind of still where we're at in the end.
Yeah.
So.
Chris B, $2 saying, Tom, your eye emoji tweet, a troller, you know something.
Oh, it's absolutely.
He's trolling.
It's absolutely a troll. But for those of you watching,
don't
tell anyone, and we'll just pretend that was something going on.
He did the same thing during free agency.
Oh, I love it.
And I knew you were going to do it tonight
but I also immediately followed up with the Joker gif of some men just like to watch the world burn. Because the real, no, I'm just trolling. Because it's fun.
Well, hey, right after you sent that tweet, we heard the Cardinals trade rumors.
Which, by the way, now Ian Rappaport, so we'll go more into this in a little bit here, but Rapp says they're not having conversations around DeAndre Hopkins at number 3. So, conflicting rumors. What a time to be alive.
Mike Florio versus Ian Rappaport. We'll see who's right here. Here's our Super Chat menu. Every 500 likes, we're getting Bean Boozled. Tom, explain that.
So we did this last year, and Harrison got screwed, so we're bringing it back again here, baby. One of these is, like, there's multiple colors. One color's good, one color is bad. For example, you get birthday cake flavored or dirty dishwasher, which almost made Harrison puke. So every 500 likes, we will do that for you. We're at 122 right now.
We have over 600 people watching. We could get to 500 likes right now. Everybody like today's video. And then if you're a first-time Super Chatter, we're going to shout you out. We appreciate you watching and contributing to Chat Sports.
I already
$10 enter the raffle.
My name, Hagan, and Benjamin Jenkins. We'll get to your supers more in depth, but I see you guys are first-timers. Thank you.
Yes, we appreciate that. $20 super. We'll talk about your team. And then the highest super or Venmo going to be the MVP from today's show. And Tom, we're giving something away today.
Yes, so we have highest Super Chat in total. We'll send you guys a jersey of your choice. So we'll make that happen for you guys. We'll custom one. That's just highest individual Super Chat or Venmo. At what going down, you can send it to me. It's a lot easier because otherwise we're trying to do the math. So just highest individual will win. $10, you're entered for a raffle. We're going to give away one of the official NFL draft hats, whatever team you want. So Benjamin Jenkins, and I think that was just only $10 so far. You're already entered in the raffle for that one. So we'll have some fun throughout today's show with the other Super Chats here as they come in as well. But first, Will?
Yes.
Take it away.
Shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about the first one we see. So go down in the comments. Shout out your favorite team. So Tom, count me down. I'm going to cover my eyes. I'm going to talk about the first team.
Okay, we'll give some time for the audience to come in. Kyle Donovan, I see your Super Chat as well. Thank you very much. Junior Gower, I see yours too. We'll get caught up here. There will be plenty of time for supers throughout today's live show. But get the comments flowing. Your favorite NFL team. Bonus points, pick one of our teams because we got hosts standing by, ready to go to talk about their favorite team. So get them in the comments section. Favorite team. We'll talk about him here. 20, we'll also talk about your team here. We'll get to that in a little bit as well. But, Will, first team you see, who is it?
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Fly, Eagles, fly. Drew Carter.
Don't like that one.
Saying Philadelphia Eagles. And like you said, Tom, we got our hosts from each channel standing by, ready to talk about their team. And we will welcome in the host of Philadelphia Eagles now, Chase Sr. Chase, what's going on, man?
I don't think so. Let's ride.
Hey, man, lot to look forward to, especially for your Eagles. They have the number 10 overall pick tonight. That's their first pick in the first round. They go with Bijan?
Look, if I was Howie Roseman in Philadelphia, I'd go Bijan Robinson, and I understand that a lot of people say don't go running back in the first round. It's a position now that's expendable. You can get a really good running back a little bit later. But let me pose this question. How often is a team that makes it to the Super Bowl picking in the top 10? Rarely, if ever, right? So that goes to show you that Philadelphia doesn't have a lot of needs on this roster. Running back is one of those needs. Miles Sanders had more than 300 touches last year, and you lose that production. You lose right guard in Isaac Seumalo. You could go Peter Skoronski, but the Eagles have the best offensive line coach in the NFL in Jeff Stoutland. You can get a really good guard in the second or third round. And I think if you go best player available, Bijan Robinson is a top 3 player in this draft class. I think he's a transcendent back who isn't just a running back. I look at him in the same vein as Christian McCaffrey. He's an overall weapon. Why is that? He can run in between the tackles because he has the power to do so. He's elusive and fast enough to get out to the edge, but you can also use him as a wide receiver, catching the ball out of the backfield and in the slot. And as a scheme fit, I think he's a terrific option next to Jalen Hurts. Eagles already have the best offensive line in football. So I'd personally go Bijan Robinson because I think he's that good. And he's a cost-controlled weapon for a team that's ready to win right now. And he can contribute right now for the next 4 or 5 years. 5 years if you exercise that 5th-year option. Unfortunately, though, I think Howie Roseman is going to go with a player on the offensive line or the defensive line because oftentimes they like to build their teams in the trenches. I certainly understand that. I just have become infatuated with the idea of Bijan to Philly.
So you mentioned that you don't think they're going to go Bijan Robinson. Who are some other targets that you're kind of eyeing at number 10?
I think if Jalen Carter gets past the Seattle Seahawks at number 5, Howie Roseman is going to do everything that he can to move up to take him. I love Jalen Carter. You can put him at every single position along that defensive line, and you have to account for him on every single snap because he's a game wrecker. Of course, you worry a little bit about the off-field concerns considering what happened after the national championship parade with that car crash. Unfortunately, 2 people died, and Jalen Carter made a bad decision that night, speeding in that vehicle, but the Eagles have enough foundational pillars in that locker room. Jason Kelsey, Brandon Graham, Lane Johnson, Jalen Hurts, where I think they're going to be able to bring him in, harness him into that culture. And I don't think you have many concerns there. So if Carter gets past Seattle at number 5, I think the Eagles move up. I think they could move up for Paris Johnson. There's been some buzz there. He's a future tackle in this league. Played that at Ohio State. Was really, really good. Has excellent bend. But also, he can play guard right now and fill in for Isaac Seumalo. Another player, Peter Skoronski out of Northwestern. They have a need there at guard. 2 big needs for the Eagles in the first round, running back, guard. They could go Skoronski there. He's a plug-and-play starter from day one, and I think he's a master from the get-go.
Looking ahead to pick number 30 now, Chase. Who are you kind of eyeing there?
If the Eagles don't go Bijan at number 10 and they can come away with Jalen Carter if they trade up and potentially Jahmyr Gibbs at number 30, or if they go Nolan Smith at 10, I also think that's a really good option. Kind of a similar player to Hassan Reddick with his athletic build. Maybe you go edge rusher and Nolan Smith at number 10 and then Jahmyr Gibbs at number 30 to fulfill that aforementioned need of getting a running back. And I really like Jahmyr Gibbs. There are a lot of evaluators out there who don't think that there's a large gap between Bijan and Jahmyr Gibbs. He is a very similar player to Alvin Kamara where he can still impact the game through the air. And I think he's really special in that regard. And he doesn't have the workload or the tread on the tires that Bijan has. So I'd love Jahmyr Gibbs there at number 30. If Miles Murphy slides that far, look out for him. Joey Porter Jr., if he falls down draft boards, I think he's a straight-up dog. And I understand that the Eagles brought back Darius Slay. They re-signed James Bradbury. Both of those players getting a little bit older, though. You replenish that cornerback room if you draft a guy like Joey Porter. I think that would be a sensational value play.
Chase, I want to ask you about the Jalen Hurts extension. Obviously, we just saw the Lamar Jackson deal, but do you think that's a value deal that the Eagles got for Jalen Hurts?
Yeah, I think it's a good value deal because you look at his cap hits and how that contract is restructured over the next 3 to 5 years. His combined cap hit is lower than some other quarterbacks, which is spread out over a couple of years. Like, for instance, his cap hit over the next 3 years is lower than Daniel Jones's cap hit in 2024. His cap hit over the next 3 years is smaller than Ryan Tannehill's cap hit this upcoming season. So everybody wants to look at $51 million per year. And the fact that he signed the largest contract in terms of average annual value in the history of the NFL at the time, I said right when he signed that deal, he's not going to to be the most expensive quarterback in the history of the NFL for long, because Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow, or Lamar Jackson, they were going to get paid. And we saw today Lamar Jackson overtook him as the highest paid quarterback in the history of the league. So I look at Hurts as a player who's progressed and gotten better every year that he's been in the NFL. He has had to deal with a couple of different coaches, a couple of different schemes, and he was the leader of a team that made it to the Super Bowl last year, and he played spectacular football as a dual threat guy.
Now, Chase, you will be live on Eagles Now tonight. It's my understanding you're giving something away tonight. Break it down.
Yeah, we have a couple of giveaway items, actually. So to the largest single solo super chatter, if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, we have an Eagles helmet that we're going to give away. And then you can also send in a super chat to enter a raffle to win an Eagles flag, which has the old school Eagles logo on there. So it's going to be a blast. We're going to react to all these picks as they come in. Currently, Philadelphia without a trade up or trade back, currently slotted at 10 and number 30. Myself and Trizzy Trace, the real ones, know we're going to get after it tonight.
And, Chase, you got to run in place for 60 seconds every time you get a $100 super chat?
Exactly right.
Well, you do like to run, so that doesn't surprise me.
No, and if anybody wants to send in a $100 super chat right now, I'll run in place right here, and I'll do a beer bong for you.
Fantastic. Chase, we might have to have you back on for that later. That was the host of Philadelphia Eagles Now, Chase Senior. Chase, appreciate your time, man, as we welcome back Tom Downey here. And Tom, the Eagles have an interesting decision to make at number 10. I think it should be Bijan. What are you thinking?
I would not take Bijan because they got needs on defense still,
That's
too.
true.
They got to replace a bunch of players now. I might be the best player on their board, but how many years are you getting out of Bijan? We'll find out there.
Right.
So.
Guys, go down to the comment section. Chime in. The best player in the NFL draft. Is it Bryce Young? Is it Will Anderson? Is it C.J. Stroud? Let me know what y'all are thinking down in the comment section. I'll say this. Best player is Will Anderson.
Okay.
Best quarterback is Bryce Young.
Yeah, I'd agree.
That's what I'm thinking.
I agree. And it depends on how you want to juice your board for positional value.
Right,
I don't want to do that because that's how you end up with a bunch of quarterbacks early that maybe shouldn't go that early. So I got Will Anderson myself. I see Bijan's. I see Will Anderson's. I see C.J. Stroud. That's maybe Mikey Mendez hoping for that one. Crypto says Will Anderson. Junior Stratus, and Eric Torres says Bijan. XD Gamer says Devin Witherspoon. He got that dog in him, Will. He's a fun
Yes.
player.
Do you think he goes? It's looking like number 6 to Detroit.
Unless
or number
Anderson's
7.
there, I think Devin Witherspoon goes 6. But
Okay.
this is going to be weird, so we'll find out.
Rashad Lee saying Caleb Williams. Come back next year, Rashad Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Hughes saying Max Duggan. Shout out Harrison Graham. Fernando saying Christian Gonzalez could be a Raider by the end of the night. My name, Hagan. Appreciate the $2 super chat. First time super chatter. Who do you think the Patriots take? Tom, I'll make my guess. You make yours. I'm going to say Zay Flowers.
I went with Dalton Kincaid in my mock draft, but I have no idea who they're going to take. It's Patriots. They always do weird stuff.
Probably going offense, at least I would think. Paw P. Chulo Sits. What's up, man? Tell Manscaped us bald guys need a head shaver.
Weed Whacker might work a little bit.
That'll do the job.
There you go. And I mean, I'm not sure you're bald all the way down there, so Lawnmower 4.0.
There we
Sort
go.
it
That's
out
what that's for. Benjamin Jenkins, $10. Welcome to our draft hat raffle, and you're a first-time super chatter, so we appreciate you, Ben. Thanks for tuning in. Who do you think the Cowboys take? Well, luckily, we do have our Cowboys host here, Tom Downey.
That kind of fits with Kyle Donovan's $20 talk about your team, so we'll do Cowboys here briefly too, not too long. Look, I think Will McDonald or tight ends their pick.
Yeah.
We'll see which tight ends are on the board, but they have done a good job of hiding their intentions this year, better than previous years. So we'll find out in a few hours. I'm not sure what ends up happening in the end there. So
they trading up? Any shot?
I'd be surprised if they moved up, but
yeah.
Who knows? Maybe Jerry gets aggressive for the first time in a couple of years in the draft.
Kyle Donovan, $20 super chat. Happy draft day, Tom and Will. Good luck to your Cowboys and Dolphins, respectively. Duval, Tom knows. Cheers, fellas. We appreciate
He's
Kyle.
a Jags fan.
I figured with the Duval.
So I'm thinking defense for them. Maybe the loss of Cam Robinson to suspension changes things and they go offensive line, but Brian Branch, edge rusher, a corner would make a lot of sense for Jacksonville.
JR, Gower, we appreciate you. $2. So you guys aren't drinking. How un-American. Hey, the night's still young. The night's still young.
We will. I will drink for any player that I didn't do research on. So day 3, I'll start drinking heavily. $50. I'll do shots for every $50 super chat. Maybe have others help me out so I'm not, as drunk as I was day 3 last year.
I will help you out there, Tom. I got you. Chris B, $5. Tom, Cowboys have been linked to every single tight end, but the one who they actually brought in for a visit, think he could be the pick.
He's referring to Darnell Washington, and that is suspicious, Chris. That Sam Laporta gets late buzz, Luke Musgrave, Michael Mayer, Duncan Kincaid, but they did bring in Darnell and some other non-first round picks at tight end in for a visit. There's been some whispers of Darnell medical issues, so maybe that was the purpose of the visit. Maybe he's off their board. We'll find out in a few hours what really happens.
You think Darnell might fall late second? Any shot.
If the medical is a real issue, yes. Otherwise, no.
Interesting. Kurt LaPlante, $10. What's up? Willie Fins! You still owe me a song. Fins up. Kurt, come back tomorrow. We'll be live on Dolphins. I'll get you your song, I promise. I actually have it. So be sure to come back. We'll be live on our Dolphins channel tomorrow. I am the host of Dolphins Today.
Oh, I didn't know.
And Celtics Today and Texans Today. Kurt LaPlante, we appreciate you super chatting. We will enter you into our $10 draft hat raffle. So, Kurt, you might be taking home a Dolphins draft hat. Appreciate Kurt LaPlante. $10 super chat. Tom, this happened right before we went live. This tweet from Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. Hearing Cardinals are trying to send number 3 overall and DeAndre Hopkins to the Titans for the number 11 pick plus more. And then we have a big J off, I guess, here, because Ian Rappaport is saying, while the Titans have had conversations about a potential trade up to number 3, among other spots, they have not had conversations centered around star wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins. So who are we believing here, Tom?
I rap over Florida.
Yeah.
But who knows? I think that's the whole purpose of. I do think Tennessee's in the mix to move up to number 3. The Cardinals would also like you to know that they want to move down. They have made that clear for weeks now, trying to get a trade going. So we'll wait and see what actually happens on that front there.
You want to hear a theory there?
Sure.
So I think the Cardinals are waiting to see what the Texans do at number 2. If Will Anderson is on the board at 3, I don't think they want to trade down. I think they'd want to take Will Anderson. But if the Texans take Will Anderson at 2, then the Cardinals are going to try to trade back, because then C.J. Stroud will therefore be on the board at number 3. You're going to have QB-needy teams like the Titans trying to trade up to get C.J. Stroud potentially.
Yep, I'm over with that one.
We're almost halfway. We are halfway to 500 likes. Like the video. Let's get 50% of our live audience. So right now we have over 1,000 people watching.
Yeah.
We have over 1,000 people watching. Let's get to 450 likes right now. And if we get to 500, it's jelly bean time.
And I might make Will do the first one.
I will do the first one.
It's dangerous, and we'll just
because I'm hopping off when the Texans pick.
It's the Bean Boozled. Half of them are tasty, half of them are not. For example, you have strawberry banana smoothie or dead fish.
See,
we have no trash cans. You can't puke.
I'm going to get very unlucky here. I just have a feeling that I'm going to get very unlucky.
Okay, that's fine. So the goal is 450 likes for the 50% at this stage. We are at 323 at the moment. I think we can get there on this one. So it's a celebration.
Over 1,000 people right now. If half of y'all like the video, it's jelly bean time. I'm going to do the Bean Boozled is what it's called. Bean Boozled.
Bean Boozled.
and we'll see what I get. Shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about the first one we see. Go down in the comments. Shout out your favorite team. They might have a pick tonight. They might not. Okay. Shout out your favorite team down in the comment section. We'll talk about the first one we see. We good to go here, Jack? Okay. Cool. All right. Count me down.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Will, first one you see is?
Panthers.
Okay, well,
Panthers.
We'll talk about them in depth in a little bit here, I'll tell you that. They have the number 1 overall pick. We all assume it's going to be Bryce Young, and it'd be a pretty big shocker if it wasn't. I think a lot of money lost. Despite the Will Levis Reddit rumor, which was, I am convinced it was a bookie who, one of the bookies leaked it to juice
I can't believe the line shifted that much, though, because of a Reddit rumor. Like, how do you actually buy into that?
AMC, we got the stock up, baby. This is just the reverse of that, which I thought was pretty funny.
I never sold my AMC stock.
That was stupid of you. You buy and then you sell quickly. That's all you got to do.
It's
anyway,
stupid.
back on track here. I think it'll be Bryce Young. I think he'll be a great fit in Carolina. They'll need some more pieces. There has been some late buzz of Carolina could be a trade back up into round 1 team, by the way.
Right.
Which I'm going to be very curious how that all plays out. We'll of course know more here later on in the draft. We still have an hour and a half and change there, but should be fun, Will.
Shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about the first one we see. Just talked about the Carolina Panthers. They're going to be on the clock here in about 90 minutes. I wonder who they're taking. We'll find out for sure.
Give you guys some more time here to get your votes in. Keep it fun and give you guys more and more chances to do it because we know that's how it tends to work there.
All
so
right, count me down
5,
again, Tom.
4, 3, 2, 1. First one you see is
Kurt LaPlante, Dolphins. The Dolphins do not have.
I am calling shenanigans on this.
It's the first one I saw. I played by the rules.
Go 30
it was the
seconds.
First one I saw.
And then I am calling shenanigans on this because you're. Did you know Will's hosted the Dolphins now?
I am
today?
Dolphins today. Yes, thank you. I am the host of Dolphins today. Shout out Kurt LaPlante for watching. The Dolphins do not have a pick tonight. They had 2 first-round picks coming into this season, but they tampered, thanks Stephen Ross, and they traded for Bradley Chubb. They do not have first-round pick. Their first pick is number 51 overall in the second round. I expect them to go tight end, and I think Sam Laporta is going to be the best tight end on the board. I think Sam Laporta is a name to watch. Steve Avila, there's been some buzz. He might go early second round, late first. I don't know if he's going to be there. That's someone else to watch. And then Cody Mock, the North Dakota the North Dakota State offensive lineman, someone else to watch there.
You just want a new right tackle so bad.
I have been wanting one for quite some time. Cam Fleming, though, he visited the other day. We'll see if that happens. This did happen.
He ain't your savior.
Adam Schefter reporting that Lamar Jackson has reached a massive 5-year extension here with the Baltimore Ravens worth up to $260 million. $185 million guaranteed on an average per year basis. It makes Jackson the NFL's new highest paid player, and we welcome in the host of our Baltimore Ravens channel here on Chat Sports, Tyler Jones, to react to this news. Tyler, thanks for coming on. Your thoughts about this deal?
From the very beginning of this, it seemed like that Lamar Jackson always wanted to be a Raven. Even when he put in the trade request over a month ago, all signs pointed to that he still wanted to be in town. And so for this deal to get done, I'm not surprised. I am surprised how it all came together so fast today. But think about this real quick. When the negotiations were going on, he was talking about getting that guaranteed money. That was the difference between his side and the Ravens side. And now he's gone the lane of what Jalen Hurts did. Instead of putting the focus on guaranteed money, now he decides to become the highest paid quarterback in the National Football League and sacrifices the guaranteed money. Chose a different lane, and the Ravens were all in favor of it, and he'll be here for the next 5 years.
Tyler, it's pretty crazy because we didn't hear a whole lot about extension talks the last couple weeks. Then on draft day of all days, it finally happens. When you look at this deal as a whole, do you think it's just something the Ravens had to get done here?
Oh, no question. No question about it. I mean, think about this, guys. When you looked at the Ravens situation of picking at 22, there was not a position for them to be able to get a quarterback even close to the stratosphere of Lamar Jackson without having to potentially trade up in the draft, right? They weren't going to be in position to get one of the marquee quarterbacks in this draft. The veteran options that were available this offseason, none of them really fit what the Ravens were looking for either. And so at the end of the day, the Ravens searched and they looked at all their options, and the best quarterback on the market was right there in front of them in their own backyard. Now they got him locked up.
Tyler, you're also the host of our Seahawks channel here on Chat Sports. Seattle has 2 first-round picks. What do you think they're going to do at number 5? You thinking Jalen Carter?
I'm thinking Jalen Carter is going to be the pick at 5 for Seattle. I know that there's a couple red flags that you have to factor in with Jalen Carter when you look at the arrest in Georgia back in January and when you look at the pro day where he disappointed. But I think the pros outweigh the cons. This is a generational talent. They have a need on the defensive line. I would think Jalen Carter is going to be that guy. At 20, though, that appears to be the million-dollar question, or the great unknown. Could they potentially trade back? Do they go quarterback with Hendon Hooker, or do they stay defense with a player like Lucas Van Ness potentially, or maybe even receiver like a Zay Flowers or something? To me, that's where Seattle is at. 5 seems like almost a done deal with Carter. 20 seems like anything's up in the air at this point.
And Tyler, you're about to go live on our Seahawks channel, Seahawks Today, here on Chat Sports. What are you doing if you get a $100 super chat?
Well, when you get a $100 super chat, you will be a member of the Boot Hall of Fame, which is a big deal in its own right. But we are also going to be doing some jungle beer chugs tonight. So stay tuned for that. Seahawks Today Live gets started about 7 p.m. Eastern and at 4 p.m. Pacific. So I don't want to miss out on that. Seahawks Today Live. I'll be joined by Big Tex. We'll be having a good time. Come by and hang out with us. Even if you're not a Seahawks fan, come join us, and you'll be very entertained. I can promise you that much.
Well, you're already the best dressed, but you're going to put on a Hawaiian shirt later. Is that correct?
Yes. The Seahawks were undefeated this season in every game that I wore the Hawaiian shirt. And so if you want good luck on the Seahawks side or anyone that's picking for that matter, I can throw on that Hawaiian shirt, or somebody can, to make sure your team makes a good selection, because it's foolproof. We have not been given any bad luck by this Hawaiian shirt that's gifted straight from God.
Tyler, we got a super chat coming in for you here from Doom, $10, who says Jalen Carter at 5, but what about 20? I think they double dip with defensive line picks in round 1, if not D-line at 20. Maybe they go O-line. Your thoughts there?
20th pick, I'm watching for Lucas Van Ness. I think Brian Bressee's an option. Miles Murphy. Those are the odds-on favorites for that number 20 selection. I think, it might be attractive to think about that quarterback, especially if Anthony Richardson or C.J. Stroud are still around at 5, or Hendon Hooker at 20. But be smart about this, right? There's 2 types of thinking, right? You can either do the sexy move or the smart move. And I think if you're Seattle, the smart move tonight is to reassure that defense is able to compete, and for the Seahawks to be in a position to be one of those top teams in the NFC next year.
That was Tyler Jones, host of our Seahawks and Ravens channels here on Chat Sports. Tyler, appreciate it. If you want to go watch his coverage nights, youtube.com/Seahawks TV. Tom, I thought Tyler made some good points there. I think Van Ness at 20 makes a lot of sense.
We'll see if he's there.
Yeah, that's the big question,
I'm not sure
if
he
he's
will
going to
be.
be there or not. Mm-hmm. Ryan, $10 super chat. Welcome to the raffle. We appreciate you contributing to the channel. That pushed us over $100 in super chats. And then Joshu saying $5. I'm going to Dallas in a few weeks. Any suggestions on really good restaurants?
I want Will to answer this first.
Ooh, you've lived here a little bit longer than I've lived
Yeah, but I want
here.
to see what you actually answer.
Okay. Let me think. Man. Favorite restaurant here in Dallas?
I want to see if he answers Chick-fil-A.
Okay, come on.
You go there a lot. I was thinking I was going to say Hawaiian Bros too there, Jack. I think Paradiso's a fantastic spot.
I know exactly what I'm saying. It's DeLuca.
Okay, that works too, pizza.
So you should go to DeLuca. It is basically like one of those Brazilian steakhouses, like all you can eat, but instead of that, they'll bring you around pizza slices. It is my favorite restaurant here in Dallas. Brought my parents there when they were here for Christmas. They fell in love with it. Everybody I tell about it falls in love with it. I know you, because I'm a big fast food guy.
Spot.
I go to Chick-fil-A, Hawaiian Bros a lot. But, man, DeLuca is hard to beat. I would say that's the best pizza in town. If you want Chinese or Asian food, Wok Star's really good, kind of over by the SMU campus. Those are my 2 favorite spots. J.R. Gower, we appreciate you. That guy holding the mic like a news reporter, I think he's talking about Chase.
He was, and Chase used to be, so that
does
certainly
have a
tracks.
background.
That certainly tracks.
Apex 2.0. Dallas goes kicker round 1.
Don't you put that evil on me. That's where I'm at.
Oh, Tom would be
Burn
in
the
shambles.
franchise. I would honestly, I think I just leave. I just go home. Call it a night.
Corey Redding, $2. First super chat. We
Thank you,
appreciate
Corey.
Shout out Corey
He also
Redding.
says time to start drinking. $50. I'll do shots. I got in trouble
$50?
last year for being a little bit too tipsy.
We're about 60 likes, by the way, from the Bean Boozled, so
Ooh.
stay tuned for that. 60
Fun.
more likes. We have about 1,300 people watching. Jaden, $5. Will Levis becomes Mr. Irrelevant due to him putting mayo in his coffee. Serious character issue.
So-
Not only that, he eats the banana with the peel.
So
you see that?
He has since come out and said the mayo and coffee thing was not real. So
I don't believe him.
He's a liar. He's lying about something.
I don't blame him.
Just
It looks
throwing that
very
out
real.
there.
He did it multiple times. He did it. It is, I think, the media day for Kentucky, and then he did it on SEC Network. It was very real.
Mm-hmm.
Mac, what's up, man? $2 saying, let's go Browns. Be sure to subscribe to our Cleveland Browns channel here on Chat Sports. Matthew Peterson does a great job with that. The Browns will have an interesting draft for sure. They do not have a first-round pick, though. Thunder, we appreciate it. $5. What's up, Willie Fins and Go Fins? Yeah, man, excited to see what the Dolphins are going to do. There's been some buzz that they might try to move up in the first round for Jahmyr Gibbs. I think that's a terrible idea. This running back class is way too deep for them to be giving up their already little draft capital, maybe giving up their first-round pick next year to move up for Gibbs, when you can probably get a guy like Devon A-Chain in the second round, maybe Sean Tucker in the third round, Tyjae Spears. I mean, this is a deep running back class. It does not make sense for Miami to go up and get Gibbs.
I'd be inclined to agree. I think plus it would cost so much for him. It doesn't really make any sense.
They've been linked to Dalvin Cook. That's something that could happen here in the next few days. If the Vikings cut him, if they trade him, we'll see what happens. But the Dolphins are going to have an interesting couple of days here. They have the fewest amount of picks, 4 draft picks. So we'll see what Miami ultimately looks to do. If you love the NFL, you have come to the right place. Subscribe because we bring you nonstop coverage all off season long. Tom, I think a lot of channels are just active during the season or active during the draft. We are year-round. We're bringing you content all throughout the summer as well, leading up to the season. So be sure to subscribe. YouTube.com/chatsportstv. That subscribe link is below. And hit the subscribe button below if you have not yet subscribed. We want to know, where are you watching from? We get viewers from all around the world. Shout out your city down in the comments section. Debo, where are you at, man? We got Junior Estrada is in Mexico. Apex 2.0, Waco, Texas. AJ Calton, aloha from Hawaii. And I just want to shout at AJ specifically. He is serving our country right now in the military. He's based in Hawaii, just got stationed there. Shout out AJ Calton. We appreciate all of our viewers that have served or are serving. We appreciate you. Salute to you.
I see Knoxville, San Antonio, Pittsburgh, Greensboro, Atlanta, New York, Madagascar, Geneva, Alabama, Dallas, Columbus, Mansfield, Ohio, Oxford, North Carolina. I've heard of Oxford, Ohio, not Oxford, North Carolina. Fulton, Cleveland, Austin, Grand Prairie, LA, New Jersey, Miami, Rochester, Guadalajara, Dallas, London, Oak Cliff, Netherlands, New Jersey, Waco, Cincinnati, Palm City, International Falls, Fort Wayne, Pittsburgh, Palm City, Tucson, Panama, Laos, Oregon, Florida's Space Coast, Pittsburgh, Malaysia, Vermont. So we're going international. Laos in there too. Having some fun going international on today's live show. We're also 1 like away, and we got to 500. So we'll do the Bean Boozled here in a little bit. Thank you all so much for that. Detroit, Sweetwater, Montevideo, Raleigh, Anchorage, Houston, Denver, Colorado, Atlanta, Mars, vacationing in Cleveland as well. Keep your cities coming in the comment section on today's live show. We'll have about an hour 20 until the NFL draft actually gets going. I'm sure they'll do some pageantry and stuff that will, have things be a little bit more delayed on that front. So let's have some fun. Keep commenting for us in the comments section all throughout today's live show.
Want to shout out our sponsor, Manscaped. They're taking care of your balls. So RTR pin tweet and comment balls for a shout out. The link is in the chat. We just posted it in the chat. Go and retweet our pin tweet we're going to give y'all some shout-outs.
Comment balls as well,
Yes.
and we'll give you the shout-outs too, because retweets don't always go in like the most recent one, so we want to give extra shout-outs to those of you commenting balls on that pinned tweet as well. It's in the live chat right now. We want to tell more about Manscaped,
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Manscaped for sponsoring our draft coverage. And we talked about already, Tom, a lot of great prospects here tonight. Bryce Young, Will Anderson, CJ Stroud. But the best prospect out there is their brand new beard hedger. I use it almost every day. It keeps my beard looking fresh. This year, Manscaped can help you make the sexy pick without forgetting about your big uglies up front. That's why the beard hedger is a franchise changer that will have you looking at your roster with pride. If you haven't upgraded your grooming tools already, head to Manscaped for a champion-worth roster reset. Get 20% off plus free shipping with promo code CHAT at manscaped.com. Manscaped.com, promo code CHAT. Go from Mr. Irrelevant to a first-round pick. And, Tom, you've known me now for about a year. My beard used to not really look very fresh. It was too long or too short, and my old beard trimmer would either take off way too much or way too little. Well, get this, the beard hedger, 20 links to choose from. So Harrison Graham probably goes with a 10. He's got a thick beard.
He goes longer than
You
a 10.
probably go with what, like a 4 maybe, 4.5? I go with a 2.5.
I'm at an 8.
You're an 8? Okay,
8.
Got you. I'm at a 2.5,
Got to keep things
3.
consistent.
Love to keep the beard looking fresh. Well, and speaking of Harrison, okay, I gotcha. Give some shout-outs here.
Yeah, I see Apex. Shout out to you for being the very first one to retweet as well. I appreciate that. James has commented balls as well. Apex just did it too. Thank you all so much. We'll check in on this throughout the night, give you guys some more shout-outs too. One other shout-out, Kyle Donovan, a $50 super chat. Shout out to all our vets, my mom, my dad, brother-in-law, uncle, great-uncle, Duval. I owe a shot. We'll get that queued up here in a little bit as well. So thank you, Kyle. We'll do a shot here in a little bit. But first, Will, we have another special guest.
Yes, let's welcome in Harrison Graham, who is the host of our Bears and Chiefs channels here on Shot Sports. Harrison, appreciate you coming on, man. Happy draft day.
I think more than any other year I've been doing this, 5th draft here at Chat Sports, I think the word unknown is the theme of the night. I think we all think Bryce Young's going number 1. After that, who knows what's going to happen. Should be a fun night.
Now, we'll start with the Bears. They have the number 9 overall pick. They've been linked to Skoronski. They've been linked to Jalen Carter. Who do you think they're going with at number 9?
Yeah, I think what's interesting about the Bears right now is they're still very much early on in a rebuild. So Ryan Poles, who has already proven to be a best player available guy anyway, really has the pick of whoever's available, right? He could go offensive tackle. If Paris Johnson Jr. is there, I think that would be a good pick. He could go Peter Skoronski, try him first at tackle, and if he doesn't work out there, kick him inside to guard. I think he could be an all-pro on the interior offensive line. He could go Jalen Carter on that defensive line. Carter is a player that they have done a lot of homework on. We know what happened during the combine with the misdemeanor arrest. He's obviously pled out there. Obviously, the pro day was a disaster. The Bears brought him in for a top 30 draft visit after that to do even more homework on him. So I do think if they select him at 9 and he's sitting there and they do make that pick, I got to think that Ryan Poles, the Bears general manager, looked this kid in the eye and believe that he could be a cornerstone piece. Because one thing Poles and Eberflus have said consistently throughout this draft process is we want guys who love to play football. Is Jalen Carter that? I think they got to figure that out. If there's any doubt at all in their minds about that want to from Jalen Carter, I think they'll go in a different direction. They've also been linked to Darnell Wright. I think he's a little rich for me at number 9. I think a trade down scenario would be preferred there. And I think in general, they would like to trade down. But the point being is they could go in about 5 or 6 directions here with this 9th pick. It'll be fascinating to see who's on the board when they do get to that 9th selection.
Very important question here, Harrison. It's time for Bean Boozled. Will you do it?
Well, we've got some ammunition on our Bears Now studio, so it could happen.
Will
Tom,
you do it on
very
this one?
well that I'm about 0 for 7 on Bean Boozled in my Chat Sports career. You know what?
We
I'll
owe
put
one. Do you
the
want to try
audience
it?
on the spot here. if we get a $50 super chat, I'll do it real quick while I'm on. So
Kyle Donovan just threw one in.
Here. Oh, okay. I guess
there we go.
Get
He's
Delivery Man Sam on it.
I'm gonna get you another one.
We'll make it happen here.
All right.
As
Will,
I
you
open
take it away
these
here.
Harrison, let's talk about the Chiefs now. They have the number 31 overall pick. Name a few targets that you're looking at there as he's also eyeing the jelly bean.
Yeah, I've got the kind of the aqua blue here. It's either berry blue or toothpaste.
The ones
not
that
bad.
look good are not good. I don't know.
Last year he got the blue one and it wasn't the good one.
See, that's what I'm saying.
I remember. He almost puked over it.
Here, let's do this. We'll give my Chiefs analysis here, and then we'll kind of end with this, and you guys can take it away. But I think, the Chiefs want to trade up. They've got 10 draft picks. They don't have needs to draft 10 players. This is a Super Bowl roster. I know for a fact they like Zay Flowers. They brought him in for a last-minute workout with Patrick Mahomes. It sounds like they really like him. It sounds like he really would like to be a Chief as well. He kind of sent a message to the Chiefs yesterday when talking to reporters in Kansas City, hey, make sure you get up there, as in trade up and come get me before I'm gone. I think that would make a lot of sense. I think edge could be a spot. Could a guy like Myles Murphy slip to 31? Could they trade up to get him in the 20s? I think keep an eye on that. And then I wouldn't rule out as a dark horse potential. It would have to probably be a trade up, but for one of the offensive tackles, like what if Broderick Jones slides, or maybe they really like Anton Harrison. Lucas Niang is currently slated to be their right tackle. He started at right tackle in 2021 before suffering a torn pec. That's clip that one off. And he was the backup last year for Andrew Wiley, but got healthy late in the year. I think they like him, but I think bringing in a guy like Jones or Anton Harrison to at least compete there, or potentially be an upgrade to complete that offensive line after signing Juwan Taylor to play left tackle, I think that could be a possibility as well.
All right, Harry, you doing this jelly bean?
Yeah, here we go. Let's see how this goes. I'm batting 0 as Tom
It's either
knows,
toothpaste or blue or berry blue.
I think it's toothpaste, and it's actually it's
Harrison
fine.
dodges a bullet to an extent. Not the worst one he could have had.
All right, fellas, enjoy it.
Hey, we appreciate it, Harrison. That was Harrison Graham, host of our Chicago Bears and Kansas City Chiefs channels here on Chat Sports, so be sure to check out his coverage of the NFL Draft. Going to be interesting, Tom, to see what the Bears do at number 9. Of course, they had the number 1 pick originally. They trade back, and they might trade back again. We'll have to wait and see as he's getting the Jack Daniels ready over there.
Hey, I promised the $50 shot for Kyle, so I'm going to do it right now.
Corey Redding. Well, there you have it, Corey. Corey Redding says time to start drinking. You got Tom Downey over there with the Jack Daniels. Shout out to Chad Jones in the chat. He's a big Jack Daniels guy.
Ice cold.
Smoothest Tennessee whiskey. There you have it. Paul 5486. Cody Mauk to Miami. Shout out Willie Fins. Fins up. It's possible. What % chance you give a Mauk to Miami here?
It's day 2. Anything above 5 or 10% is just way too high because there's so much unknown.
I hear you. Mike Dibble, the legend himself. What's up, Mike? He says, hey, guys, let's make a bet. I want the Panthers to take Bryce Young, so if they do, I'll donate $100. However, if they don't, I won't donate for the rest of the draft. Do you accept? I think this is a safe bet.
I'm taking the bet.
Bryce is going to – yes, we'll take the bet, Mike.
$100, by the way, on top of that, it'll be a tortilla slap for me. So we'll juice the bet a little bit more for you, Mike.
There you go, Mike. We appreciate
that's my $100 super chat special item.
Chris B, $5. Tom, gut feeling on the Cowboys pick at number 26. I just hope it's not Luke Musgrave or Sam Laporta. If it's not top 3 tight end, just wait and don't reach. Get a good player.
I'd be really surprised if it was Laporta.
I'd be shocked.
I actually have Laporta above Musgrave, but I think I'm unique in that one, or at least more unique in that one. I think trade down's a possibility. I think they would like one of the tight ends. Been very quiet around Darnell Washington, which is super because they brought him in for a visit. Wouldn't sleep on Will McDonald either.
Chris Bacon.
No, full name.
Chris P. Bacon. Yes. I got
you. He got it. Okay, he got it.
I got you. Just watched. I watched that last night. Will Levis's Bo Callahan completely convinced. Well, at least Bo Callahan was good in college.
He did win the Heisman. Which constant quarterback makes no sense. So
Will Levis, is he the type of guy that wouldn't have teammates show up to his birthday party?
I think his teammates actually liked him.
Yeah,
so
that's what I think.
Some of the attitude stuff, maybe.
Who is the Bo Callahan in this draft? Is it Stroud?
No, I think his teammates like him.
Yeah.
The thing is, you don't hear about that very often because that doesn't get out because teams aren't going to leak it and body a kid. Reporters aren't going to. So it's just not very commonly known info, even though it does happen.
That's a good movie, by the way. I know people have mixed thoughts on that movie, but I do like it. J.R. Gower, $5. In 12 years, Dallas has missed only 3 times. In all seriousness, tell me a team that drafts better.
He's talking round 1, and he's not thrown. I think 7 of the last 8 have been either a Pro Bowler or an All-Pro first-round pick, not including Tyler Smith last year. Round 2, they have some issues. Round 1, really good results.
Apex 2.0. Like the video or your team will have a bad draft. Yes, Tom, what's your ultimate I'm done draft pick for Dallas?
A kicker. That's my answer, kicker. That's all I got.
Yeah.
I trust them. I trust them.
Can they draft a kicker late?
I think late, sure, but round 1, I'm out.
Yeah,
low bar, I know.
That'd be shambles level 1,000 out of 10 if that were to happen. We'll see. It's gonna be interesting to see what Dallas does. I do like Darnell Washington a lot, but I know you mentioned his
Been my guy.
medical question. If you're having a good time, hit that thumbs up icon, like the video. If we get to 1,000 likes, we'll do Bean Boozled again, about 400 away, and we have over 1,200 people watching right now. So like the video, need 700 to get 50% of our live audience. Right now, we are at 600. Just surpassed 600 likes, so be sure to like the video right now. It helps us build up our audience, grow our channel here at Chat Sports.
Free, it's easy, it's simple. We appreciate everyone who does it as well.
Sherry May, $5, saying, and when you say Miami. She's saying Finn's
Haven't
Super
said that
Bowl
since a long time ago.
It has been a long time ago, but Sherry, the Dolphins definitely have a good roster, Super Bowl caliber roster. They got to fix the O-line. Lord, was it Zeeth?
I just would have gone Lord X.
Lord X, go Bucks. So what do you guys think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to do at number 19?
I think they'd love an offensive tackle, but we have to wait and see if one ends up being there.
Cheryl Sullivan, $5. We'll get to that in a second. Here it is. Houday, baby, go Bengals. Let's do this. I'm thinking Jahmyr Gibbs maybe for Cincinnati.
Running back round 1 isn't their typical MO.
Michael Mayer?
I believe if he's there, I don't think he is, but yeah. I think they like Emmanuel Forbes a lot.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to be there, but I think Forbes is going round 1, and I've heard the
rumor.
Bengals are quite high on him.
That's the rumor in Cincinnati. Andrew Sommers, what's up? Hey, Tom, what are some realistic draft candidates for the Dallas Cowboys?
Draft trade, I think they kind of made their big splashes here. Maybe if they take an edge or they shop Dorrance Armstrong, I think that'd be a sneaky possibility, but I think it's mostly going to be picks for Dallas here.
Roberto, another Cowboys question. Trade up for Joey Porter Jr. and Tom does shot.
Cowboys get Joey Porter Jr., trade up or not, I will do a shot for you.
All right, there we go. Dwayne Jackson, are any HBCU players that the Cowboys could possibly steal in day 2 or day 3?
Yeah, there are a couple HBCU guys this year. Aubrey Miller I like out of Jackson State. I don't know if he ends up going in this year's draft, but James Houston had some success. So I like Aubrey Miller. There's been some other transfers involved there. That's the one that stands out to me off the top of my head. And I think the Cowboys actually have shown some semblance of interest in him, too.
Brett Stevens, $2. What's the worst-case scenario for Dallas, Tom?
I don't think there are that many truly awful scenarios. I'll say that off the front. The realistic worst case that I don't like based on my board is like a Luke Musgrave or a Sam Laporta. I just think that's forcing a tight end pick in round 1 where it's just too early for me.
Dwayne Jackson, $5. If the board is picked over by the time Dallas makes their pick, do you think Dallas might trade out to acquire more picks?
I think that'd be a good idea for them. Now, I wouldn't be shocked if someone they like falls to them and they stay where they're at, but I do think there's a good possibility of Dallas moving down. I think that's more likely than a trade up in the first round.
Here is our Super Chat menu. Every 500 likes, we do Bean Boozled. Harrison Graham just got first-time super. We'll give you a shout-out. Every $10, you'll enter our raffle for your favorite team's draft cap. $20 to talk about your team in the highest super or Venmo. MVP getting a jersey, Tom.
Yeah, so that'll be the highest individual super chat or Venmo. You can also do it to me at What Going Down. It makes it a little bit easier from that standpoint. I will make note that right now it's Kyle Donovan, 50, so 51 would end up beating. And we're not going to combine the supers. That makes it really complicated and math, and that's not producer Sam's strong point, and he's got enough going on as it is. Sam says, okay, well, I mean, I'm trying to give you an out here, and you're doubling down, so excuse me. Yeah, they went to journalism school. Those guys don't do math.
Can't
Highest individual super chat at the end of round one. We'll give it away. So right now, Kyle Donovan's in the lead. $20 will go more in depth talking about your favorite team, whoever that is. $10 gets you in a raffle for a NFL draft hat of your choosing. And also, if I didn't mention, the super chat Venmo is for the MVP is going to be a jersey. So we'll give that away for you. We'll do that on day one here. So you want to win the jersey? Got to be Kyle Donovan's $50 super chat right now.
We're almost to 700 likes. We're almost there. Let's get there right now. We need 15 more likes to get to 700, which is 50% of our live audience. And then if we get 700, we're 300 away from another Bean Boozled. 14 likes.
I want to get there before Will signs off. We'll make some personnel changes here around. I want Will to get the shaft here.
We'll see.
We need another 300 likes.
Oh, we got it.
And we'll make Will do it.
We got it. We might get to 1,000 here pretty soon.
But it's 1,000 to get there. The 700 was an easy number. We've got liver and onions, cappuccino, dead fish, old bandage, booger, dirty dishwater. 200! Brett Stevens! The new MVP of the day. I think we should do a couple of our $100 super chat items here. 100%. Give me a tortilla. I'll get slapped. We'll bring somebody else in for the 100. Okay, that's fine. We need the dolphin suit for Will.
Give me the dolphin suit.
And I know Sam desperately wants to slap me with the tortilla. I know he's feeling it. Sam wants it real bad. Brett Stevens, $200. I didn't even finish up the gross flavors. We're inside of 200 likes away. Stink bug, stinky socks, rotten egg, and barf flavored. And there's also one that's rotten egg and buttered popcorn, which also isn't good. Like that one's pretty ugly.
Is Jack running a lap around the office?
It's us two. Yeah. So we'll do two of our $100 super chat items. I also said I'd do it for 500, so I guess I'll do a shot here too. Or for 50, I'll do a shot. So that's what she said, Sam. Let me throw this in.
The Dolphins viewers are in the chat to see what I'm about to wear. They'll be excited.
Cheers. All right, Sam wants to do this, wants to slap me real bad. I know that. We'll go full screen. It's the size of my face. We got the ultra large ones this week, apparently. Maybe the magnums, we'll call them. Brought to you by Manscaped, Lawnmower 4.0. This is just going to get all of my face.
Oh! Tom, you okay? Oh, my gosh, that made me flinch from over here.
Woo! That got my head. That was not a face slap. That was a head slap. That's what that was. That was straight in the head.
I'm in disbelief.
I'm fine. Can't be scared. Will's putting it on.
Here we go.
So we'll hide Will. You'll see his $100 super chat item. Big ups to you, Brett Stevens. Let's do this. Let's go, Cowboys. While Will gets set up, let's run through my best prospects in this year's draft. We put this out on our NFL Draft channel. You can also check out the full thing, by the way, at chatsports.com/board. I've got a PDF. I've got a Google Sheet, public one you can scroll through. Sorted by position. You can follow along all throughout the draft. That's chatsports.com/board to see the overall best available. I got Will Anderson at 1, Jalen Carter 2, Bryce Young 3. Does not factor in positional value. That's why Bijan's number 4. He's super good. He is an awesome football player. Peter Skoronski, the guard. Tackle, I put him at. Maybe he plays guard. I think he's an awesome player. I see great technique. I think if I had to bet on like one guy who's going to be 7 years from now, 8 years from now, he's a Pro Bowler, I think I bet it on Skoronski. But it just might be a guard as opposed to tackle. Devin Witherspoon got that dog in him. Christian Gonzalez is very fluid. I will stand Brian Branch. I am not scared about repping Brian Branch as a premier player in this year's class. I think he is a fantastic football player. He does not miss tackles. He's awesome overall. He's an elite football player who I think should be in the consideration for any team that needs a defensive back. Nickel safety hybrid. He's awesome. 3 more, then we'll bring on Will again. Michael Mayer, CJ Stroud, Tyree Wilson, who there has been some late buzz about medical for Tyree Wilson. Remember, he missed the combine, his pro day with the foot injury, has a screw in there, got it removed already. So we'll see about Wilson. He's got some false steps. He's fun there. Joey Porter Jr., by the way, is the number 12 overall player for me, cornerback out of Penn State. Again, the full board it was my pinned tweet. It's no longer there. I think it might be in the description, but it's just chatsports.com/board for those of you trying to see the entire thing throughout this draft. As Will's back in his Dolphins
And he
suit.
waddled away till the very next play. Bop, 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 bop. Shout out, Brett Stevens. Cowboys fans got me in the Dolphins suit. Kurt LaPlante, Chad Jones, Sherry May. This is for y'all. Kurt LaPlante saying shake that fin. I think we need some super chats, quite frankly, for me to shake that fin.
I think so, too.
Every super chat, I'll shake that fin. See, people that do not watch Dolphins Today right now are very perplexed. They don't know what to think right now.
The Dolphins
Dolphins Today viewers like, oh, it's just another day for Will.
There you go.
1 hour from the 2023 NFL Draft. If you are ready for the draft to start, type go down in the comments. Boston Terrier, Benny, Peyton, Loyalty, NFL Reacts, Madeline, Nico, NFL Kid, Robert, Gaming Wizards, Flip, Daniel, Theo, Kurt LaPlante, Derek, Loyalty, E-Key Games, Chris B, Mike Dibble, Eli, Robert, Dan, Will, Tavis, Mike, Tom, Scott, Billy, Tommy, Easton, Brian, Daniel, Tommy again, ATL, Kevin, Brian, Michael, Creed. Everybody is ready. Over 2,000 people watching right now. Joshua, Tanner, Donald Smith, Easton, Derek, all ready for the NFL Draft to get started. Mark, Carlos, Benny, John Morant. What's up, John? Hayden, Amanda, Mark, Daniel, Litmo. Appreciate everyone watching. Type go down in the comments if you are ready for the draft to start. Michael, we see your super chat. We'll get to that in a second. Now, before we went live, literally right before we went live, we got this report from Mike Florio saying he's hearing the Cardinals are trying to send number 3 overall and DeAndre Hopkins to the Titans for the number 11 pick plus more. And then Ian Rappaport, though, conflicting reports. While the Titans have had conversations about a potential trade up to number 3, among other spots, they have not had conversations centered around star wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins, source said. Tom, is this something that we're going to see happen?
I mean, I think a Hopkins trade, yes, we see happen. I just don't know if a Hopkins trade with the number 3 overall pick to Tennessee in general ends up happening. I know that there's been interest from Arizona of desperately trying to trade down in this year's draft, but we've yet to see that actually happen. And I think, look, they've been sending signals for weeks, months now that they want to move down. They want to move down. Nobody's bit. Maybe they ask for less. Maybe a team does get antsy at when Cardinals are on the clock, but it is very much a wait-and-see situation on that front there.
And we welcome in the host of Tennessee Titans Today, Abby Alonso, to talk about this report. Abby, happy draft day. There's been a lot of talk about the Titans trying to get up to number 3. Do you think it's going to happen here?
I'm not quite sure, to be completely honest. You've heard smoke screens, and they've been linked to just about every quarterback in this draft. I mean, seriously, you had Anthony Richardson, Will Levis, everybody but Bryce Young, to be completely honest. But you hear this morning that they're thinking about trading up. You hear that it's becoming kind of more of a reality, and CJ Stroud is the guy that's been at the top of their board for weeks now. You've heard this through the reports. As far as the DeAndre Hopkins trade, as much as you would love for that to happen, given the Titans probably have the worst receiver room in the league right now, I don't know, Tom, like you said, that happens at the same time as trading up to the number 3 pick from Arizona. Now, there is that connection between the Cardinals GM that was a Titans exec that kind of makes me believe, okay, this could happen. And Rand Carthen came in, said he meant business, and I think he does mean business. I'm not quite sold that it happens today. I really don't know.
Abby, if they trade up and they take a quarterback, and it's looking like that DeAndre Hopkins report wasn't really accurate. So let's just say they trade up. Hopkins isn't involved. They trade up for a quarterback at number 3. Do you think that's going to be Stroud, Levis, or Richardson?
I think it's CJ Stroud. We heard weeks ago that Stroud was the guy at the top of their draft board. If they could grab him, they would. And now the opportunity is presenting itself to where they can trade up and go get CJ Stroud. There's a lot of talk about whether he's falling or not. I don't think he falls past 3. And I think they know that, especially the Titans. They know that if they want CJ Stroud, they're going to have to go up and grab him. I don't see them trading up for Will Levis or Hendon Hooker or Anthony Richardson. I think they want CJ Stroud.
Now, will the Titans trade up? Chime in down in the comments, why for yes or in for no. I'm with you, Abby. I think it's going to be CJ Stroud. We'll have to wait and see what happens. That was our host of our Titans Today channel, Abby Alonso. Abby, thanks so much for coming on.
No problem. Happy draft day, guys.
Let's break down these Titans trade rumors. Why for yes and for no. Will they trade up? Tom, I think they are going to trade up. I'm going to say yes.
I think there's a good chance of it. I do think, and I've been on this train for a while, I think there's a good chance Tennessee takes a quarterback this year. Maybe that's not even in round 1. Maybe that's round 2, round 3. But right now they have Ryan Tannehill under contract. They have Malik Willis under contract. And that's it. And they clearly don't like Malik Willis. They are not very happy with where he's at in terms of his development. I don't think the head coach likes him that much. So I don't know who it is, but I would not be surprised if Tennessee ends up moving up for a quarterback. And in my final mock Adam Anthony Richardson, I didn't have him trading up, but that was kind of hedge the bet. Maybe they get a quarterback there in the end. So I would not be surprised.
And if you're a Texans fan here, and some Texans fans think that they should draft Stroud, others do not. But if you're a Texans fan that wants CJ Stroud, think about the nightmares that Houston fans are going to have tonight. If they pass on Stroud at 2 and Stroud is the pick to Tennessee at 3.
Or Indy.
Right? It could be either Tennessee or Indianapolis. I do believe CJ Stroud will be in the AFC South by the end of the night. The question is what team. It still could be Houston. Not sure, but I would be surprised if the Texans took a quarterback at number 2. They're going to take a quarterback tonight, I think, because there's not much an alternative. I guess the alternative might be, I don't know, trading for Trey Lance, but they got to take a quarterback tonight, in my opinion. Chris B., Tom, thoughts on Mozzie Smith at 26?
He's 40th on my board, second round grade. I'll have better players on the board, but if you want a run-stopping defensive tackle, he's, I think, the best one in this year's class. It's a matter of can he maximize that athletic ability to become a better player and not just a two-down football guy in the NFL. I wouldn't love it, but I'm not going to be over the moon mad at it either.
Michael Sutton, $10 super chat. Welcome to the raffle. I appreciate you, Tom. I'm unable to watch the draft this year, so you are a lifesaver. Tom, we appreciate you. And I know Cowboys fans appreciate you as well. Shout out Tom Downey. Get the best draft coverage on YouTube here on Chat Sports. This is why you subscribe. We are your home for the entire NFL draft, live through rounds 1 and 7. Every single pick we'll be talking about news, rumors, and more. So be sure to subscribe to the channel right now. We have over 2,300 people watching. Appreciate you subscribing if you haven't already. I know my guy Dwayne subscribed. Over under first round trades. Ooh, I like this question from Dane.
We won't
Dwayne.
include any right now.
Okay.
Like the ones that have already happened. Like
Right.
I'll go over under 5.5.
Okay. I will say over under 4.5.
Okay.
I'll say that. That's my line.
So you're taking
I'm
the
taking
under.
the under on your 5.5.
I guess I'm taking the over on yours then.
Okay, there we go. Bring the Sports, $2. Check out Bring the Sports. All right, go check out Bring the Sports. We appreciate y'all watching. We are your home for the entire NFL draft. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Again, live for every single pick, every single round. Shout out your favorite team.
People go like, how can you have half a trade? Well, that's the point. So there are no ties.
Right.
That's why you did the over under half. It's because you're not going to get half a trade, but you put it at 5.5. People I would say 5 or 6, and there's no pushes. So that's that's what that's for there in the end. So
we'll talk about the first team you see. You want to count me down here, Tom?
yeah, I'll count you. I'll give you guys another 30 seconds here.
Seconds
since
here.
I haven't done this in a little bit. It's always a fun. By the way, $20 super chat, and we'll just straight up talk about your team.
Yes.
You don't have to guess on Will picking one there in the end. Oh, Madeline was joking, so that one's on me there, Madeline, but my apologies. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. First team you see, Will.
Daniel saying Packers.
Okay. That's a good one.
They've had an interesting week.
They have.
They finally move Aaron Rodgers. That trade with the Jets. So Jordan Love's going to be that guy at quarterback. But they need help for Jordan Love. They want Jordan Love to be in the best position to succeed this year to see if he's the franchise guy going forward.
It would be very funny if they took a pass catcher in round 1, which is a very real possibility because we've said it for years how
They didn't do it for Rodgers.
They didn't do it for Rodgers. They trade away Rodgers and immediately take a pass catcher. Could be a Dalton Kincaid, a Michael Mayer, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, I think makes some sense. I wouldn't sleep on someone like a Lucas Van Ness either. Darnell Wright's a fun dark horse option there, which I think the Jets like too, so that'd be pretty funny. You know, they move up in the draft as part of the pick swap there, really get the future first, the second this year. They did have the leverage, despite what Jets might have told you. Green Bay had the player, therefore they had the leverage there. I know the Dalton Kincaid hype's out there. It's not a typical Packers tight end. They like blocking at that spot, so I took Josiah DeGara so early. But he'd give them a seam-stretching playmaker. They need one. I do think Green Bay will go heavy offense this year, at least in the early rounds. Not every pick, but I think overall, heavy on the offensive side.
And keep in mind, they went from 15 to 13 with the Aaron Rodgers trade. So they have the number 13 overall pick in the NFL draft. You mentioned Mayer. You mentioned Kincaid. I'm kind of with you. I think they're going to take a pass catcher. Now, could they go receiver instead of tight end? Because tight ends have been linked to them a lot.
I think so. The issue is the Packers historically like big, long guys. They don't like these smaller receivers. Randall Cobb's one of the exceptions. But think about their draft picks, right? They draft guys who are built like Christian Watson. They want those outside, bigger body receivers, and there's not many of those this year. And if you want to take one, you probably wait till round 2 or round 3 in the end.
Right. We'll do it again. Shout out your favorite team. We'll talk about the first one we see. Or better yet, just $20. We'll talk about your own team.
Michael Heen has one, which we'll get to. Michael, I promise you.
We'll get to that in a second. Michael, appreciate the super chat. And also, we're about 100 likes away from me getting Bean Boozled. And I'm getting off here in about 40 minutes or so.
Yeah, let's get there. Let's get there twice, like the video.
We honestly could get there twice. Very possible.
All right, I'll count you down.
Excellent.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Who is it, Will?
Drop back Mark saying the Jets.
Okay.
So we go from
what
the
are the
Packers.
odds?
We go from the Packers to the team.
I think there's some subliminal mistakes there, subconscious mistakes by Will.
First one I saw, the New York Jets. They hold the number 15 overall pick in the NFL draft, so they go back to 13
offensive
to 15.
line.
I would think so as well.
Maybe they go edge again because defensive line is always a big focal point for that type of organization. They love throwing picks there, which I get. It's a good spot to invest there.
Paris Johnson here, maybe.
I don't know if he gets there.
Yeah,
maybe Broderick Jones,
okay.
maybe a Darnell Wright, Skoronski if he slides down.
Darnell
but
Wright.
I think pick one of those big 4 linemen. I think they think one will be there, but we'll have to wait and see in terms of if that actually ends up being the case on that front. So Jets are in a unique spot. We'll wait and see on that front there. They are technically. I'll make note of what's going on with the salary cap space. Weird Aaron Rodgers stuff is what's going on from that standpoint when it comes to the Jets. The Rodgers deal is unique. The Packers adjusted it to avoid a bonus cap charge this year. Technically, at the moment, Rodgers counts $1 million or $1.3 million. Mm-hmm. He will not count that in the end because he counts $100 million next year. You got to change his name down. So we're there. It's a unique deal. They're going to adjust it like twice, probably. It's super weird. The negative is the 15 that they were going to pay him. So it's technically not. It kind of is. They'll do some more Rodgers contract adjustments there, but it puts them in a fun spot here. So that is the Jets. And now we will bring on Jack Sperry, the host of our Steelers YouTube channel. Jack, happy to have you on here. What are you expecting from the Steelers in round 1? I know there's been some trade buzz around them too.
Yeah, guys, I'm expecting that the Steelers are going to be potentially trading up into the top 10 here. They've been having discussions with multiple teams towards the end of the top 10 there. They've talked with the Atlanta Falcons. They've talked with the Chicago Bears, the Philadelphia Eagles, and the Tennessee Titans, although the Titans look like they're going to be moving up here pretty soon. I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Steelers do. If they're going to be moving up here, it's going to be for an offensive tackle. I think Omar Khan and Andy Weidel are trying to mold this front office and kind of the mold of the Philadelphia Eagles. And if you know anything about the Eagles, they love taking trench players there in round 1. So I think that pickup there, if they end up trading up, it's going to be for either Darnell Wright, offensive tackle out of Tennessee, a great power blocking offensive tackle, or it's going to be Paris Johnson Jr., great left tackle prospect out of Ohio State.
Sperry, you look at the Steelers. Last year they had the 20th overall pick. They go with Kenny Pickett. Do you think Kenny Pickett is the guy in Pittsburgh?
I think next year is going to tell us a whole lot. I think he showed some really, really nice things towards the end of last season. He had a couple of comeback victories, a couple of game-winning drives against some pretty good teams. Of course, against the Raiders on Christmas Eve and then the Baltimore Ravens on the road the next week. Nearly got the team to the playoffs after a really rough start. So you're going into year 2 here. You got George Pickens, Deontay Johnson, Pat Freiermuth. You got some good weapons. Hopefully they can get him another piece on the offensive line tonight. I think that he's got a really, really good shot. And although he's not the type of guy like an Aaron Rodgers or Patrick Mahomes, or he can put a team on his back, I think he's got that moxie and that clutch factor in the fourth quarter that you really, really do look for in your franchise quarterback. I think he's the type of guy that can win you playoff games in the long run and somebody that can potentially win you Super Bowls in Pittsburgh.
Jack, you also
all right, so go
host
ahead and get into the comments here and let me know, is Kenny Pickett the guy here? Let me know in the comments here. I got SNX Waxy saying yes. Corey Hess saying yes. Lots of yeses here. I love it, guys. Rich Outwood says no. Loyalty says no. Landon Gates says yes. Dante Dimes says yes. Loyal Tree says no. Lots of mixed reviews here, guys. I certainly think that he's going to be somebody that's going to be a good quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers for a while. It certainly seems like Steelers Nation really believes in him, and it looks like Mike Tomlin and Omar Khan do as well. Can't wait to see how he does in his second year in the NFL.
Jack, you also host our Washington Commanders channel here at Chat Sports. Brand new Commanders channel, so be sure to check that out if y'all are Commanders fans, any Commanders fans watching. They have the 16th overall pick. Any shot that they trade up for a quarterback?
I don't think so, guys. I think that they like Sam Howell. They've been talking about it all offseason long. You bring in Jacoby Brissett there on that 1-year, $10 million deal to compete with him. Now, if someone falls to him, like if Will Levis falls to them there at number 16, then sure, maybe they'll take one. But I don't think they want to invest the heavy draft capital that it's going to take to move up for one of those kind of project quarterbacks there in Will Levis or Anthony Richardson. Now Hendon Hooker in the second round, absolutely a possibility. Dorian Thompson Robinson kind of in the middle rounds, maybe that's an option as well. Ron Rivera could certainly use another dart throw there at the quarterback position because his job is on the line next year. But when it comes to trading up for one of these quarterbacks here, I don't really see that happening, at least in my opinion.
That was Jack Sperry, the host of our Washington Commanders and Pittsburgh Steelers channels here on Chat Sports. Jack, appreciate you coming on, man. We'll
Thanks, guys.
Jack
Happy draft
later,
day.
I'm sure. So let's do this social push again. Retweet or pin tweet, comment balls, shout out Manscaped for sponsoring today's show. We're going to check in here, give some shout outs for the people.
I'll be honest, not that many of you responded balls yet. Which
it's a pin tweet, easy to find, at Chat Sports on Twitter.
We'll put it in the comments section as well for you guys. Retweet the pin tweet. And then comment balls, because retweets sometimes, if you're private, actually doesn't always show up, so it's an issue there. But go comment balls, and we'll give you a shout-out. It's the easiest way to officially get a shout-out that doesn't involve, like, a super chat. So free, easy way to go do it. Go comment balls on our pinned tweet. I'll put it in the live chat right now as well. Just went in there. Thank you, whoever did that behind the scenes. Comment balls. Oh, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. Go comment balls. Link is in the chat. I see you guys putting it in the live comments. I appreciate that. but we want it on Twitter. That's where we want it. So if you're still on Elon's Twitter bot, go reply balls. I see Brendan Smith. Apex have done it all already. Apex, Brendan Smith just did it again. Marshall did it. JC Silva did it. Go in there. We'll check in again here in a little bit with some more shout outs. Whoever retweets it, whoever comments balls. Crim's dad, Nick's Legend just did it as well. Brendan, Apex. Keep it coming. Go comment balls in the comment section. If you haven't already, check out Manscaped's awesome products. The Lawnmower 4.0, the #1 men's grooming tool out there. Ball skills are critical if you're a wide receiver, if you're a cornerback, and if you're trying to have success in the dating game. Manscaped.com/chat. Use promo code CHAT, CHAT, for 20% off and free shipping. Lawnmower 4.0, the Weed Whacker 2.0, everything in between. They got the Platinum Package. So many great products out there. I have a, I forgot the math. That's very bad of me. 15-month-old, 16-month-old. Oh, no, she's 17 now. I'm bad. She would not have been around here without the Platinum Package, without Manscaped. 20% off and free shipping at manscaped.com/chat. Use promo code CHAT if it isn't automatically applied at checkout for you guys. Get the Lawnmower 4.0. It's the best in the business when it comes to taking care of your own balls. Check it out. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show, as we have a $20 super chat from Michael Heen. Much love. Enjoy the channel. Thank you, Michael. Go Hawks. So I think this is talking about the Seahawks. Will.
Yes. Seahawks have a couple picks tonight. They're at number 5. They're at number 20 as well. It's going to be interesting to see what they do. You've heard quarterback maybe. I don't think they should go quarterback at 5 if Jalen Carter's on the board, which he should be. I think they're going to go Jalen Carter at 5. But what if Hendon Hooker's on the board at number 20? That's when quarterback makes sense. But I don't think he's going to be there at number 20, Tom. I mean, based
I don't
on
think so either.
Based on what we've been hearing. Now,
but if you're taking a quarterback, you have to take one early. Like, you can't
Right.
just like, oh, we'll wait till 20. It's not how the NFL does business.
Right.
Unless they're just not going to go in round
do you
1.
think 5 QBs go in the top 12?
No.
You don't?
Hooker, top 5? No.
No, top 12.
Yeah, no.
You don't think so?
It's a mistake if he goes top 12.
Right.
He honestly, I don't think he should go first round.
Yeah.
Day 2, we have the conversation, but I'm not. If he goes top 12,
Are
I'm
you
going to be
concerned
shocked.
about the ACL?
ACL, age? He played in the Mickey
Yeah.
Mouse offense, which is great for
Yeah.
college. Don't get mad at me, Tennessee fans, but like he's doing half-field reads. He's going to have a big learning curve. And now you got a 25-year-old guy who's probably going to sit out his first year, so it's 26-year-old first-time player. Like,
I hear you.
I don't like that in round 1.
Gunner, what's up, man? Let's go OU.
First off, first super
Hey,
chat.
Sam Brown, where's he at?
Is
There he
this
is.
Sam's burner? Is my second question. Like, I don't know. Oh, and Michael's was a first-time super chat too. So thank you, Michael. First-time super chatters, you get a shout out
And
here.
Jordan, first
on
time as
the
well. We'll get to him
live
in a
coverage.
second.
So thank you, Gunner. Appreciate that. I'm convinced this is Sam's burner, by the way. Yeah, that doesn't mean you can't be a burner. He's like, I was in the room when it happened. Okay, it's on the internet. It's super easy to do. Like, what are you doing there?
Same, will Miami trade up today for a running back or stay quiet? There's been some rumors they're going to trade up for Jahmyr Gibbs. Tyreek Hill had a funny tweet earlier. I don't know if you saw that. He's like, oh, who are we drafting? I have some inside info. I don't think Miami's going to trade up. I don't think they should. If they trade up, I think it'll be for Jahmyr Gibbs. But as I have said, the only guy that I would trade up for if I'm the Dolphins is Darnell Washington. Really like Darnell Washington. I don't think he's going to be on the board for the Dolphins at pick 51. Maybe if he slips to the second round, they'll trade up for him tomorrow. Dwayne, what's up, man? $5. He's been one of our Super Chat MVPs today. We appreciate him. Tyjae Spears or Zach Charbonnet, day 2 or day 3 for Dallas?
Yeah, I think Charbonnet will be higher. I think he has to be a day 2 pick, though. He's got to probably goes off the board between your second and third round pick, which I think is a possibility for Dallas to take him. And there's your Zeke replacement. I like Tyjae Spears. His draft stock and his selection won't be made by the GM. Probably be made by the team doctor. At least one ACL tear. I think it might have actually been 2. There's been some conflicting info there. One would have been a long time ago. That knee, the medical on the knee is very unknown. That will determine if he goes in the third round or like the 4th or 5th.
Broad Street, $5. We appreciate you. $5 super chat from Broad Street. And then $10 from Jordan Jacob, a first-time super chatter.
Thank you, Jordan.
Shout out, Jordan Jacob. We appreciate you super chatting and tuning in tonight. $1 super chat from Rich Atwood. Appreciate you super chatting as well. And then
let's make decisions. Just do it.
Broad Street. Do you sponsor Tactical Soap? I
don't think we have any Tactical Soap sponsors. So
not that I know of. Jordan Jacob, $5. We appreciate Jordan Jacob super chatting yet again. Jordan, we appreciate you watching tonight. We're 35 minutes from the draft. Here's our super chat special. We got 1,000 likes. It's time for Bean Boozled.
All right, Will.
I was hoping we wouldn't get there before the Texans pick, because when Texans pick, I'm leaving.
I'm not looking at it.
Okay.
All right.
This is my first time ever
All
doing
right,
this.
here it is.
I'm not going to look at it. I'm not looking. I have no idea.
The flavor options are as follows. Every 500 likes, it's Bean Boozled. It is toasted marshmallow
I would appreciate that.
stink bug. Stink bug.
I do not have a good feeling about this. All right.
So every 500 likes, we do it.
Here we go.
You got to eat it. You can't just swallow. You got to chew it and eat it. Slow reaction makes me think it's toasted marshmallow. It's toasted marshmallow.
It's toasted marshmallow.
So we've
Bang!
had toothpaste and stink bug off the board at this stage. Every 500 likes, we will do another one. Odds not going in future one's favor on that front there. So every $10 super chat today will get you an entry into our NFL draft hat raffle. So every 10, Jordan Jacob, Michael Sutton, Mike Dibble, and more. Every 10 will put you in a raffle. The winner will announce at the end of the night. We're going to send you the NFL draft hat of your choice. Whatever team you're a fan of, we will send you the official NFL draft hat. We got a couple different styles. Get your info there. That is for every $10 super chat. And then the winner of our MVP today, which goes to the highest individual super chat right now, that is Brett Stevens, $199.99. So $200 if you want to beat Brett. And we will get you a customized NFL jersey of your choice. That is going to go only to the highest individual super chat. Right now, Brett Stevens in the lead, $199.98. So got to be $200 to beat him. And then we will announce that at the end of the night. So those are our giveaways on today's show, Will.
Jordan Schultz tweeting this. Several teams are discussing moving up as high as 3 to potentially draft Georgia defensive tackle Jalen Carter.
First off, one of these teams is Philly.
Okay.
I am fully convinced one of these teams is the Philadelphia Eagles.
And I would like to say, draft capital.
Again, I would like to say, the Cardinals would like you to know that they want to trade down. The Cardinals, I think it's Arizona leaking all this stuff. Like, they're leaking the Hopkins stuff. They are the ones pushing out all of this information about they want to move down really bad. It's a matter of how that ends up going in the moment here.
Right. Jalen Carter, his stock has been pretty interesting because before the Combine, he was pretty much a consensus top 5 pick. And then it comes out that he had this car accident that he was involved in, and then that raised some red flags, obviously, and then his pro day didn't go great. And so people were talking about, okay, maybe he'll fall out of the top 20, but here he is. It's looking like he's going top 5.
Think they're trying to get above Seattle, hypothetically, if it is a team moving up there. Again, Arizona really wants to trade down. Do they find the partner? Do they find the trade fit? Do they get enough back in exchange to make it worthwhile for them? That is still up in the air. So we'll know more in the next 40 minutes or so. That's where we currently sit.
Also, we have some interesting developments here.
Okay.
C.J. Stroud is now minus 2,000 to be the number 2 overall pick.
Wait, 2,000?
Minus 2,000.
2,000.
2,000 to be the number 2 overall pick.
Yeah, says who?
Says a lot of people.
Okay, that doesn't. So like name like one person.
Michael Fabiano, Sports Illustrated. FanDuel.
That's
all over Twitter. Wow.
All right. Now is that Houston or somebody else?
No, I was getting excited there for a second, Tom. Oh man, we'll see. Look, CJ Stroud needs to be the Texans pick, and if they don't pick a quarterback at 2, that's just not.
It would be very fun if for all that drama, it just ended up being CJ Stroud after all for Houston.
And it's looking like that might happen. We'll have to wait.
We'll see. Hey, always be careful about the odds. You know, those don't always mean much.
Who's the best player in the NFL draft? What do you think, Tom? I'm going to say, best defensive player, Will Anderson. Best offensive player, Bryce Young.
That's where I'm at. I have it as Will Anderson as the best player this year. I think that he wasn't literally as good last year, which, okay, he was going to be, if he had been eligible, number one overall pick last year, or 2 years ago, I guess a year ago draft-wise, but season-wise too. Last year, he was still really good. I'm not going to overthink Will Anderson just because, there were some mistakes in his game. He's a good run stopper. Someone said he couldn't stop the run, which, I don't understand. They just, didn't watch him play football last year. So I am a big fan of Will Anderson. But if you need a quarterback, I'm taking the quarterback in the end.
Right. I would agree there. We have Ray Liam saying Bryce Young. Anthony saying Bryce Young and Will Anderson. Lakota Smith saying Bryce Young. Loyalty, Bryce Young. Keep pounding. He's about to become a Carolina Panther here in about half an hour. Jordan Addison, simply Leah. Maybe best wide receiver. I don't know about best player. Jabril saying Bryce Young. Now, this is an interesting question, Tom. Which receiver's going first tonight? Is it going to be Zay Flowers?
I think it'll be Jackson Smith and Jigba, but the good value bet, at least a week ago, it kind of changed because people put the money on the value bet, I think would have been Zay Flowers. But I still think Jackson Smith ends up being the number one receiver this year. I've got him JSN, Quentin Johnston, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. I've got Johnston, Addison, Flowers all with the exact same grade. So if you want to reorder them, go for it. I'm not gonna fight you much on that one.
Look who it is. Crim's dad. Where is Marshy Marshmallow Marsh? Well, Crim's dad, we have a surprise for you here in a second. You are going to be very happy. Marshall Green, host of our Knicks channel here at Chat Sports. Go New York, go New York, go. They've advanced the NBA playoffs Sunday, game 1 against the Heat, but he's also the host of our New York Giants channel. And for some Giants questions, we bring on our Giants Now host, Marshall Green. Marshall, you fired up about tonight, man?
I am very fired up tonight. I'm also fired up to see one of the realest ones out there. My man Crim's dad in the chat. Crimmy, you're the man. You're a GOAT here at Chat Sports. The burgers and wings you got last night were impeccable. I am so thankful for you sending those over. They hit the spot because after that stream last night, it was pretty rough waters walking home. I'll tell you that much. So Crims, me and Seeps, we greatly appreciate it.
Hey, what a time to be a New York sports fan, Marsh. You got the Knicks advancing the playoffs. The Giants have the number 25 overall pick tonight. We've talked about it. Do you think they're going wide receiver tonight?
I definitely think that the Giants are going to go receiver or corner in round 1. A lot of smoke around Deonte Banks right now as the number 1 corner that the Giants have their eyes on. I would not be shocked at all. I think if Banks is on the board, he is going to be the pick for Big Blue. If he's not on the board, I think they're going to look at Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison. Sounds like those are the 2 guys the Giants have really zoned in on as the 2 receivers that they like in this draft class. Joe Shane, the general manager for the Giants, time and time again, says he looks for receivers that can line up all over the football field. And that's really what those 2 guys do best. I think they can line up in the slot. They can line up outside. He wants guys that can separate elite route runners. And as he likes to call it, generators with the football in their hands. And I think that's really exactly what Zay Flowers and Jordan Addison are. Give me Deonte Banks, Jordan Addison, or Zay Flowers. And I think a lot of Giants fans are going to be really happy with Joe Shane.
That was Marshall Green, host of our New York Giants channel here on Chat Sports. Go and check out him tonight. He's going to be live hosting our Giants coverage here on Chat Sports. Appreciate you, Marshall. As we get to a super chat from Tristan Brown. Imagine if Stetson goes first overall.
He's not.
That's not going to happen.
Not. So it's fine. He's not. Not a big deal.
Is he going to get drafted?
We'll find out on day 3.
Okay.
Probably
Interesting.
the 7th round.
Brian Anderson, any chance Dallas moves up and for who?
If they do, I'd say maybe a tight end. They've
Yep.
been really linked to tight ends. Maybe they go with Will McDonald as the fallback option, but no one really knows what the Cowboys are going to do this year. It's unique in that standpoint.
We appreciate Brian, first-time Super Chatter. 69 Jeeper, first-time Super Chatter as well. Go Panthers, worried Bryce is too frail. Thoughts?
That's the concern. If he doesn't work, it's because he was too small.
Alexander Forte, $5. This will be my 4th year watching Chat Sports Draft coverage. Appreciate the work you all do. Cheers, my friends. Cheers to you, Alex. We appreciate you watching. Thanks so much for watching us again this year. Dwayne Jackson, another Super Chat, this time $2. What are your thoughts on Tanner McKee, the Stanford quarterback?
I don't think he's good at football, so that's where I've got him. I got him in the 6th round.
Sixth round?
I don't like Tanner McKee as a prospect. I'm sorry.
Don't most people believe he's going to be
Great player.
the first quarterback off the board tomorrow?
Unless Hendon Hooker's not drafted, I genuinely don't see it.
I'm with you. I
don't
don't
see
understand the hype either. Jordan Jacob, $5. Do you think Atlanta will trade back and still land Bijan or Nolan Smith? Bijan's the next McCaffrey.
It's a possibility.
Do they need to go running back? I don't
No,
really
I think they should go.
They have Algier.
I'd take Nolan Smith. I think running back. I can't get on board going tight end or running back so quickly back to back. That's just not how I build my team.
RBT Goat, what's up, man? What are the chances of JSN to the Cowboys?
Without a trade up, very low.
Right.
I think he's gone before the Cowboys want that.
Brendan, Diane Henley, the best linebacker in the draft. We appreciate you, first-time Super Chatter.
Thank you, Brendan. I have Henley as my linebacker 4.
Okay.
Early 2nd round grade, so he's just outside my top 50. But I don't see mass difference between him and Drew Sanders, so I get it.
Cowboys season, $10. What do you think about the Cowboys offseason, and what do you think the draft plan is, and do you remember him, Tom?
Oh, first off, of course I do. Thank you, Cowboys. I'm happy to have you over here. We'll be live on our Cowboys channel later tonight, too. I think they've been more aggressive, and that's a good thing, and I think they really want a tight end. And if Mayer and Kincaid aren't there, I don't know what they're going to do then.
Sherry May, $10. Raffle me that Dolphins cap, please. Sherry May, welcome to the raffle. $10 Super Chat gets you into our draft cap raffle. And then a $50 Super Chat shot from Mr. Stegosaurus. Love you guys through NFL and NBA coverage. Who tonight is the most likely to fumble the bag? I say Texans or Falcons. What about you guys? I would have said Texans, Mr. Stegosaurus, but it's looking like C.J. Stroud is going to be the pick.
Well, that assumes the Texans making it. Who knows if that's true or not?
See.
Honestly, I think that kind of mid to late part of round 1, we're going to see some weird picks. I don't know who it ends up being. New England's done that before, but we'll see. We'll see.
Funny and romantic, $2. Appreciate the Owens. Jordan Davis from
Travis.
Jordan Travis, excuse me, from Florida State Seminoles on it.
Yeah, we'll be talking about him, I think, next year.
Yeah, we'll be talking about him. Richard Holt, $2. Rams trade up for Hendon Hooker.
It'd be really weird.
Yeah.
I think if you're the Rams, don't spend the pick on the quarterback because you have Stafford. So even if you want to rebuild, I wouldn't draft the quarterback to start the rebuild. I'd draft the quarterback kind of during the rebuild, not at the very beginning of it. So not the route I would go, but I know Mel Kiper had that in the mock. So that might have just been Mel finding room for Hendon Hooker in the first round of his mock draft.
Whitetail Hunter, $5. We appreciate you. Been watching y'all since the 20,000 subscribers days. Man, you're a real one. Love the work you guys do. What's a sneaky player for the pack in later rounds?
I'm not sure how much later rounds they'll get to, but I think both Stanford receivers scream Packer to me.
Yeah.
Elijah Higgins and Michael Wilson, both bigger-bodied wide receivers. That's the route I'd probably go on those for Green Bay there.
Corbin Britton, Hendon Hooker is the biggest quarterback sleeper.
I don't think we can call a guy who's gotten legitimate round 1 buzz a sleeper.
Okay. How
Now,
about my guy Hanner?
Hayner?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that works more as a sleeper. I think it's tough to find a real quarterback sleeper.
Okay.
I think if you really want to go deep, Tyson Bagent from Shepherd is that.
Okay.
But if you're talking like, hey, Hooker should be a top 3 quarterback, that's a different conversation there.
Kyle C., $5. Y'all probably don't remember me, but it's my 5th year watching your draft coverage. We remember you, Kyle. We appreciate you. I still remember your guys' reaction to the Daniel Jones
Hey,
pick.
it took him 4 years to look competent.
Oh, my goodness.
Not wrong.
Jacob Raleigh, $5. Been with y'all since
Cheers.
the 2018 draft. Here's to another. We appreciate you, Jacob, always tuning in. It's so cool to see comments like the ones that we're reading off, that they've been with us since day one. We appreciate you tuning in. Again, Jacob, we have over 3,700 people watching right now. And if you share this video on Twitter and tag Tom, you're going to get a retweet. Tom, what's your at?
At What Going Downey. Got the Twitter pulled up here to give you guys some shout-outs here. Anyone who hits the share button, sends it on Twitter, and tags me on social media, I will give the shout-out, because otherwise, how am I going to find the video if you don't tag me? Again, it's What Going Downey. That is singular, not plural. So just What Going Downey. There is no S on that front. At What Going Downey. Share that video. We're going to run through the draft order here. Then we'll come back and give some shout-outs here to anyone who does it. Panthers via the Bears. Texans at number 2. Arizona, the 3rd pick. This, of course, barring more chaos and trades that I'm sure we'll see in the coming hours here, and maybe really minutes. Colts, Seahawks, Detroit, Raiders, Falcons, Bears, Eagles, that pick via the Saints, who we'll get to later. Titans, Texans, part of the Deshaun Watson trade. Green Bay and the Jets flipped first-round picks earlier this week. Green Bay's at 13, Jets at 15 now. New England's still in between them. Commanders at 16, Steelers at 17, Lions, Bucks, Seahawks, Chargers, Ravens, Vikings, Jags. Then it's back-to-back NFC East teams, Giants and the Dallas Cowboys. Buffalo Bills at 27, Bengals at 28. The Saints have the 29th pick, which has already been traded multiple times. Yeah, it was part of the Trey Lance trade from years ago. It was then part of the Bradley Chubb trade, and most recently the Sean Payton deal. So dealt several times. New Orleans has it, and they love to trade up. I wonder if it's moved again. Philadelphia at 30, the Chiefs at 31. The Dolphins were disciplined for the Sean Payton, Tom Brady tampering. They lose their first rounder. Pittsburgh at 32 will begin the second round of this year's NFL draft. I owe some shout-outs then. Lots of them here. Rush Tempo 7. Crypto T is in there. Shamari is in there. Peyton Koopman. Nick D. Panfilis. I don't know if I ever get your name right there from that one there. KB shared the wrong video. Appreciate it. I'll give you the shout out, but I think you shared the ad somehow. Eddie Flores, cheers to you, my friend, as well. And John Edward was the first one to really give it one more refresh. There's some more. Hunter Blaylock, I got you. And I've got Matthew Trumpower in there. One last refresh, since there were several the last time I did it. Looks like we're all caught up there. Thank you all who tagged me and shared it at What Going Downey. We'll get to that here in a little bit, but we'll revisit that later on in today's show as well. All right, well, 4,000 live right now, so we need 2,000 likes to get to 50% of our live audience.
Yes.
That would be 2 Bean Boozles if
one
we
for
get
you,
there.
One for me?
One for me, one for you.
Okay, that's a deal. That's a deal.
It'll be fun there.
It's going to be funny when I get the good one again.
And I
and
get the
you
bad
don't.
one. That would not be fun. Because I gave Harris a lot of grief last year for getting screwed, and I feel like it's going to be
It's
a
karma.
me situation from that standpoint. So, 4,000 people watching live right now. 50%. That's all we need. 2,000. Help us out. We'll be live for every single day of the NFL draft. And the more people who like the video, the better we're able to do. Continue to grow here, do more videos. We're not just Draft Channel. We do all the sports here throughout the calendar year.
NBA, college football, maybe some, we did Selection Sunday coverage for college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you need. So be sure to subscribe and continue to keep up with our coverage.
So hit that like button. We'll give you guys a couple more seconds here because we're close. We're about 100 away from a Bean Boozle. So those of you who don't know what that is, we've got it's the trick jelly beans, right? You can get like rotten egg or buttered popcorn, which I actually don't like that one that much, or strawberry banana smoothie.
I had toasted marshmallow.
Or dead fish, which would not be fun. So every 500 likes is a Bean Boozle. We are about 50 away from making that happen here on today's show. It's me, and then if we get to 2,000, Will will do one before he leaves.
And
Will's only got about 5 minutes.
I'm being told I'm dipping in about 5 minutes. So
we're tight on time there.
Oh, we're getting close.
So I think we might get there for this one.
We're getting close.
1,500. But that will be tight on that front. So all other Super Chat items today, first-time Super Chat, give you a shout-out. $10, enter the raffle. We'll pick one winner at the end of the night, give you guys a draft hat of your choosing. $20, how about your team? Highest Super Chat is a jersey. Right now it's $199.99, so about $200 to beat it. As we got to 1,500, Will.
It is your turn.
I'm not
It
looking
is
at
your
you.
turn.
I'm not looking at you while I do it here. All right. Oh, boy. This is either barf or peach. This could be real bad.
Here we go.
So I'm going to start it. Will, run through some Super Chats.
All right. Jim, Steelers fan, unlaughable,
It's
saying
barf.
tighten up. It's barf? Oh, no! I got toasted marshmallow. Tom has gotten barf. Oh, my goodness. $5 from Cowboys Champs. This guy, Tom Downey, is struggling right now. No tight end in the first round. Get a defensive tackle, Mozzie Smith or Kalijah Kancey.
That's what I deserve.
Gilly, $2. Which wide receivers and corners will be on the board at 25? I think there's a chance Quentin Johnston's on the board at 25. Corners, maybe Emmanuel Forbes is a name to watch there at 25. Hero Cool, $2. I'm still laughing at the jelly bean. Who do you want Dallas to get? Also, remember me. Who do you want Dallas to get, Tom?
Sorry. One of the top tight ends.
You
Mayer.
good, by the way, after
I'm
the bar?
fine. I'm fine
you
now.
good? All right, I'm just checking.
I think I'd rather have Michael Mayer. Like,
maybe some Jack Daniels to watch that down here if we get a $50.
lot of late buzz on Sam Laporta, who was not mentioned at all pre-draft. Like, if there is Darnell Washington medical, he'd actually be my next tight end over Luke Musgrave. But I got him, 50 on my board. So
3 words for Sam Laporta. He's a Dolphin. $5. The Jags to trade second and thirds for Jonah Williams and Budda Baker, respectively, fills needs, and there isn't anyone of their calibers for the Jags to get in this draft.
I think Budda Baker makes sense. I don't think Jonah Williams is that good.
He's okay.
At least for his contract.
He wants to play left tackle.
Which you lose Cam Robinson, and it does make some sense. I get what you're going for there.
I kind of want to see how Jonah does at right tackle.
He's played it before.
I think
at Bama.
he played at Bama. I want to see him back at right tackle. I think that would be good for him. Diff, what's up? Who do you think the Saints will pick at 28? Who dat? Think they go defense?
I think defense makes sense.
Yeah. Manuel Forbes?
I don't think he gets there.
Okay. Alex Jenkins, or Peter, excuse me. First time watching. What do you think Seattle is picking up in the second pick of the first, or will they trade?
If I had to bet one answer, I bet they trade it.
Oh, interesting.
I bet they trade it.
Alex Jenkins saying Jacksonville. Jags, what are they going to do tonight? Maybe offensive line.
O-line, DB, edge, I think make the most sense there.
Tyler, chances Detroit goes for a QB. Very slim. Very slim. What, 10% maybe?
Yeah, maybe 10. We'll see. We'll see what happens with the first few picks here.
Doom, who do you guys have winning the Stanley Cup? Dallas Stars. Dallas Stars. What do you think, Tom?
Jack, do you want to answer?
Boston Bruins. Boston Bruins.
I'm trying to become a hockey fan. Living here in Dallas, I'm catching the Stars fever, I guess. Blake, what are the chances the Falcons draft Bijan? $10. Welcome to the raffle, my friend. Rise up.
Pretty real.
I think it's a pretty real possibility.
If I had to bet, I'd put my money on Bijan or Nolan Smith.
Now, I don't think they should take Bijan. I think they should go corner. Maybe Gonzalez if he's there.
I think Gonzalez and Witherspoon might both be gone. We'll see what happens with the Will Anderson, Jalen Carter picks, because maybe that pushes one down if the Lions want to take one. But not sure they'll be there.
$10 from Drew. We appreciate the super chat. Welcome to the raffle. Let's go. Cowboys, any crazy trades you predict in this draft?
I don't think so. I think they made their big moves with Stephon Gilmore and Brandon Cook. So that's kind of where I think they're at this stage.
$2 from Young Dylan. Who do you think the Steelers will pick?
I think they'd love a tackle. They might have to trade up to get one, though, is the problem from that standpoint.
Trade up for Skoronski?
I think they want a tackle, like a pure left tackle with length. So I think they'd love Paris Johnson, but we'll see. I'll make note, by the way, we're 400 likes away from Will doing a bean boozle before he has to go. Are we signing off now?
See ya.
I didn't get
Maybe
that.
next time. You're gonna have to do it again, I guess.
Yeah.
Or maybe we'll get
passing it
Petey
off-
on. Maybe we'll
passing
get
it off to
Petey on
What are
here.
you talking about? I'm giving it to Petey. No doubt. So we're gonna sign off. We'll see you again
Yeah,
later
I'll
throughout our
see you
NFL
soon.
draft coverage. New host coming on here momentarily. First, let's run through my best available, and we'll hit while we go through this some of the rumors of who's available based on the betting odds right now. So Will Anderson is not a big favorite, but he is the favorite to go number 3 overall to the Arizona Cardinals, who really want to trade down. We will see if they're able to, because there's been buzz about Houston not taking a quarterback. Maybe they are. Houston's betting favorite is now, well, we'll get to that. Jalen Carter is a decent favorite for the number 5 overall selection. Now, if Will Anderson is there, maybe something changes. Bryce Young has been the massive favorite outside of the very weird chaos with the Will Levis Reddit rumor. So Bryce Young likely going to the Carolina Panthers. Bijan Robinson, Falcons, Eagles, maybe 12, 14. All some areas to monitor for that standpoint. 14 and 16, my bad, not 12. Peter Skoronski has been linked to the, Bears a little bit. He might be one of the best guys for a few picks in a row here. Devin Witherspoon is number 6 on the board. He's an okay betting favorite for the number 6 overall pick, which I find quite interesting from that standpoint. So Devin Witherspoon there is the number 6 selection. Christian Gonzalez, number 7. He has been linked most heavily to 7. It's Tyree Wilson, Paris Johnson, all plus 300. So number 7 pick, uncertain. Brian Branch, not on the board there. So let's go to C.J. Stroud. He has emerged, number 10 on my board, by the way, as the betting favorite for the number 2 overall pick. He went from, it was Will Levis, Tyree Wilson, Will Anderson, to Stroud has skyrocketed to the betting favorite for number 2, we assume, for the Houston Texans. We'll know in about, 20 minutes maybe? Actually, probably more like 30 minutes there. For that perspective, Will Levis is now a big-time favorite. Jalen Carter is now like minus 700. So Levis at 4, which had been so heavily linked, and that would leave uncertainty where Anthony Richardson goes. So the betting favorites here, from that perspective, Tyree Wilson's linked to 7. Maybe he slides a little bit. Arizona wants to move down. We'll see what happens, but that doesn't include trades. Trades could happen, and it is just the betting favorites. So we'll have to wait and see on that front here. We got some news involving it's not a trade. It's a tampering. But first, today's show is made possible by our good friends over at Manscaped. We've got the Lawnmower 4.0 right here. And they don't just take care of your below-the-belt grooming needs. They also take care of you above the chin or on the chin, depending on how you grow your beard, or maybe just below it too, with their beard grooming kit. This is the best products you could ever possibly find, head to toe now, with the Manscaped products. They've long had the elite downfield play with the Lawnmower 4.0. Now they got the rookie sensation in the beard hedger. That is manscaped.com/chat. Promo code chat gets you 20% off and free shipping on all their top-of-the-line men's grooming products. That's manscaped.com. Promo code chat gets you 20% off and free shipping on today's show. Manscaped.com/chat. Promo code chat. Big ups to Manscaped for sponsoring today's show, being a long-time sponsor here at Chat Sports. Thank you all so much to Manscaped, as we have a trade, kind of, sort of. I think we just type LOL in the comment section right now. The Arizona Cardinals and the Eagles have settled a tampering investigation involving the hire of Jonathan Gannon, and the Eagles have basically traded up in the NFL draft to pick number 66 in exchange for pick number 94 and a future 5th. So Philadelphia just got another top 75 pick basically for free. unbelievable development. And now it certainly seems like they're trying to get even more draft capital. An absolute L for the Arizona Cardinals for tampering with Jonathan Gannon. Eagles get the draft picks. The Cardinals basically trade down almost 30 spots for a future fifth and the right to hire Gannon. A disaster class for the Arizona Cardinals. That is not how you want to do things. For shame, Arizona. That is a big-time L for the Cardinals. As some super chats have come in from Young Dylan, who will the Steelers pick? I think they want offensive linemen. We'll have to wait and see if that ends up being the case or not. Corner could be an area of concern there, but thank you, Young Dylan. $5 from Dwayne Jackson. Any notable players getting dealt? So I think Hopkins gets moved at some point. There's been some buzz around guys like Dalvin Cook. Hopkins, I think, is the big name that will get moved. And dark horse name, but Mike Evans. Maybe Arizona, maybe the Bucs want to reload and rebuild there. Mike Evans is my dark horse surprise trade in this year's draft. $10 from Gilly. You're in the entry, the raffle for our NFL draft hat. We'll announce at the end of today's round one. At what pick do you think JMS will get drafted? As early as 25 to the Giants? I would say more likely early round 2. Wonder if a team like even the Jets, having re-signed Connor McGovern, still makes sense with that 1 second-round pick they have now. Seattle makes sense. He slides down to a team like Dallas for the Giants in round 2. I think that certainly makes a lot of sense. Joseph Jordan. All offseason, my Falcons have slightly built a juggernaut team. There's a lot of them play at number 8. What do they go for? What do you think? I think the most likely outcome here is Bijan or Nolan Smith. Now, if Christian Gonzalez is there or Devin Witherspoon is there, that also would make a lot of sense for the Atlanta Falcons. But plenty of buzz in recent days on Bijan and on Nolan Smith from that standpoint. So, Ball So Hard, Will 1994. Love your show. Appreciate what you do. Thoughts on draft prospect quarterback Trent Dilfer? I was not that old, so I had no draft thoughts on Trent Dilfer coming out there. But I appreciate the super chat there. Ball So Hard, Will. Thank you to everyone who has super chatted so far tonight. Very kind of you who have done that. We appreciate your support here at the Cowboys Report. If and when we get to 1,000, by the way, we're at 700 right now in supers, I will give you guys a bonus shot as well, plus shots every $50 super chat that comes in on today's show. Thank you, Ball So Hard, Will, as we bring on the new co-host of our draft stream, Matthew Peterson. Petey, welcome aboard, my friend.
Tom, good to be here with you. This is your Super Bowl. You are the NFL draft guru, expert, analyst. What's the best fitting one?
Insert noun here.
Okay, draft god is what we're going to roll with then.
That one.
But
that works too.
We are almost to the first pick of the draft. Can I do the corny dad joke? Who do you think goes number 1?
Bryce Young.
Okay, so I'm glad we got that out of the way. But this draft is shaping up to be a draft unlike last year's draft, maybe even the year before, where we have some idea of how the top 5 is going to look, but we don't quite know who's picking what at what spot either. So any inclination of what's going to happen with that very mysterious number 3 pick right now? Will Arizona stay at home?
I think now we know why Arizona's been trying so damn hard to trade down.
Yeah.
They just lost basically a 3rd-round pick. They to trade down. So Howie Roseman keeps winning for starters. I think they will try super hard to trade down. If they don't, if Will Anderson's there, I think he's the pick, or Tyree Wilson. I know there's been buzz on Paris Johnson. I think Arizona was leaking everything to try and get someone to trade up.
See, that's where I was going with this. Under Kyler Murray as their quarterback, they have gone defense in round 1. It's time they probably try and help Kyler Murray out, and maybe they do go Paris Johnson. Even if that feels too early right now, maybe in 2 or 3 seasons, you'll look back and go, that was the right pick for our team. We've invested a lot on the defensive side. It hasn't really worked out all that well. I mean, Isaiah Simmons isn't changing games for Arizona like Will Anderson could, but I do wonder if Paris Johnson is just what this team needs more at the moment. Now, we have a sub-only chat, so if you want to be involved with our draft coverage here, make sure to subscribe. And once you do, get in the chat, and we will be giving out shout-outs to everyone who types me down below. We are a minute 40, minute 20 away from the start of the 2023 NFL Draft. So get those me's in the comment section right now. I see Riley, Gaming Wizard, Miles, Austin, Micah, Jason, Charlie. We got a whole bunch of me's flying in at the moment. Taylor, Luce, we have Jen, Jackson, Timothy. Keep getting those subs going in there, and keep getting those me's going in the chat, and subscribe if you have not already.
We have some more as well. Rise Edits, Madden Gameplay, Tommy, YouTube user. By the way, 1776 likes. You can also type in USA if you want.
No one liked the video, and no one unliked it.
We're already past it, because every 500 is a shot, by the way. So, all right, sub only's off. Everyone spam go. We are 30 seconds away from the draft starting.
Yeah, it'll be about
always
15 minutes.
Yeah.
We probably won't get the Bryce Young pick in until, I'm going to go 7, 12
They will
Eastern,
take all
7,
10
12
minutes.
Central.
NFL has informed teams use all 10 minutes.
Okay.
Or else.
They're going to milk out all the commercials possible.
That's how it
So
goes.
we are 10 seconds away. Here we go. Keep getting those goes
Spam
in
those
there.
goes.
The more
I'm
goes we
excited.
get, the sooner we get to pick number 2.
Yes, so type in go as our draft coverage gets started.
Welcome in to NFL Daily presented by Manscaped. We have all of the tools that you need and all the information in the comments and the description of today's video. But the NFL Draft is upon us here, day 1 of the 2023 NFL Draft. Pick number 1 just around the corner. So thank you so much for hanging out with us for all 3 days, but right now, day 1 of the NFL Draft. Shout out your favorite team. We want to get everyone watching involved in the comments section. So let us know who your Sunday squad is, and we want to hear from all the proud and loud fans out there right now. We've seen a lot of teams coming in here. We've got Lions and Steelers, Colts,
Really thought
Bears.
you were going to go Lions, Tigers, and Bears.
I was about to go that direction.
Because I saw Bears pop up right after it.
Yeah. Texans, Eagles, Raiders. Keep getting those shout-outs coming into the chat right now. I'm joined, of course, by Chat Sports' NFL draft expert, Tom Downey. Tom, as we gear up for another NFL draft, can you give us a quick pulse on this draft class? Is it great? Is it outstanding? Is it good? Or should we look forward to 2024?
We've seen better. I'm definitely not looking ahead till 2024. I did too much work for this. I think that there are some issues with the top end talent. It's not as loaded up front. That's why Arizona's been trying so hard to move down. I also think mid to late round 1, I've got 15 first round grades, a couple cheater grades. NFL teams, from what I've been told, are in a similar spot. And that means when you get to like pick 19, 20, there are no more first-round grades left. That's second-round grades. And that's where teams begin to differ and where weird stuff is going to start to happen. So keep the comments coming. Shout out your favorite team in the comment section. The NFL Draft, of course, is here. And the most exciting prospect is the prospect of being perfectly groomed head to toe with our friends over at Manscaped. They've long had elite downfield play, if you know what I mean, with the Lawnmower 4.0. But they also have the rookie sensation, Beard Hedger, to ensure that you're the face of the franchise, at least is a pretty one. This 1-2 punch of men's grooming is the best acquisition for any at-home GM. Go to manscaped.com/chat and use code chat for 20% off and free shipping. The Beard Hedger is the best facial men's grooming product out there. I guess that sounds dirty, but that's okay because it's Manscaped. Titanium tough blades as well. Links in the comment section, the description as well. Manscaped.com/chat. Promo code chat gets you 20% off and free shipping. Matthews, you have some super chats to get caught up on here.
We do indeed. The NFL Draft has not officially opened just yet, but Mr. ADHD, should 49ers trade Kittle for high pick? Would you? Nope. I would definitely not advise trading George Kittle. If you want a tight end, this is the year to get a tight end. So I don't even know if a team would give up, say, a top pick for Kittle. They could just use that pick on a tight end who is younger and cheaper rather than finding a very good George Kittle, but not a cheap one, and one that has dealt with injuries on and off throughout his career. As for San Francisco, it is win now time. You figure out the quarterback situation later because that's what Shanahan always does, but you keep your nucleus together of Samuel and Kittle and that entire defense. ADHD, thank you for the super chat, though. Dead Center Podcast, what do the Titans do? I was hoping you'd have the answer because I don't think anyone in Nashville knows what is going to happen exactly. There was some optimism about trading up to 3, getting C.J. Stroud if the Texans went defense. Now it appears that Houston is going to go with the Ohio State quarterback after all. So do they maybe jump up to like 8 or 9 and get Will Levis or Anthony Richardson? I don't know. This is going to be one of the draft mysteries that if anyone tells you they know what's going to happen, they're full of it. We have some more super chats to catch up on as we await for the NFL draft to officially open up. But first things first, let's check out Tom Downey's best available players. Tom, run us through your big board here.
Yeah, I still have Will Anderson, number 1. That hasn't really deviated. I actually had that locked in before the Jalen Carter off-the-field stuff. Big fan of his game. I do have Bryce Young at 3. There's no positional value here. So, like, if you're Carolina, like, you're going to adjust your board to fit your needs. This is based on, like, all 32 teams. So, like, I'm just not going to do positional value as part of it because I think that adds complications you don't need to have there. Just how good of the player is he? Then figure out where you want to draft him individually. Bijan's 4th there. Peter Skoronski, number 5 for me on my board. The lineman. I'd play at tackle to start, but he might be best as a guard in the end. Devin Witherspoon, number 6. I am a big fan of his game. You know, when we were doing our early mock drafts, we had Witherspoon in the first round back in before the year ended, and now it's like he's going to be a top 10 pick. So we were early, but also not nearly early enough or high enough on him at the beginning of the process there. I love Brian Branch. I'm a huge fan of his game. I know he's not a premier athlete, but he's an elite tackler. He's always around the football. I'm not going to overthink him or Michael Mayer, who I think will be a top 25 pick when it's all said and done tonight. Then it's C.J. Stroud at number 10, Tyree Wilson, Joey Porter Jr. as well. If there is a player on my top 12 who slides, probably maybe Bijan, Brian Branch, Michael Mayer in that top 10 range. And we'll see about Tyree Wilson's medical. Some late buzz on that front there.
Yeah, I'm seeing a tight end at number 9. That is not a very common sight to see for NFL draft big boards. And it just goes to show that you can find a really good tight end from the first one taken to maybe even the 4th or the 5th, whether that's Sam Laporta or Musgrave from Oregon State. There are a lot of really good tight ends in this draft class. Michael Mayer is probably the most complete tight end.
Agreed.
He can do blocking. I know that's not very popular with tight ends at times, but Dalton Kincaid from Utah, he is your... I don't want to give him a Travis Kelce comp because no one's a Travis Kelce, but he might be on the road to that with his receiving abilities. Tom, I know you're the Cowboys host here at Chat Sports. You think a tight end for Dallas late in the 20s? Or
I think it's a possibility. I still think there's a good chance they go defense. You know, I'd be over the moon for Brian Branch. That's like my dream. And I'm just like...
He's a football player. And he's a very good football player.
Dan Quinn would love him. I think Will McDonald makes some sense. I do think Michael Mayer. There's been some late buzz on Darnell Washington medical stuff.
Okay.
Now, I'm higher on him than most people, and I've been that way since mid-season. But if he slides, beyond the top 40, might be some medical stuff going on there. That's true.
It's impossible to overthrow Darnell Washington. He's just that big of a target. Now, let us hear from everyone watching right now as we continue to get blue-balled a little bit by the NFL, waiting for the first round to officially open up. Best player in the draft, right? Who is the guy that you would put your name next to and say he will be in the league for 10-plus years and be an all-time pro? Mm-hmm. Oh, Roger Goodell, boo Goodell, abort. No one cares about the best player in the draft. Boo Goodell, it's a tradition unlike any other. We got to let the boo birds come out. Now, I wanted to see how he would try and deflect the boos. I thought he might come out with an entourage so that if you booed him, it would look bad. That's exactly what he did. Oh, he brought out the guy from Modern Family, Cam from Modern Family. You cheeky SOB, Roger Goodell. You brought out 2 celebrities.
Speaking of cheeky, every 500 likes is a Bean Boozle. Petey, it's your turn. We're at 2,000.
Okay.
So here it is. This is either buttered popcorn.
That's my favorite flavor.
Or rotten egg.
That's my least favorite flavor.
So we're going boom or bust. It's the Anthony Richardson of Bean Boozles. It is
buttered popcorn.
Buttered popcorn. I am the only one who's gotten the short end of the stick so far. So every 500 likes, we will do that. We have 11,000 people watching. Like the video as Petey will give some shout-outs here on the booze.
Tyler saying boo, Ben, Port, Timothy, Reagan, Walker, Tyler Griffin, Trevor, Jonathan Carter. We have James, Willie, and Trenton. We got a whole bunch of boos coming in from William, Tyler, Drew, Saquon, Nice, Sean, Jen, Jacob, Braden, Dez. We have a lot of bizarre names. Rebecca, that's something you can pronounce.
Not a bizarre name.
Mike Honcho, that's something that sounds familiar. We have Austin, Kimberly, Chad, Andrew, Tyler, Max, Nolan, Ranch, Justin. Keep getting those boos in. Eric Stonestreet, that's the actor that Roger Goodell, the coward, hid behind as he made his entrance onto the stage. I thought it might be Paul Rudd, right? Kansas City, big Paul Rudd town right there. But another actor instead. I knew he was going to do something like this. And now the reigning Super Bowl champs, the Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick
now there will
Mahomes,
not be boos.
Yep, and Travis Kelce are coming onto the stage with their Super Bowl trophy, the Lombardi. And now a lot of cheers are coming out from the hometown crowd in KC. We have Mahomes hoisting the Lombardi trophy for everyone to see. Looks like a great draft venue so far. We've had some great spots as they've gone away from New York, Chicago, Cleveland. It's in Detroit next year. KC so far, great weather, looking like a great time.
There you go. Goes 50% of the audience has liked the video. We're up over 11,000. We'll set it lower, 5,000 of you to like the video. It's free. It's easy. Every 500 likes is a Bean Boozle. I wonder if producers Sam and Jack want to get involved on that front. Jack says no. We'll see if Sam is also a coward. We're past 2,500. You want to do this one or the next one, Sam? All right, Sam's going to come on up here. I'm not looking when I grab it. I'm not looking. All right. Ooh, this one is I believe this one is either birthday cake, the best flavor, or dirty dishwasher.
Ooh.
That's a big risk reward. See, that's my favorite worst one.
I don't see a lot of icing on this, which doesn't.
Well, it's supposed to look the same. So that's just the shell covering.
We still have yet to
200
see
likes from one more, and I'll do one.
anyone get put on the clock yet. Who's the other actress, Jack?
Birthday cake. Oh boy, I'm in trouble.
Right away.
I'm in trouble. I'm in big time trouble.
I'm not quite sure who she is.
I don't know. I don't know who that is. I'll be honest. I don't watch TV anymore.
Mahomes is parading around the stage right now, and the Carolina Panthers are officially on the clock. We've got Bryce Young, the announcement coming in, 10 or so minutes. They're going to take their time
use all 10.
Right now in Charlotte, and then they're going to sit back, kick their feet up, and probably watch a lot of Bryce Young highlights. That's what happens when you have the first overall pick in the draft. You get to enjoy what you believe is the surefire home run pick, and that very well may be Bryce Young from Alabama. Now, some super chats to hit on here from Brian. Character on the floor. Oh, we got an emoji coming in right now.
They don't pull through.
Super chat. Yeah,
just the description.
But do appreciate that, Brian. Thank you so much for supporting us here. Roberto, what's going on? The Georgia tight end Phil's blocking a huge security blanket and a red zone nightmare for the Eagles and 49ers. Get him. I think we're talking about Dallas maybe getting him right there.
I think that's a reference to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm a big fan of Darnell Washington's game. He's my number 2 tight end. We've been on him for a while here at Chat Sports before it was cool and his awesome combine results there. He is still raw, but there's a lot of upside there. If you want to bet on Andre the Giant in the back end of round 1, I'm never going to be mad at that one.
Caden, what's going on? The Cowboys will get Brian Branch. You heard it here first.
I mean, talk dirty to me. Let's go. I would love that idea. By the way, speaking of talking dirty, we're 1 like away from another Bean Boozle disaster for me.
We've got over 10,000 people watching right now. Shout out to everyone hanging out with us for the first day of the NFL Draft. The Carolina Panthers are still on the clock. We await the official announcement on the selection of Bryce Young.
Oh, boy.
So we're getting closer and closer to another Bean Boozle, it
I
appears.
believe this is either Booger or Juicy Pear.
This is how we like to have fun here at Chat Sports. While we wait for the pick to come in, we're going to go through some analysis, some breakdown, and then we're going to find out if we got Bean Boozled. He got Booger. He got Booger. Get Booger back on Monday Night Football. Get Booger McFarland back in the Boogermobile. That's what America wants, ESPN. And Steve Levy. He's the best comedian that the whole network has. So Bryce Young, unofficially but officially more or less, the first overall pick in this draft.
We'll tip the picks tonight.
We will or will not?
We will tip the picks.
Yes, we just have not seen it come across the stage yet, but that is the pick.
This is the pick. We're not going to do we'll wait the full 10 minutes. Once we know the pick, we will do it. It is Bryce Young, the quarterback out of Alabama. He is the first overall pick for the Carolina Panthers. I think this makes sense for the Panthers. I have Bryce Young as my number one quarterback. The pros, right? He's awesome under pressure, out of structure. Go watch the Texas game in particular. He willed them to a win in a game that he had very little support. The ball, when he throws, it's pretty. Keeps his eyes downfield when scrambling. There is post-snap progressions that I think are very valuable. If you believe in the S2 test, 98th percentile, allegedly. Emphasis on the allegedly part because I don't know all the ones that were out there were. He'll hit the backside did. That's always a tough time throw. He is a playmaker out of structure and under pressure. That is very valuable in the NFL as long as you can still do the in-structure stuff. Baker Mayfield didn't do the in-structure stuff very well. And I think there are some similar concerns there because of the size. If Bryce Young was 6'2", 210, he'd be first overall pick, consensus number one quarterback, no doubts about it. He's 5'10", 1/8". 204, quote unquote. That was water weight. He played in the 180s at Alabama. And now I maybe gets 194 or so, at during the NFL draft or in the NFL. But if Bryce Young does not work, it is because of the size. Bryce Young is an outlier when it comes to the NFL draft. He is. You do not see players this small be drafted. If he had come in below 200, he'd be the only quarterback to ever go in round one that small. Now 203. Or 204, we'll adjust it to 2003, et cetera there. I love almost everything about Bryce Young's game, but the size and I would say, forced upon reliance of out-of-structure stuff this past year at Alabama does concern me. You don't want the internal clock to be broken. I don't think it is. If it doesn't work, this is why it ends up happening. So I like Bryce Young a lot. I think he's going to be a really good player. My player comp, Petey, everyone likes Drew Brees. That one's too easy. How about Doug Flutie?
Wow, throwing it back there. Boston College, right, more or less? Eventually with the Chargers. Is that where Doug Flutie went to college?
Boston College, yeah.
Yep. So,
historical size-wise, that's where we're at. It's an extreme outlier.
I mean, I think the only thing that separates Bryce Young from Joe Burrow is about 4 to 5 inches of height. They don't have crazy arm talent.
Agreed.
It's all upstairs with Bryce Young. He reads the field like it's a coloring book to him. I mean, he just makes the best decisions. He is always putting himself in a spot to be successful and to move the ball down the field. Quite literally, the only knock is he's a bit undersized, which some quarterbacks have overcome.
He's
Drew
a lot
Brees,
bit undersized.
Russell Wilson. Yeah. And then the weight element, right? What happens when a 300-pound defensive tackle lands on top of him? Is he going to get up and bounce back no problem?
We saw the shoulder injury.
Or injury is going to kind of pile up as the season goes along, and the wear and tear will show when it's Week 18 and we're going into the postseason. Those are fair complaints to have. We saw Drew Brees go through some tough injuries in his career. He also won a Super Bowl and finished as one of the league's greats. So it's not a wide fairway for him, but if he hits the ball straight, he's going to be sitting pretty up there. So I like the pick for Carolina. I think it is the best quarterback in this draft class. Grade the pick, though, A, B, C, D, or F. I'm not sure if this is the best 1-1 quarterback we've seen go.
It's not.
But it's going to be a quarterback who is going to keep Carolina above water and keep them in contention in a bit of a weaker NFC South right now that does not seem to have a clear juggernaut for the next 3 to 4 seasons in it. So I'm going to give this pick an A-. I think what's holding me back is, sadly, 3 inches of height. And then it's an A+. But for now, it's an A-.
I'm not going to rig too much against here about the trade itself. That was a lot to give up.
Yeah,
better be right. But this is the quarterback I would take too if I were Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. I'm giving it maybe B+ in that one there.
So I like this pick for Carolina. Make sure to subscribe, by the way, if we have any new viewers in the chat right now and you're just stumbling across our coverage for the first time. We don't just go live for day 1 of the NFL draft. We do all 3 days of the NFL draft, the NBA draft, really anything under the sun related to any ball that moves in a sport. We're going to keep you guys in the loop. So make sure to subscribe if you have not already. So with Bryce Young going to Carolina. The pick is in. Mel Kiper is eating some pumpkin pie as we wait the announcement. Best player available as we now begin to enter sort of the chaos region of a lot of unknown. We think C.J. Stroud's the number 2 pick, but after that, it's anyone's guess in a lot of spots.
It's been very strange, this entire number 2 pick process where it's going to be a quarterback. It'll be Stroud or Bryce Young. Texans really want Bryce Young, and then well, they don't love C.J. Stroud. They love Will Anderson. Could be Tyree Wilson. Nobody knows. And then the last half hour before the draft began, C.J. Stroud skyrockets to the heavy favorite at number 2. The Texans have been trying to trade down as well. There's been a lot of uncertainty. The NFL got what they wanted because Stroud's the betting favorite, but is he going to be the pick still? Is it going to be a trade? I don't know. We got the Panthers pick early. It has still not been announced by the major broadcast, but it is the pick. So we got some time before Houston makes that pick here.
About 5 minutes behind schedule, but Roger Goodell is walking up to the podium to announce the selection for the Carolina Panthers with the first overall pick in the 2023 NFL Draft as we await the official selection, and it is indeed Bryce Young, quarterback, Alabama. So we have that one in the books, and now Houston is on the clock for pick number 2. But Bryce Young, he is a Carolina Panthers. He stays in the Southeast. He goes from Tuscaloosa to Charlotte, and I think the Panthers got a really good quarterback here as C.J. Stroud gives him a hug as he makes his way to the podium. And I expect Coleridge Stroud to be walking behind Bryce Young in about 10 minutes or so.
We'll see. It's been a weird process, man. It's been a very weird process for Houston. Maybe not a clean process either.
To go back to the
Stroud seems to be the favorite.
Craziness of what Houston's been, scheming up to do it too, as someone like everyone watching right now probably did watch Draft Day last night. Remember in the movie when the Browns owner wanted to intervene and make the pick, and the Cleveland GM
I could see it being the case.
I think this time Nick Cassero could not fight off the ownership in Houston, and the ownership came in and said, "We're not going to go Tyree Wilson. We are going C.J. Stroud. We're getting butts in seats, and we are getting our new franchise quarterback. I'm making the selection at number 2. We're not going to screw this one up." Keep getting some shout-outs in or get some comments in. We'll give some shout-outs out. Who will be the number 2 pick? Will Levis, he's not going to be a good football player. That I can call my shot right now and say I feel bad for whatever fan base is going to try and talk themselves into cheering for Will Levis.
Don't love him in the end. I don't love him.
Bryce Young, we have Anderson. We've got Bryce Young after going first. CJ, we have Bryce Young. We have Will Levis. Oh, my goodness. A whopping $400 super chat. In between picks 1 and 2, we have Mike Dibble from the parking lot.
He did $400.
$400. Tom, would you like to read it?
First, my debt from my bet is paid. He had said if Bryce Young goes number 1, he'll put down 100. Otherwise, no bets involved. It was a good bet for us. You're rewarding MVPs now. That's nice. Third, Petey, you were one of my absolute favorites. Love you, man. Fourth, been doing this since 2021. Got to keep my reputation. Finally, love you all. Have a fantastic draft. Even though they don't draft tonight, here we go, Brownies. Here we go. The MVP tonight is getting a custom jersey of their choice. So,
what Browns jersey do you want, Mr. Dibble?
401 to beat Mike. Something tells me no one will be beating Mike.
I think this one is over before we even have the second pick of the draft in. Mike Dibble, here we go, Brownies. Here we go.
It's at least one shot.
Thank you so much for your continued support. You don't know how much it means to us here at Chat Sports. You are a legend in these walls. Mike Dibble, put him in the record books for the 2023 NFL Draft. We're going to get a little wild here at Chat Sports for this $400 super chat as we await the second pick. The pick is in now from Houston. We'll get a dog bowl for me if someone's able to assist in that department for Mike Dibble super chat. But Mike Dibble, thank you. Houston's pick is in at number 2, and it appears to be C.J. Stroud. That is the Twitter leaks right now on the streets here.
Yep.
But let's celebrate the C.J. Stroud pick by Houston with the guys at Chat Sports balling out for this $400 super from Mike Dibble.
There you go. That's the Liddy cam over there in one of the other studios. I see Marshall's got a shotgun.
Mike.
Plenty of mics. Keep the mics coming in the comment section as well. We are, of course, ahead of the major broadcast. It is C.J. Stroud, the pick here for the Houston Texans. Petey, let's get the cut going here.
Yeah, so just give me a moment here. Okay. This pick is presented to you by Manscaped. C.J. Stroud is a Houston Texan, and he's got some ladies to impress down there in Houston, and you can impress the same ladies by using Manscaped's products. Make sure to check them out. All the information you need is in the comments and the description of today's video. Now, let's jump into the C.J. Stroud selection for Houston. It is the Ohio State quarterback, getting to a very, very well-tempered stadium in Houston, and the Texans appear to have found their future franchise quarterback. Tom, what can you tell us about number 7 from Columbus?
Coleridge Bernard Stroud IV is the full name for Mr. Stroud. After all the drama, Houston's not going quarterback at 2. They're going to take an edge. They're going to take Will Levis. It ends up being Stroud after all. Maybe ownership did get involved there. Stroud is my number 2 quarterback. Let's start with the pros, the positives, right? Fantastic accuracy. He's got some of the best touch in this year's class for a pocket passer. Has a good build, 6'3", 214. Arm is good. It's not great. He doesn't always dial up the RPMs the way I think he can do at times. I think he does process pretty well, mostly pre-snap, which was the big negative issue of reportedly not score so well on that suddenly very popular S2 cognitive test, 18th percentile, allegedly. On that, there's been some buzz. Maybe that wasn't the accurate number on that front there. Claims of not the easiest to coach. Whatever, he ends up going number 2 in the end. My comp has been the case for a while here, in large part because we saw the big concerns we had before his game against Georgia. Can he make plays out of structure? Can he be the pocket avoiding sack quarterback in the end? And he showed that against Georgia. Now, he didn't do a lot of it. He didn't do the out of structure stuff, didn't do a ton of the mobility unless he absolutely had to. So that's why my player comp is more current Dak. Minus, I think, some of the not quite fully there as a processor, but not an elite arm, but it's a good arm. Very accurate quarterback overall. He's a more mobile Jared Goff, which is Dak Prescott. So that's kind of went with that one there. He did benefit, though, and this is maybe your biggest concern, from a truly elite supporting cast at Ohio State. When it's all said and done, when we get through next year's draft, probably 5 first-round receivers he had that he was throwing to, including Marvin Harrison, MK, who's going to be there from next year, too. So Stroud's in he's in a decent spot in Houston. They find their franchise quarterback. So I think this is much better than taking Will Levis or the edge here. Get your guy.
I do like the Stroud pick a lot. I'm not quite sold on maybe him being this all-star type quarterback who you get at number 2. Now, the pros is he tore apart a Georgia defense in the college football playoff that we are going to find out over this draft and next year's draft was littered with starting NFL talent. Not just NFL talent, but starting NFL talent. So you have to give him some praise for what he was able to do and what looked to be the closest mock you could have for a college player going up against the pros. Now, like Tom pointed out, he had an awesome cast around him, right? He had Chris Olave, Garrett Wilson, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison. He has Paris Johnson, one of the best tackles. His center is going to be a draft pick this year. He had a lot of great things working around him. I think he's going to be a very, very good quarterback in the NFL. I want to see what it's like when he unfortunately is on a Houston team that probably has worse receivers than Ohio State did last season. I mean, that's just the reality of what the Texans are working with here. They have some more picks in this upcoming draft. They have 2 next year, so maybe they bring his buddy Marvin Harrison over.
I wonder if Jackson Smith and Jigba's the pick at 12 now.
Or
they go edge. That's a real
but I think
possibility.
for Houston, there was a lot of talk and a lot of buzz about going defense. Ultimately, it seems like something from the higher-ups came down and said, we want to get our franchise quarterback. We are not starting Davis Mills week 1 this season. get us a good quarterback. And C.J. Stroud was the next best option after Bryce Young. So grade the pick for me, A, B, C, D, or F. What are we thinking here? Let me know what your grade is in the comment section. I'm going to give it a solid B+. I think for the first two quarterbacks taken in this draft, it's a bit underwhelming in the arm strength and the arm talent, but the accuracy, the precision, the touch pass, the field vision, the things you want to see in an upstairs for a quarterback is there for C.J. Stroud.
Did Houston just leak a bunch of bad picks so everyone would feel better about C.J. Stroud? Just throwing it out there. All the mocks were screwed, which is fun.
Now, a quick word from today's sponsor, Manscaped. NFL Draft is here, and the most exciting prospect is the prospect of being perfectly groomed head to toe with our friends at Manscaped. Manscaped has had long and elite downfield play with their Lawnmower 4.0. But in 2023, they have the rookie sensation, Beard Hedger, to ensure the face of your franchise is a pretty one. This 1-2 punch of men's grooming is the best acquisition for any at-home GM. So go to manscaped.com/chat and save some salary cap with our code ChatSports for 20% off plus free shipping. Shout out to Manscaped for making today's video possible. Make sure you pay them a visit. All the information you need is in the comments and the description of today's video. That is manscaped.com/chat. So C.J. Stroud is off to H-Town. The Arizona Cardinals are next on the clock, and this is when things start to get a bit mysterious. Now, if you have not subscribed, go ahead and do so. We continue to grow here at Chat Sports, so join along. Join one of the biggest YouTube sports families out there, over 330,000 strong, as C.J. Stroud is on his way to Houston, and he's going to try and make Texans fans believe again for the first time in a couple of years, because they have not really done a whole lot since a very, very upsetting, frustrating playoff exit with Deshaun Watson a few years ago. Now, with that being said, who is the better quarterback? Is it Bryce Young or is it C.J. Stroud? This is the new pin poll, so if you have not commented, make sure to also visit our pin poll as well. Tom, I think I'm going to lean Bryce Young. It's just that C.J. Stroud had an amazing game against Georgia. I'm not going to go full conference bias here, but what Bryce Young was able to do mentally against a great SEC defense. Oh, we have a trade.
The Texans. Look at this.
The Houston Texans are trading to the number 3 pick. Breaking trade news right now. Houston is back on the clock after a deal with Arizona. I'm suspecting that the Cardinals are going to get Houston's 12th overall pick in this draft, and I'm not quite sure if the other compensation is going to be a future first or some day 2 picks. But Houston is going to be back on the clock here at number 3, and this is the dream for Texans fans, right? You got the quarterback. Now you get the edge rusher you wanted at 2 as well.
Wait a minute.
Seems like a win-win.
We've got conflicting info.
Oh, no.
So one report, it's the NBA guy, says it's Will Anderson. But Schefter says they're back up to number 3. We have the wrong trade alert up there, by the way. So I would assume this is going to be Will Anderson or Tyree Wilson.
So the Texans are going to jump. I'm going to assume all this right now without seeing the details. From 12 to 3, right? Arizona is going to get the number 12 pick right now from Houston. Probably a future first. Remember, Houston has 2 firsts because of the Browns' Deshaun Watson deal in 2024, but maybe it's a boatload of second or thirds or something like that.
I would assume.
And now the question is, the pick's already in for Houston at number 3, Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson? Who are you going with, Tom?
I had initially pegged Tyree Wilson, but all the buzz the past 24 hours have been Will Anderson.
I think Will Anderson's the safe pick, but not just the safe pick. It's the right pick. The guy had, 27.5 sacks over the last 2 seasons at Alabama. He led the country in hurries, pressures, everything you look for over the last 2 seasons. He may not be the biggest edge rusher out there, but he has the best bag of tools, and he always finds a way to be on top of the quarterback. Will Anderson, to me, is the right pick for Houston, and now they get what they believe is the future at the 2 most important positions in the draft, quarterback an edge rusher. Tom, are the Texans already winning this draft with getting Stroud and Will Anderson?
I do want to see what they gave up. It is Will Anderson, by the way. That's the pick here. I do want to see what they gave up. Their second would be a little bit rich, but curious what Arizona was actually getting back in the trade market, so we'll update on that. But Will Anderson, so Houston gets their franchise quarterback, and they get an edge rusher for DeMeco Ryans. Anderson, had he been draft eligible last year, I think would have been the number 1 overall pick. I think he would have gone before Walker, before Aiden Hutchinson. My player comp here, Khalil Mack play style. Not the biggest guy, not necessarily the strongest, not the fastest, but he has a lot of success as a pass rusher. There is no reason to overthink Will Anderson. He is a top 5 player. I think he should have been the first defender drafted. He was. Houston gets a little wild with it, moves up to number 3 to acquire him. There are some useful moves. I thought he was the best player in college football in 2021. 31 TFLs, 17.5 sacks. That dipped to 17 and 10, which is still really good college production, just so we're clear on that one. Georgia, he's a Georgia fan growing up, by the way. Bulldogs did not offer him. Oops on that one. He is only one of 7 players to be a 2-time team captain alongside his now almost, I guess, rival, Bryce Young. He is the first SEC Defensive Player of the Year in back-to-back years. He joined Manti Te'o, hopefully a better career, as the second player to get the Nagurski Trophy, Lombardi Award, Bernardic Award, and the Lott Impact Trophy in the same year. 4.640 solid, by the way, from that standpoint. Now, he wasn't great against Texas. He had some issues in that game. The bend is not elite, but this is a really good football player who's my number 1 overall player. I love that in the end for the Houston Texans.
Colts are on the clock, but we have the details of the trade. So here it is. Houston and Arizona swap first-round picks 3 and 12, and the Cardinals, to go back those many spots, they pick up a second pick this year, second rounder, number 33, a 2024 first and a third, and the Texans get a 4th-round pick this year. So ultimately,
that's a quarterback cost.
First-round pick swap this year, a second round, and a very valuable one too, at pick 33, a future first. Houston does have 2 firsts in 2024.
I wonder which one it is.
That's a very good
maybe
question.
It's the lower.
Right, and so a third-round picks to go along with it too. And the Texans get a 4th-round pick this year.
Man, Arizona's hyped right now.
What's interesting is I didn't think Arizona would get that much.
I did not either.
Because they were begging for someone to trade with them. I thought you might be able to lowball them for the number 3 pick. Ultimately, they get a good ransom. They move back to 12, and I'll make the pick for Arizona right now. It's the best offensive lineman at the number 12 spot.
Yeah, I wonder if they had their eyes on Paris Johnson. That's been plenty of buzz on that front there. Maybe Tyree Wilson falls. That could make some sense. But I am very impressed by what Arizona was able to get back. That's a pretty big deal for them. That's a pretty big deal.
Yep, so Arizona gets a good King's ransom for the number 3 pick, a future first, pick number 33. Remember, the Cardinals lost their 3rd-round pick earlier today due to some tampering with the Jonathan Gannon
Weird
hire.
stuff, yeah.
So they kind of recouped some of those assets they lost, and ultimately they were able to move back and get Paris Johnson, Darnell Wright, some tackle that's going to keep Kyler Murray healthy when he returns to the field. But Will Anderson, you are a Houston Texan. Texans fans have to be elated right now, right? You walk away with the endless debates they've probably been having.
Concern of Wilson and Levis.
Do we go Stroud? Do we go Anderson? Why not both, right? Why not get both the guys that they want at number 2, and now they get them at number 3? I'm actually okay with giving up a future first. Was that 1st-round pick going to be as good as Will Anderson? I'm going to call up my shot right now and say probably not. So I think getting the guy over having some picks that you hope could be the guy is the right move for Houston. They get the best pass rusher in this draft class and a very, very, very good quarterback too.
By the way, we are 70 likes away, or maybe 80 likes away from another Bean Boozle. So like that video. And good pick.
Yeah, so grade the Texans draft so far. It's an A+ for me. I love this trade here. I saw Daniel Jeremiah mock this trade, and I thought Daniel Jeremiah should be the Texans GM. Sure enough, they read his mock, and they thought it was a good idea as well. C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson go to Houston. The Texans are now done for a little bit of time here. They don't have their number 12 pick anymore. That belongs to Arizona. They don't have their early second rounder, so they'll be waiting for a while. But they have two blue-chip players, in my opinion, in C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson.
All
so
right.
make sure to subscribe. And we have the number 4 pick from the Indianapolis
I knew it wasn't Will
Colts.
Levis. I refuse to believe that rumor.
Indy goes Anthony Richardson, quarterback out of Florida. I have some strong feelings about him.
Do you want to
So,
go
Tom,
first? How about you go first then?
I don't know. I think you should be positive before I start coming down and rain down in the parade.
We'll end on a high note.
So the 21-year-old quarterback, he's got all the size and speed you dream of. He's 6'4", 244. He runs like a running back. He is as tall as an outside linebacker. He has the physical traits that you are always seeking for in a quarterback. An extremely strong arm, an absolute cannon. There was a video that came out of him on his knees chucking it 65 yards. He's got the ability to rush with the football as well. Here's some more scouting report information. He could use some more touch to his throws. He's got a bazooka of an arm. Sometimes you don't need to throw it 1,000,000 miles an hour at your targets, though. So he needs to find some touch. He needs to get some more overall knowledge upstairs of reading defenses and whatnot, and not just look to tuck it and run or look for the deep ball every time. Immense upside, right? If you are able to harness a 6'4", extremely athletic quarterback, there is a lot to be excited about. Here's the downside. Look at the production from last season. You would think someone who just got the rap sheet that I gave them would complete more than 53% of their passes, throw for more than 2,500 yards, and toss more than 17 touchdowns. So the production level is not there. He does not have a ton of career under his belt. He is not one of the quarterbacks we've seen lately who's 25 and has 4 or 5 years of starting experience. No, he does not have that type of resume yet, but he has the physical tools you look for. I've seen some people comp him as Cam Newton as we bring Tom Downey back in the mix. To those of you, I say Cam Newton won a Heisman and a national championship when he was in college. The production was not there for Anthony Richardson. I thought he would go to a spot that could develop him for a year. Maybe like a Minnesota who could sit him behind Kirk Cousins. Instead, he will be tossed into the starting mix unless Gardner Minshew wins the job early on, I think.
Yeah, so a couple notes on that. Overall, really good stuff there. You have a freak athlete here in Anthony Richardson, who is one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen at quarterback, given the size. This is it's the rare human theory for the NFL draft. Draft the people who are aliens. 6'4.5", 244, and runs a 4.4 340. He's an elite athlete for a tight end, let alone a quarterback right there. Contact balance is unbelievable. Touchdowns, 5 of them of over 45 yards the past 2 years. The upside is there. And I think the mobility in the modern day NFL is essential. And it allows you to set yourself up in position to buy time. By being mobile, being an athlete, you can have that, I'd say honestly, higher floor to learn and grow as a pure passer. I know the Cam Newton comp is popular. He's built a lot like Dante Culpepper was. That's more of the athletic upside that I think you see with Anthony Richardson there. He's not an accurate player right now. The big issue is, and we'll go really nerdy here, when he drops back and throws, his hips open too early. And when the hips open, he tends to miss high. And that's why there are accuracy issues. All the problems with Richardson, though, are fixable. It's a matter of, will he fix them? And he has to learn more about just tougher NFL stuff in terms of playbooks, all that stuff. It makes it challenging, but he is my number 3 quarterback.
Tom, this is the ultimate boomer bust pick. Really, this is the epitome of crazy high ceiling, but could also be out of the league before his rookie contract is up, right? If he can't get the accuracy issues down, there are major concerns. Make sure to subscribe, by the way, 163 subs away. But for me,
I'll do a shot for 300 or 300.
I've got major concerns. This is the type of pick that GMs get fired over if they get it wrong. So we are going to be very, very cautious to see how this unfolds for Indianapolis. I did not think he would get drafted to a team that would plan to start him week 1. I don't think Indy is a better option. Gardner Minshew is a really, really good backup, and he could be the week 1 starter if Richardson has a bad training camp, and that's a okay start for Indy, but this is going to be a very interesting development. Okay, make sure to subscribe. The producers in my ears are dying for you guys to subscribe. So once we reach our next subscriber milestone, we can get back to talking about NFL draft coverage. We're 163 subs away. Help us grow the channel. Let us get to 332,000 subs here at Chat Sports. We've already picked up 1,000 today, so join a very, very rapidly growing YouTube community. Now, more on Anthony Richardson here as we get ready for the Seattle Seahawks selection at number 5. Tom, this is where Jalen Carter goes?
I think so. I think that's been the production, unless they like try to trade down because they wanted Richardson or something there. But hey, 129 more. Once we get there, it's a shot for you guys. Once we get there.
Ian Rappaport tweeting out, the phones are ringing in Seattle.
Got to be
now,
Philly.
The Seahawks have 2 picks, of course, number 5 and number 20. I would envision.
They love moving down.
I would think they would stay put and take what could be the best player in this draft,
unless they don't want
Carter.
Unless they don't want Carter.
Right. Unless they have concerns with the character issues surrounding Jalen Carter and the unfortunate fatal car accident that took place in Athens following the national championship when Jalen Carter was doing some high speeding down the highway and resulted in a tragic death of 2 other people. So I could see why teams have issues with not just the legality elements of things, but also, unfortunately, some questions have come in whether or not he loves football to be the number 5 pick in the draft, right? Is he just an awesome football prospect that doesn't have to work hard and he's been able to get through college football because of his God-given ability? That's not going to always work in the NFL. Is he going to have that extra motor in him to make sure that he can be the best player that he can be? Now, we have some best player availables here with 4 picks in the books already. Thank you to all of our new subscribers as Tom continues to throw back shots. You should see him at the end of day 3.
I'm gonna try to be better
Last
this
year
year.
was something else. Drake London. Bijan Robinson at number 2. Peter Skoronski comes in at 3. Devin Witherspoon from Illinois is Tom's 4th best player available. Tom, what do you have on Christian Gonzalez and the rest of your list here?
Yeah, I think these guys are going to be maybe the Branch, Mayer, Wilson end up being there a little bit longer, especially Branch and Michael Mayer I think will last longer. I've long felt good about Devin Witherspoon, number 6. Now, if Seattle trades down, maybe something else happens, and that doesn't end up being the case. But I think Carter's picking 5. But who's picking at 5? That's what I don't know about.
Yep, that's the question. So the first pick of the draft, if you are just joining us, Bryce Young. The second pick, C.J. Stroud. Houston traded back to the 3rd pick to get Will Anderson, and now we've got Anthony Richardson in a spot where a lot of people thought Will Levis would go.
I knew it wasn't Levis. That's the one thing I've gotten right so far.
I mean,
Bryce Young.
I want to compliment Ballard in Indianapolis for not screwing it up with Will Levis, but I'm not an Anthony Richardson believer, and this is going to be interesting because 2 picks separate Stroud and Richardson. 2 AFC South teams in a division that's not wide open with Jacksonville, but definitely doesn't have a juggernaut that no one can compete with. So which quarterback is going to yield their team to be the next big AFC South team? Is it going to be Stroud in H-Town or Richardson in Indy? We have a super chat to catch up on here as we await the pick from Seattle at number 5. The Cowboys will get Brian Branch.
Talk dirty to me.
Seattle is staying put at 5. They could not make a trade, and the pick is in. We'll have that on screen for you as soon as we know it, but Seattle stays put at 5. I have to imagine this is going to be Jalen Carter. If not, this is when chaos will erupt.
Yeah.
I don't think they go
already had some, frankly.
I don't think Seattle's going to go with Devin Witherspoon or Christian Gonzalez, right? They don't really need another corner. But that's kind of generational talent that's hard to pass on. So if it's not Carter, Tom, who could it be? It's not going to be an offensive lineman.
Tyree Wilson would be my guess. Like, I have long thought it's Jalen Carter. So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I've long thought that would end up being the case there.
Wow.
I'm not going to lie and pretend I knew it was coming, but I was wrong. It's fine.
We have the pick. It was not what I thought it was going to be. And if your mock draft was perfect so far, I think this is the spot where it gets busted. Because the pick is in. It is the cornerback out of Illinois, Devin Witherspoon. Just as I said, I don't think they go corner. What do I know? They make a very good pick, and the best player probably still on the board, the Illinois cornerback, Devin Witherspoon.
I really thought he was a Lion. So that one did not come true at all. I think he would have been the pick, but he goes off the board earlier. He's my number one corner. I'm a big fan of his game, so I'm not going to be mad at the pick at all. Witherspoon, 31 1/4 inch arms, 5'11 and a half, 181. He is a slender corner. Again, this is a class of outliers in general. Witherspoon fits that mold, but he does have the mentality of more of a Jair Alexander. Alexander probably a slightly better athlete, although 4'4", 340 is pretty damn good for Witherspoon. He plays well beyond his size. He is physical, he is tough, and he hits a lot harder than he should for a player of that build. I forget who made it, but someone comped him as Cam Chancellor as a corner. So I think that will go over very well for Seahawks fans out there. This is my kind of corner. He was awesome this past year at Illinois. Targeted 63 times, 22 catches allowed. That was it. That's under 35% completion rate. That is the best one out there. 206 yards allowed, 3 interceptions, 14 pass breakups, 0 touchdowns, and I did have 6 flags. He gets a little bit grabby. I don't know if he always touches or trusts his long speed there. Tweaked his hamstring at the combine, kept him out for a little bit, had a later pro day. He is a skinnier player. He will miss some tackles trying to go for the big hit there. But a Devin Witherspoon, Tyreek Woolen combination at corner for Seattle is a hell of a lot of fun as a bit of a surprise pick here for the Seattle Seahawks. It's not Jalen Carter. It's not a trade down. It's Devin Witherspoon out of Illinois, but I'm a big fan of his game.
Maybe Jalen Carter was a home run pick, but Devin Witherspoon is a triple, right? You know what you're going to get, and it's a very good football player. He was a no-star recruit coming out of college, winded up by Illinois, and he made the most of his opportunities there. He is just the best corner in this draft class in terms of instincts, ball skills. He always seems to put himself in the best situation to make a play. And for and for Seattle, they begin to recreate their Legion of Boom, right? With a 5th-round pick last year, Tyreek Woolen, and now Devin Witherspoon from Urbana-Champaign goes to the Pacific Northwest, and Seattle is starting to put together the defense that we all remember getting them very far in the postseason about 10 years ago right now. So Witherspoon is off to Seattle. Did not see this pick coming, but I don't dislike this pick because it is a great player. And I'm always in the business of best player available. And it might not be in Witherspoon. Jalen Carter is going to be something that people talk about for a long time if he goes on to have a great NFL career. But Witherspoon's going to have a very, very solid career as well. Super chat from Matthew Jackson. A 300-pound defensive tackle landing on anybody is going to hurt. Talking about Bryce Young being maybe a bit on the smaller size. You're absolutely right. I am never going to enlist myself to get sacked or get brought down by a 300-pound defensive tackle, but I think an extra 30 or 40 pounds could soften the blow a little bit. $1 super chat from OG Lil Sean. OG Lil Sean, thank you for your support of us here at Chat Sports. The Last Silametto, just 99-cent super chat.
A new super chat. First time.
New super
Thank
chat.
You.
Welcome aboard.
Time,
Good to have you here. First time super chatter. El Capitan 22. Houston hopes Stroud isn't trying to impress any ladies. There it is. Yeah, I walked myself into that part right there during the Manscaped read. Yeah. So we'll let you guys read the rest of that. Andrew J. Taylor. Will Anderson will lead the Seahawks to greatness?
This, of course, came in before the Will Anderson trade up by the Houston Texans.
I think the Seahawks would have loved to have had Will Anderson, but Devin Witherspoon is a very good pick as well. Ron, I'm off facts. Oh, there it goes. Okay. Gwendolyn D. Hill.
It was just a your mom joke. It was fine.
All right.
It didn't bother me. It's fine.
Dial Fins got a meme pick in the pre-show.
I think this is referring to like the template of like the dry run the NFL does, and I think just randomized picks. So there were a lot of meme picks in there.
I see.
That's what that was. So.
I got you. Okay. Now we have the Detroit Lions on the clock at pick number 6. No pick is in just yet. This could be Tyree Wilson or Christian Gonzalez, I think.
I don't know. I thought they were going to take Witherspoon, so I don't know anymore.
I know. That's where I'm at, too, where I'm trying to recalibrate a little bit here. Now, Tom, tell everyone about the awesome deal we've got going on here.
Yes. Every $10 super chat you submit puts you in the raffle for our giveaway today. That is going to be an NFL draft hat, the official ones of your choice. So every team you love, we'll get you a draft hat for you if you win the $10 super chat, or the raffle for it. Every $10 gets you entered. 5 and below, that does not count. It's got to be 10. And then the MVP of today's show, which is the largest individual super chat, which right now is Mike Dibble at $400. So 401 to upset Mike and take it away. We will send you a custom NFL jersey of your choice. So he's a Browns fan, right?
Absolutely.
It can say Dibble on the back if you want. That's your Super Chat MVP to the jersey winner, or for the MVP, I should say, gets the jersey. 400 is the high right now, but there's a trade, Petey.
We've got
another
a trade.
one.
The Cardinals are jumping back up into the top 10. The Lions probably panicked when Devin Witherspoon got picked. Arizona's going from 12 to 6, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And with that 6th pick, I got to envision this is going to be Paris Johnson. They keep Kyler Murray healthy.
They've been linked to him. I think they like Tyree Wilson a little bit too. So it's a 1st and a 2nd going to the Detroit Lions here. So some expensive trades so far. A bit higher than the projected one there. So 1st and a 2nd to the Lions. They moved down. I think they did want Devin Witherspoon. That's what that tells me. Trading down there means that they wanted him.
Yep. So once they had their number 1 guy get taken, Detroit fields a call from Arizona. They move back. That's not the pick, the 2nd rounder that Detroit is getting from Houston. That is the Cardinals' own 2nd round pick.
So they keep
at 34.
the higher one.
So in compensation for moving back 6 spots, Arizona tosses a 2nd round pick over to the Motor City. And I think it's a pretty fair trade all around. I don't know if you got a clear-cut winner or loser. I thought you could get a little bit more than just a 2nd.
I think that's pretty good value to trade back with the more updated ones. I think that's a pretty big get there.
So now the question is, did Arizona jump back into the top 10 because they're shocked Tyree Wilson is there? Or is it because they wanted to get their guy all along at Paris Johnson
We got the pick.
and didn't want to wait? We got the pick in?
We have the pick in.
Well, here we go. We called it. Paris Johnson, the Ohio State Buckeye, is off to the desert, and he will be the new left tackle most likely down for Arizona to try and keep Kyler Murray healthy once he comes back from his ACL injury. Tom, your initial thoughts on Paris Johnson to the Cardinals?
Hey, taking trench players, never a bad idea. Outside of Peter Skoronski, if you want to count him as in guard in this scenario, Paris Johnson Jr. is my number 1 highest graded offensive tackle in this year's class. Protecting your franchise investment in Kyler Murray or whoever it is next certainly makes some sense. Paris Johnson, 6'6" and 3/8 inches, 313 pounds, 36 and 1/8 inch arms. Unbelievable frame for the offensive lineman. Teams that value that will be very excited. He's the opposite of Peter Skoronski in that standpoint. Allowed 2 sacks this year. Really good run blocker, 12 hurries. There is some polish that's needed. I think the hand usage in particular can use some growth from that standpoint. Michigan and Georgia, the better edges, gave him some trouble. Both of his sacks and 6 of his 14 pressures came in those 2 games. You know, he skipped the drills in his pro day, but looked really fluid there, so I'm not concerned. He's played left tackle. He's played right guard. I think he played every spot then except for center. Really great athlete. Great size, length. He can add some mass, get heavier if he wants to. I do not believe he has hit his ceiling quite yet, and this is a very intelligent person as well. Began his career at St. Xavier High School out of Cincinnati, go Bombers. Flipped to Princeton to graduate early, then enroll early at Ohio State. 4.0 GPA in high school, graduated in 3 years in college, academic All-Big Ten team 2 times, already has a foundation to benefit disabled vets, disadvantaged students, so good kid. I think the coaches love him, good football player, of course, as well. He's been training with Big Willie Anderson, the Bengals should-be Hall of Famer. He's not yet, of course, there, since high school there. First-round grade for me. If you're worried about Skoronski's arm length, this was my next best option there on the offensive line. The Cardinals basically trade down, trade back up. So they trade down, get an extra future first, and take the guy then I guess they were going to draft at number 3 overall in Paris Johnson Jr. out of the Arizona Cardinals. So big-time selection there for Arizona as they continue to build around, in theory, Kyler Murray or somebody else. The best available then for the Las Vegas Raiders. Jalen Carter is there. His mini slide ongoing. Under 6.5 for Carter. That was a safe bet. Didn't hit there. There you go. I had Christian. My final mock, I had Christian Gonzalez as the pick here. I think the Raiders like Paris Johnson too. He's off the board. The Raiders have needs, man. The Raiders have needs. Who's a Raider, Carter or Gonzalez? They're thinking it's Jalen Carter. They got needs along both trenches at cornerback too. So I think the Raiders make a lot of sense there. I'm excited to see what the reaction is out of Mitchell Renz. Just make the good pick. That's all I got to do there. So let's see. I think we got a couple super chats we can hit here as well. We're also 200 likes away from 4,000 from that standpoint. So my best available: Carter, Bijan, Skoronski, Christian Gonzalez. I also wouldn't be overly shocked. I think the Eagles want Jalen Carter. That was the buzz leading up to today. They're a couple picks away at 10. Could they find a way to go get him in this year's draft? We'll wait and see. Super chat time from OG Lil Sean, $5. Still say Jameis Winston needs to retire in New Orleans, open a seafood restaurant, and name it Crab Legs. It's a great idea, my friend. That is a fantastic idea. Real G taking JC if he falls. I don't know which team this is in reference to. I think Philadelphia likes him a lot. They were allegedly trying to move up there. Again, was that Arizona leaking stuff? I don't know. We'll find out. But Carter, best player on the board. Off the field concerns, entering the combine. People had him as the number 1 overall player. Now he's available still at number 7 overall. First time super chatter from Natter Cakes. Thank you, my friend. $1. Actually, 2 different $1 super chats on that front. Thank you very much. Andrew J. Taylor, Arizona State Rod Tidwell. His agent is Goofy. Of course, this came in, I think actually just before the Paris Johnson pick, or right around it there. Paris Johnson, the last selection here to the Arizona Cardinals, a new franchise left tackle. They do have DJ Humphries. Wonder if Johnson plays on the right side to begin his career in Arizona. That is certainly a possibility there. So Johnson, the last pick, and the Las Vegas Raiders on the clock. Will Levis, the only quarterback left on the board here. At least of the notable ones from that standpoint. And Jalen Carter, the rest of the tackles still left there. Who is the best player left in the NFL draft? Sound off in the comments section. We'll give some shout-outs here. Best player in the NFL draft that's left. You can just edit this one. Gonzalez, Will Levis, Jalen Carter, Weston Stapleton says me, Bijan Robinson, Carter, me, Carter, Zay Flowers, Bijan, Levis, Carter, Bryce, Bijan, Ben Simmons, Siaka Ika, Nolan Smith. I will shout out Gabe Flores. I think it's funny. He's got Bend Over as the best player left in the class. Zay Flowers, Carter, Caleb Williams not draft eligible, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bijan, Keely Ringo, Brett Maher, Bryce Young's gone. Best player left in this year's draft. Christian Gonzalez, Will Levis, Matt Landers is in there. Get Will framed. Jackson Smith and Jigba, JSN, Christian Gonzalez, Stetson Bennett, Matt Landers. Matt Landers might be a 7th round pick, day 3 pick there. Johnston, Dak Prescott is in there. Bennett, JC. Now we're just naming non-players here. So there you go. Non-drafted was Jordan Addison. There we go. I shouldn't have engaged with the bend over one because now it's just a bunch of dirty names in there, which is funny. It's funny. It's very funny. But I appreciate it there. Jalen Hyatt, Stetson Bennett, of course, is not the case. Darnell Wright, that's a fun one. Jackson Smith and Jigba, more Jalen Carters, Jahmyr Gibbs, Bryce Ford Wheaton, Steve Avila, Matthew Bergeron. That is my official surprise first-round pick. Matthew Bergeron out of Syracuse. See if that actually ends up happening, but I know Will would like that. Who will welcome here momentarily. Broderick Jones, Jordan Addison, Jake Moody. We got a kicker in there. Leon Sandcastle. I'll engage with that one. That one's funny. Nolan Smith, Jamie Robinson. Ray Finkel. Laces out there, Finkel. Nolan Smith, Tank Dell, DeMarvion Overshone, Josh Downs, Bennett, And now we're just naming NBA players, which is the NFL draft, of course, what's going on right now, which is pretty funny as far as I'm concerned from that standpoint. So that Taylor McCoy, that's a fun one too. That's a fun name. It's a fun name. Bumper Pool, DeMar. Someone hit some of the super chats that just came in here. I'll go rapid fire here, Jackie boy. Attaboy. Darnell Washington in there too. All right. From Ron, I'm a fax. Your mama was a snowblower, Johnny 5. It's funny. S Cam, $2. Thank you, my friend. Gerard Berg, chances of Dallas landing Keely Ringo. Possible. I think he probably goes before their second round pick, but after their first round pick, so might not make the most sense there in the end. The pick is in for the Las Vegas Raiders. I had thought this would be Christian Gonzalez. Tyree Wilson is off the board as we welcome Will Scott in to take over some hosting duties there. So another surprise.
I didn't see this one coming. I was thinking, like you said, maybe Christian Gonzalez. Will Levis, I was not expecting to be on the board here. Raiders rumored to maybe be taking a quarterback, but they go with Tyree Wilson, who at the start of the nighttime we're thinking might be the number 2 overall pick.
Hey, this is better than Cleveland Ferrell 2.0.
Yes, I would say that. Tyree, I think there's some value here at number 7. I'm still trying to process what the Texans just did, but like you said, Tyree might have been going to the Texans. Instead, they take Will Anderson, C.A. Stroud. Wilson falls a little bit, which we were thinking he might fall if he slides past the Texans at 2 and number 3. Here he is going number 7 to the Raiders.
Yeah, Tyree Wilson is another massive human being, almost 6'6", 271, 35 and 3/8 arms. You can tell by the photo here, his hands kind of go right down to his knees. That's very unusual for length perspectives there. 22 now, he turns 23 just after the draft. I do think he remains a project in many ways, but the size, the athletic ability, the upside, all of that is why he was just outside my top 10, my number 2 edge behind Will Anderson in this year's class. Dominant pressure rate this year. 50 pressures, 19.5% rate. Only 7 sacks, so got to be a bit better finisher there. The burst he shows at this size, when he doesn't have the false steps, is very impressive. He plays with really good pad level for his height, despite being so big he can get low. It is still more traits-based than it is polish-based. There's a lot of false steps, and he does still play pretty high overall because he's 6'6" there. A little bit of a late bloomer overall. Did break his foot late this year. That's why there was no athletic testing for Tyree Wilson. Born in Alaska, 2 years at A&M, goes to Texas Tech. I believe this is the highest drafted Tech player since this guy named Patrick Mahomes. He's a project in so many ways, but when you are this big, this athletic, and frankly, this still productive with the upside that you carry, teams are always going to bet on this dude in round 1. So it is a significant move here for the Raiders as they focus on trench players, not offensive line or corner, but defensive line instead.
Here's what Dan Brugler of the Athletics said about him. Wilson plays too upright and needs to become craftier and more strategic in his pass rush, but his length, speed, and raw power are outstanding foundational traits. His ascending tools are ripe for development, and he has Pro Bowl potential. He should be the first Texas Tech defender ever drafted in the top 20, and now he is the number 7 overall pick here to Las Vegas. And I guess they wanted to go defense here, Tom, and they took the best defensive player on the board.
They did. So they get Wilson. Clearly had him graded over Christian Gonzalez. Maybe he's a fit for the Falcons at 8. There's been plenty of Nolan Smith, Gonzalez, and even some Bijan Robinson here. Did not think Gonzalez would be here for the Falcons. Jalen Carter's also there for them now. So we should have some fun outcomes here with only 7 picks in and some chaos and surprises.
I'm curious
already.
to see what the Eagles do if it's between Bijan and Jalen at 10.
The buzz was they loved Jalen Carter, and they were allegedly trying to trade up for him. Now, maybe they trade up with the Falcons to jump the Bears?
Now, that report that teams were trying to trade up to number 3 to take Carter, we were talking about maybe it was the Cardinals leaking that. Do you think that was Carter's agent, Drew Rosenhaus? Maybe
it's
trying
possible.
because he's fallen here to number 8. I'm surprised that he's still on the board.
It is a bit of a surprise
Yeah,
so far.
very surprised. I thought he'd go to Seattle at number 5. They go with Witherspoon, Paris Johnson at 6, Tyree Wilson at 7. Now we await the Atlanta Falcons selection at number 8 overall. Like the video if you haven't already. Trying to get to 4,500 likes.
70 or 65
50%.
away, and
Yes.
you're up next, Will.
Oh, I'm up next.
You're up
Okay.
next.
Did you do one when I was
did
gone?
do one. I got screwed.
Oh!
Brandon, super chat MVP.
500. LaValle, Brandon LaValle.
Let's do some shots.
Oh, bring me a shot glass. Man,
Let's do shots. Grab my good one.
that's unbelievable.
There we go.
Brandon takes the lead. Wow.
Brandon LaValle, 500.
Oh, that's wild.
Loving the coverage. Let's go, Cowboys. Long live Tom Downey. Come on, Cowboys. Win the draft.
Here, pour me up one there for our
DC
friend
for
Brandon.
life. Brandon
That's
LaValle
unbelievable. That's
takes down
unbelievable.
Mike Dibble. There you go.
This thing's far from over, though.
There you go, Willie Fiends.
Thank you very much. The pick is in for Atlanta.
We'll go to Liddy Cam, announce the pick. Brandon LaValle, cheers to you, my guy. He's getting a jersey.
Brandon.
Unless someone beats him.
Brandon. Who's that 8?
Brandon
Tom? Who's that number
LaValle.
8?
The Falcons pick is in. Bijan Robinson.
Oh, wow.
Off the board
Wow.
to the Atlanta Falcons.
Wow.
Jack is claiming victory for him being an Arizona boy, just like he is.
Now,
The rumors were real on this one, at least.
He's not just an Arizona boy, he's a Tucson, Arizona boy. Let's go.
So why did you go to Arizona State then? I'm trolling. All right, Bijan Robinson, the running back, is off the board. Something tells me this was an Arthur Smith selection because this is the type of player Arthur Smith freaking loves. 5-star recruit who did live up to it. Elite production at Texas. There's not many complaints I have with him. He's not a top-end burner, but it's not like a 4.64 40 is slow, or a 4.46 40 is slow. Like, that's really good. There's room to grow as a pass blocker, but he's better than most guys coming out of college. A little high in the fumbles overall, but he had 2 this year, 3 in 2021, 1 in 2020. Like, I see a complete running back, averaged 4.4 yards per carry after contact, has a fantastic build, the modern build you want, 5'11", 215. He can catch. For me, he doesn't quite run the same way, but he can be the good version of Zeke we saw at the beginning of his career. Right. Like, that's the type of guy that he could be. I've seen a lot of Edgerrin James comparisons. He's not quite as big as these two players. I like Deuce McAllister, Matt Forte comps. Like that upper end, like Matt Forte was awesome for the Bears for a very long time. Deuce McAllister was great. Do you remember, Will, that ESPN Frankenstein running back memed graphic that was just garbage? It was David Montgomery had the feet of Saquon. No, he didn't. The vision of Prime Lev Bell. No, he didn't. The strength of Zeke. Kind of. Athletic ability of Sonny Michel doesn't work for Bijan Robinson. He's better athlete than Sonny Michel is. Yeah. This is the best running back, even better than Saquon Barkley for me. The Falcons will run the football. It's a logical fit. It just comes down to how much do you value the running back. Atlanta, top 8 in the end here.
This is a situation where I love the player. I don't love the pick.
Because of the running back value.
Because the Falcons have Tyler Algier, who was phenomenal in his rookie season. They have Cordero Patterson. They have Caleb Huntley. They did not need a running back. I think they should have bolstered up the secondary here. Taking Christian Gonzalez, that pick would have made a lot more sense to me. Bijan's an outstanding player. Best running back in this draft. I think he's a surefire star in the NFL. I'm not saying that he's not, but the Falcons did not need a running back here. Taking Bijan a little bit later on, maybe trading back, okay. But using the number 8 overall pick on a running back when you don't need a running back, I'm not crazy about it.
It is like time for being boozled. It is either strawberry banana smoothie,
okay,
or dead fish.
So last time I had toasted marshmallow.
I am the only one who's gotten an objectively bad one.
So here we go.
Even toothpaste isn't bad.
Here we go.
Let's see. Every 500 likes, we'll do it. I think he's okay. Taking a long time. He doesn't know what it is. He just thinks it's not dead fish.
What's the other one?
Strawberry banana smoothie. Oh wait, is this peach?
This is peach.
Ah,
Because I was like, wait a minute.
They're very similar designs on
I was
this,
like,
so.
this is not dead fish, but it's not strawberry banana.
Will stays winning on that front there. So here we go. Next 500 likes. I guess it's my turn again, unless Sam wants to do it. He's scared.
Got to get Sam involved.
Trade alert. Trade alert. Uh-oh. Eagles jumping up a spot. This has to be Jalen Carter, right?
It's got to be.
This has to be Jalen Carter.
It's got to be. So
unless Gonzalez? Because I think
Carter.
what Philly's doing here is preventing somebody else from jumping them. That's why you move up one spot.
Chicago, that was the rumor. They might trade back from 9.
Yeah.
And so teams were probably calling Chicago, trying to get up to get Carter, knowing Philadelphia was going to take Carter at number 10. So like you said.
Yeah, no details yet. I'd say, what do they have here with those picks? Like a late 4 is the rough value. Maybe they get a little bit less since maybe they communicated what the pick would be there. Eagles, the Eagles, a little light on capital. I'm not sure what they gave up to move up here. Well, we'll check back in on that.
I mean, one spot, it can't be anything crazy.
Shouldn't be too crazy, yeah.
Now,
but I assume it's Carter.
Did you think that, because we talked about the possibility of Texans moving up, did you think they're going to have to give up that much to move up to 3?
I did not.
That was a lot.
Cardinals won that trade.
You think?
Value-wise.
I think both sides might be happy with that. Pick is in here for wait. Okay.
Stand by.
Shout out your favorite team in the meantime. Got Mamba Legend saying, Niner gang. Colby, all about the Titans. We'll see who they pick here in a second. Brandon Murphy, 49ers. Gentle, Texans.
Yeah.
Good night for you.
We'll come back to this one in depth after we do the pick here.
Okay.
So. All right.
And the pick is in for Philadelphia. They trade up one spot to take Jalen Carter, the defensive tackle from Georgia. They have loved him this entire draft process. They move up one spot, making sure nobody jumps them to get him. Jalen Carter, Philadelphia. We knew this was a possibility at the start of the night.
2024 fourth going to the Bears, by the way, as part of this deal. Let's start with the positives of Jalen Carter. I think we mostly know the positives and negatives overall. He's been a very talked about player here. Disruptive 3 technique. He gets to reunite with Jordan Davis now. And I remember watching all those Georgia players last year, and I'm like, what the hell is this 88 kid that keeps flashing? And it was Jalen Carter, and he had a higher grade for me than the other Georgia defensive players last year, even number 1 overall pick Trayvon Walker. He's normally a pretty good tackler for a defensive lineman. Got great power. You talk about, I've never seen somebody be the block shedder that the Bosa's were coming out of Ohio State. They were like unsticky. Like they would just shed guys immediately and be free. But for a defensive tackle, Jalen Carter's up there. Elite block breaker ability. He also has 3 special teams blocks in his career as well. Great burst. He's a fantastic athlete despite the lack of testing we got. The production has not been elite. This is absolutely a go watch the film version, not just scout the box score for Jalen Carter. He is a fantastic athlete. The reason why he's even available at number 9 in the first place is the off the field. And there was the general claim of character concerns from Todd McShay, which were real. Now, the issue is, if you're going to say that stuff, you got to say what it is. So I will. The general issues for Jalen Carter, immaturity stuff. Now, maybe not always locked in the way he should be. But he's also, by the way, young kid. He's 22 years old. Like, there is some general immaturity stuff there. That was all not like anything that would prevent you from drafting him. But then it comes out with you are allegedly racing and the accident that tragically kills a teammate and a staffer. You show up heavy to your pro day. You add, what was the exact number? You added almost 10 pounds of excess weight. You couldn't finish your pro day drills. All of those things are red flags. I also think that so often we talk about players and prospects as like things and not people, and we treat them as assets because at the core, that's what the draft is. You're taking an asset. You're trying to grow your business, trying to grow your organization there. And I think we sometimes forget about the human aspect, and I think for Jalen Carter, I think he was going through some stuff, man.
Yeah.
Like I think just from a person perspective, everything he dealt with from that time to the combine and afterwards was rough. That's a lot. That's
very well
through.
said,
So,
Tom. Because like you said, he was involved in that accident that tragically killed a teammate and staffer, both of whom he was friends with. You can only imagine, what he was going through. No, I think he made a very good point there.
Yeah, I think the general immaturity stuff of just not always being locked in, got to be pushed a little bit harder. You can make that work. You put him in the right system. I think Philadelphia was a great spot for him. You can maximize him. My player comp, Jonathan Allen, the Commanders. Who
like
also
that.
fell for a difference. He had a shoulder red flag that ended up being just fine. He was my number 3 player in that class. Carter's my number 2. Just got to put him in the right spot to have success, and this will end up being a great pick for Philadelphia.
Yeah.
But there is some concerns now.
Yeah, this guy's an absolute stud. First-team All-American, first-team All-SEC, 32 tackles, 7 tackles for loss. Like you said, he's got all the tools to be really good in the NFL, and I think a big part of it was the fit. Where was he going to go? And I think Philadelphia is a great fit. You join a team that was in the Super Bowl last year, one of the best defenses in the league, well-coached defense, and I think that he's going to really be an impact player day one on that Philadelphia defense.
All right, first team we see, we'll talk about them. Then some super chats here. Oh, the trade, by the way, 2024 fourth. So
Right.
pretty cheap move. Future picks are valued about 1 round less, so a 5th.
Yeah.
Bears weren't going to take Jalen Carter. That's what that tells me.
And that's a good deal for Philadelphia because you wanted to eliminate the risk of somebody trying to trade up in front of you and get Carter because everyone knew that Philly was probably going to take Carter at number 10 if he was still on the board. Chicago is trying to trade back. I wonder if Chicago does, in fact, take somebody here at 10.
Been pretty heavily.
Or maybe
Lineman's been linked heavily, so
Okay.
I would assume it's a lineman. I'd say
Skoronski?
Skoronski, Jones, or Darnell Wright. I'd be surprised if it wasn't a lineman, frankly.
Okay. Yeah, I'm with you. And they went after McGlinchey in free agency. They didn't land him. They were linked to Orlando Brown Jr., didn't land him. So I think an offensive lineman, maybe tackle, makes a lot of sense here for the Chicago Bears because Justin Fields, this is a make or break year for him. You want him to be well protected. You went out and got DJ Moore. You've added some weapons for him. You got to get that offensive line right, though.
All right, Will. First team you see we'll talk about. 3, 2, 1. Who is it?
We got Vivo saying Giants.
Okay. We're a good 15 picks away from them, barring a surprise trade
Marshall
up
Green will
here
be joining you here for
yes,
that.
He will be joining us in a little bit. So we'll go quick on the Giants. Defensive back could make some sense still. Receiver could certainly make some sense. Some late buzz of like center, which I'd be pretty surprised by. Giants already traded for Darren Waller. I've seen some tight end mocks them. It doesn't really make any sense to me, just in terms of the value, the ability from that standpoint. So just the fits, all that's very confusing. So I like receiver or corner for the Giants. See what happens here in a little bit.
Looking at the Giants, they pick here late first round. It's going to be interesting to see which receiver is on the board. And I do believe that the best receiver on the board is going to be a New York Giant at number 25. We'll have to wait and see. NFL Daily is presented by Manscaped. If you go to manscaped.com/chat and use promo code chat, you're going to get 20% off plus free shipping on the Lawnmower 4.0, as well as their new beard hedger. My beard's been staying fresh thanks to Manscaped. 20% off plus free shipping, manscaped.com/chat. The pick is in for the Chicago Bears, and it is an offensive tackle, as we both have been speculating, Tom. Darnell Wright from the University of Tennessee.
Plug-and-play option at right tackle, which is what the Bears, I think, were looking for. I thought, maybe it's Skoronski. You play Broderick Jones over there. They're going to go with the more natural fit on the right side. Darnell Wright out of Tennessee has taken massive steps forward, particularly this past year. Now, he's played left side and right side. He was significantly better at right tackle this past year. He just was more technically sound. The flags went from 10 to 3. The sacks and hits and hurries were basically cut in half, from 3 sacks to 0, by the way. Hits and hurries from 14 to 8, so it's fantastic growth on that front there. Held up very well against Will Anderson. Very well, and I think Anderson's game, which is speed to power, translates pretty better against Darnell Wright for Wright's perspective than like the bendy edge guys that you saw against maybe a BJ Ojolari, et cetera. There is a bit of a one-year wonder for me. I don't think he's the unlocked run blocker that he should become as he continues to grow there. Agility testings was average. I thought he tested really well athletically. I was pleasantly surprised with that. I'm not sure he's quite the athlete on film that he is, from a athletic testing perspective, but you got road grader potential who can move and get to the second level, which the Bears covet very much there. Some comps for you. Some better version of Terrence Steele is like a better run blocker, but might have some issues with speed at the next level, but he's been really good for the Cowboys. Athletically, I think this is a too high of like a just outcome, but like athletic emphasis here. Jason Peters. Kind of what you're looking at there. Some mid-bottom out comps are not nearly as good, but like Brandon Shell has been a long-time starter. I think he's probably closer to Peters. He is a second-round grade for me. He is my number 4 offensive lineman, but he's the best pure right tackle in his class, 22 overall for me. So a little bit high, but if you want the right tackle only, that starts to make sense for the Chicago Bears.
Were you surprised that he went in front of Peter Skoronski and Broderick Jones?
No, I had thought that there was a real chance. I think Wright was a top 16 lock. I didn't think he was getting past the Commanders. That's where I had him going. But I thought about putting him for the Bears.
Yeah.
So this is not terribly surprising, at least not for me.
So Chicago adds an offensive tackle, some help for Justin Fields, much needed help for the young quarterback Fields on that Bears, offensive line. Grade the pick of Darnell Wright. Type A, B, C, D, or F. We'll give some shout-outs. I like the pick. I'll give it a B+.
I'd go
I'm a big fan of Skoronski, but like you said, this was a right tackle move for the Bears. They wanted to get a guy with a lot of experience at right tackle. Right, certainly that guy. Brian Anderson saying A. We got Joe saying C. Josiah saying B. Elk saying B. Gage B. Jorge F. Unlock Studios A. Rodney B. Dane F. Squad X C. Joe C. Despal C. Courtney C. Gaming Bear C. Kurt LaPlante B. Bucky B. Gerald A. Batman B. Nelco B+. Art A. Kurt LaPlante B. Meow B. Ben B. Frank B, Mike C. A lot of A's and B's here in the chat.
All right, today's show is made possible by Manscaped. The most exciting prospect can be the prospect of being perfectly groomed head to toe and what that means for you off the field. I think we all know what I mean by that. They have the 1-2 punch of the Lawnmower 4.0, taking care of everything downstairs. The Beard Hedger Pro Kit as well. That takes care of your facial hair. 20% off and free shipping with promo code CHAT, C-H-A-T, over at manscaped.com/chat. 20% off and free shipping. Links in the comment section and the description of today's show. Take yourself from Mr. Irrelevant to a first-round pick with Manscaped's men's grooming products. You can also save some salary cap space in the process by using promo code CHAT, C-H-A-T, over at manscaped.com/chat. Again, folks, that link is in the comment section and the description of today's show. And we're doing some shout-out challenges for you guys. Head over to our pinned tweet on Twitter at Chat Sports. It'll be in the comment section here for you guys. Anyone who comments balls gets a shout-out.
Outstanding.
Because we like to have fun here, and ball
100%.
skills matter. Talking about footballs, right?
We have shout-outs all night here.
Yeah, so I'll get caught up on some of these here.
At Chat Sports on Twitter, by the way.
Latuya67, the link to the pinned tweets in the comment section, by the way. Choppy71, you're mad because I'm right. There we go. Apex, Richard Lee, ITN_Hawk, Braden Smith, Crim's Dad, James, the Serial Inquirer, Mir Cool Tech, William, Philip Ventura, Alex Moctezuma. By the way, it's balls in the pinned tweet. Not live chat's great, thank you, but pinned tweet is where we're looking for the shout-outs here. Kenny, Jay, Eddie Flores, Mason, Pizza Boy Plays, Mr. Benjamin 78. I'm your buddy J.C. Silva as well. I'll hit the quote, make sure no one just did it that way. I see Top Flight Wrestling. RC, TJ Punk, Jonathan William, Isaac Young. Glad I went to the quote tweets. Dave Loves Horrors. And I'll hit one more refresh for some bonus shout-outs here as we await the Titans pick. I think that's it. So we are caught up there on the shout-outs. Thank you all so much who have commented balls so far, which is just fun to say out loud in the end there.
I would be shocked if Will Levis is not the pick here.
I think it's lineman or quarterback.
It's got to be Will Levis.
Is the pick in? Oh.
Uh-oh, is it Okay.
Okay, well, take it away.
Let's recap these picks. Number 1 overall, Bryce Young, no surprise, quarterback from Alabama. Then the Texans took over this draft. C.J. Stroud, number 2 overall. A lot of talk that the Texans were not going to take a quarterback. They made the right decision, but the absolute shocker was them going back-to-back here, trading up from 12 to number 3 with Arizona. They take Will Anderson Jr., who I think they really wanted. I think, Tom, the front office in Houston was split. Half of them wanted a quarterback. Half of them wanted Will Anderson. Both sides are happy there. Anthony Richardson, that was a shocker. Number 4 overall out of Florida to Indianapolis. A lot of people thought Will Levis was going to be the pick there. Will Levis still on the board. Devin Witherspoon, best corner in the draft. He goes to Seattle. Paris Johnson Jr., the Cardinals trading up to get the Ohio State offensive tackle. Kyler Murray really wanted him. Tyree Wilson fell to number 7. Good value pick there for the Raiders. Bijan Robinson, number 8 overall here out of Texas to Atlanta. The Falcons get the best running back in this draft. Most surprising move that you've seen tonight here, Tom? What do you think?
At 5 was a surprise.
Yeah.
I guess leading up to the draft, like if you asked me a month ago, Stroud for sure. Now, yeah, it was kind of a surprise on draft day.
Right.
In a good way. In a good way.
The pick is in for Tennessee. It is not Will Levis. It is Peter Skoronski, the offensive lineman from Northwestern. You said it, Tom. Either O-line or quarterback. Ryan Tannehill's happy because they go offensive line.
For now, at least he's happy. I still think they're going to take a quarterback at some point here. Hey, my number 5 overall player, my number 1 tackle. He might play guard in the NFL, which is fine because he's going to be great at it. 6'4", 313. Why is he available? Well, he is an extreme outlier when it comes to length. 32 1/4 inch arms. There's no tackles at that length. He is a more extreme conversation of the Rashawn Slater discussion we had 2 years ago. He actually has very similar arm length to Elijah Vera Tucker. Braden Smith has kind of made it work. As well, but AVT has been more of a guard in the NFL. If he had 34-inch arms, the normal length for a size, he'd be a top 5 lock. I have no doubts about that. It's all about the lack of length for him. And he's a really good athlete, tested like one for sure. Gets himself in a position well. The technique is really good. It's quick. Feet, hands, it's in good spots. It gets there quickly. It's exactly what you want. I've heard great things about his work ethic. By the way, some fun facts. His grandfather, Bob, was a longtime player, a team captain for the Packers champion teams under Vince Lombardi way back when. Funnily enough, his great-uncles are the name is spelled differently. There's a W in there. Skowr. The enrollment forms for Bob, they forgot the W. So that's how his genealogy line doesn't have the W in there. I think extreme upside, you're hoping for a Zach Martin tackle to guard convert. Athletically, another elite name here, Steve Hutchinson. You're talking about premium guards there. Uptick in penalties this year, but this was my best available player. I think Mike Vrabel's a happy camper now. This is a Vrabel pick all the way through, so I like it for Tennessee a lot.
So you don't think he's the Taylor Lewan replacement? I think he's guard.
I think they signed Andre Dillard, who's really only going to tackle, so I wonder if he gets a guard shot at first.
Yeah.
But if he wants to play left tackle, I'm not going to be mad at it.
Yeah. Here are your best available, Tom. Christian Gonzalez still on the board at number 12. That is a little bit surprising. Got Brian Branch,
Lions?
Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr., Will Levis not in your top 4. I'm very surprised.
He's super far down.
We knew one quarterback was going to fall. Did I think it was going to be Levis? No. That's a little bit surprising.
That's who I thought it was.
You thought it was going to be Levis? I thought it was going to be Richard.
He might fall to 19.
Where did you go in your last mock?
He went 12.
12? Okay. To Houston.
Yeah.
Okay.
I try to rig it a little bit there.
Now, I wonder, because I'm sure Houston was thinking, man, we could take Anderson at 2 and hope a quarterback falls to us at 12. But would Texans fans have been happy if that pick was Will Levis?
Clearly they did want Stroud in the end.
Yeah.
That's
and it's the right pick. It's 100% the right pick.
Mm.
Christian Gonzalez here to the Lions, you think, potentially?
Be my guess, but I think they wanted Witherspoon. So if you can get Gonzalez here at 12, I think that's an awesome outcome for Detroit.
Right.
I'm a little surprised he's still there.
You think the Lions take a quarterback tonight?
I'm going to go with no. I'm not sure, but I'm going to go with no in the end.
I would agree. You got Levis, you got Hooker. Hooker was expected to be a top 20 pick tonight. I don't know if that's going to happen.
See, I don't think that's true.
That's what the talk was.
I know what the buzz was. I don't think it's going to be a top 12
Okay,
pick.
I got
top 20 pick.
Michael Dalton saying Hendon Hooker will go to the Titans at pick 11. Well, that did not happen, Michael. Peter Skoronski.
Good prediction.
But hey, maybe later on Hendon Hooker at Tennessee.
Round 2?
Yeah. Roberto, $5. Tyree would be my number 1 pick for worst dresser, potential Hall of Famer.
I did not see how he was dressed.
I didn't see his fit.
I'm going to take your word for it there, Roberto. I'm going to take your word for it.
Jaquan, what's up, man? Chance, percentage, D-Hop becomes a Raven, trade up with that 22nd.
Decently? I don't think you have to move up the 22nd overall pick for him. I think that's way too much for Hopkins. Now, Arizona got more than I thought they were going to for that number 3 overall pick, so maybe they get better value. I think a second-round pick might make some more sense there.
But we do have this coming in from Josh Weinfuss.
He's I think the Cardinals beat writer for ESPN.
I don't foresee that happening. Cardinals GM Monty Austinfort on Arizona trading wide receiver DeAndre Hopkins. I don't believe him.
He says, quote, no one will give me what I'm asking for. That's what
do you think he's asking for? A second?
A second, and I think no one's giving it to him because I think Hopkins wants to keep his current contract. Like he doesn't want to take less money long term.
Right.
I don't think he's doing that. I know what the reports are. I don't believe it. So I think no one's made the offer yet. Ravens, Chiefs, Bills. Maybe something happens tomorrow.
Karen Durham, $10 super chat. Welcome
In
to
the
giveaway.
raffle.
Why can't the Cowboys be as aggressive as the Eagles, Tom?
Eagles are built with more desperation, which in small amounts, proper amounts, can be a good thing. A little bit of desperation, much like greed, not bad necessarily. So, look, 1 pick is also not a lot, but I like that. I like what the Eagles do. They're a very well-run organization. Very well-run organization. So, all right, number 2, $2 super chat, Joseph Lyons. Who do you like for New England at 14? Look, if Gonzalez gets there, I like that. I feel like they're going to go receiver, tight end, something along those lines. So, I don't know. I don't know where they're going to go. Patriots do weird stuff as far as I'm concerned. So, Jordan Jacob, glad Atlanta didn't pass on the next McCaffrey. Atlanta offense wants to be dangerous here. Believe it, y'all. Hugs and loves all around. Thank you, Jordan. Just depends on how good the quarterback ends up being. Daniel D. Will, my guy, with that
Hey,
pick.
Daniel.
He says Darnell Wright was a D. Caesar Rodriguez threw in one of the emojis, cursive red lettering spelling out vlog. Thank you, Caesar. Roberto again, Cox, Davis, and now Jalen versus Biotish and who? Eagles rotate, 70 sacks, 4 and 10-plus sacks. Pick Avila and figure it out. Maybe guard on day 2. Or even round 1 for the Cowboys there. So, take it away, Will. All right, today's show and this pick made possible by Rex MD. Sometimes lack some confidence in the bedroom. You've had those nights where you get a little too nervous, had too much to drink. Well, Rex MD is here to fix that. We'll tell you more about them later on in today's show, but you can get $2 per dosage, up to 90% off at rexmd.com/chat. Links in the comments and the description. And our biggest stunner of the night, Jahmyr Gibbs to the Detroit Lions.
That is unbelievable. This was a guy that I thought was going to be a mid to late second-round pick last week. His stock continued to rise. We were in, okay, maybe late first, maybe middle of the first. Here he is going number 12 overall to Detroit. This is absolutely shocking. We knew he was going to be the second running back picked. With Bijan going 8, he goes number 12. I did not see this coming.
Jahmyr Gibbs on my board is 18th overall. I got a cheater, coward grade as I call it, first/second rounder. But man, this is early for him. Now look, he's an explosive football player. And I wonder if Dan Campbell's going, this is my Alvin Kamara. That's how I envision Jahmyr Gibbs being used, where he can be he was Alabama's best pass catcher last year. He actually led them in catches, 44 grabs last year. 1 drop each of the last 2 years. He offers you third down ability. He is dynamic as hell. This is a fantastic athlete. 4.36 40. He's got burst. He offers some kick return value. He lined up on the slot or on the outside a significant amount. Everyone's trying to find their next, who's our next Debo? If there is one, maybe it's someone more like Jahmyr Gibbs. Alvin Kamara, Jahmyr Gibbs, Jamal Charles comp for me here. I don't think he can be a true workhorse, though. And not that you're giving a lot of players 20 catches anyway, or 20 carries anyway, but I think you're not going to do that with him. He wasn't really used in goal line, short yardage situations. He's not a great pass blocker. He is undersized, 5'9", about 200 pounds there, but he is dynamic. He is explosive. I think he will thrive behind the Lions' really good offensive line, and I wonder if DeAndre Swift is on the trade block now. Because you can't. You know what's really interesting? All 3.
Sorry, Tom. You know what's really interesting about this? The Lions have pick 18. So they must have, if Gibbs is their guy, okay. but they must have felt like he was going to be off the board by their next pick, which I did not see Gibbs going top 20 tonight.
Commanders, they worried about the Commanders?
We're talking about Gibbs late first. I thought maybe 24, 25. I did not see this coming.
I'm also really surprised Gonzalez has not been picked yet, the cornerback out of Oregon. I don't have any negative medical stuff on him or anything on those lines, but might be something there because I am very surprised he's on the board still.
Go down to the comments. How many wins for Detroit next season? We'll give some shout-outs here. Tom, I'm gonna say this is a 10-7 playoff team, maybe 11-6.
They should win the division. We thought about they're gonna get Jalen Carter, and their first pick is a running back, and that's not everyone's gonna like that one. But they do have a lot of picks. They should have some fun in this year's class. So I see 8, 13, 7, 11, 10, 10, 8.5, 10. What's up, Sam? That's true. That's a great point there, Sam. Back-to-back years, Alabama playmaker taken by the Lions at pick number 12 via a trade. Jamison Williams last year. Funny little notes there. So I see 9, 12, 13, 7, 7, 12, 9.8, 9 and 8. My over 1.5 backs already hit. Didn't think it was going to happen this early. 8, 9 or 10, 12, 13, 13, 13, 5, 9, 10. Keep the comments coming. Say, guys, about the sponsor for this pick. That is Rex MD. Maybe you've had those nights where you're a little nervous, had too much to drink, you're doing shots for supers or whatever. There's nothing worse than not being able to put the old stick shift in drive when you need it the most. Have no fear. Rex MD is here, spreading some cheer even if there were a few too many beers. Rex MD is FDA approved and the most trusted leader in men's telehealth. They have sponsored today's NFL Daily live draft coverage to help you always be prepared. RexMD has made it simple, easy, and cost-effective to help all the men out there last longer and feel more confident in the bedroom. RexMD makes getting generic and branded Viagra or Cialis easy. Everything's online, even the prescription, and they deliver it discreetly to your door. There's no waiting rooms, no embarrassing copays, trips to the doctor, insurance, whatever. Take advantage of the best deal they've ever offered. 90% off, only pay $2 per dosage with our exclusive link. That's rexmd.com/chat. Limited time deal. Links in the comments section and the description, too, of today's show. Starter packs for generic Viagra or Cialis are available. It's rexmd.com/chat. We're up to 90% off. Will, super chat time.
Thomas, $20. We appreciate you. My 5-year-old, my 5th year watch. That's what I thought too. My 5th year watching you guys. Love the Colts picking Anthony Richardson. We've never had a speedster at quarterback. Wish me luck. Still recovering from ACL surgery after tearing it playing basketball. Thomas, best of luck in your recovery, my man. Yeah, I mean, Anthony Richardson, Tom, he has a high ceiling, and he might do really well in Indianapolis. Yeah, Shane Steichen, too, great quarterbacks coach.
I think it's a better pick than Will Levis. I think this is who the Colts really wanted deep down in the end. So I'm not mad at it. So I like the look. If you're gonna go quarterback, Stroud was off the board. I think they would have taken him if he was there. I like the pick. If you're going quarterback, Richardson over Levis, it's just GM Chris Ballard finally had to make the pick. Here it is. This is going to make or break his job. This will make or break Shane Steichen. You maximize it, everyone gets raises, everyone gets paid, everyone gets a promotion. Otherwise, everyone's getting fired.
Now, do you think that when do you think he starts in Indianapolis?
Week 1.
Week 1?
Starts week 1.
The
mobility in the modern NFL raises the floor.
Yeah.
It allows you to buy time while you grow as a processor.
But he's a project, is he not?
He's a little bit of one, yeah.
Yeah.
He needs to work on his mechanics.
And they have a really good backup in the building in Minshew.
He's not that good.
I like him.
Not that good.
The pick is in for Green Bay. It is not a wide receiver. Lucas Van Ness, the edge rusher from Iowa, going to the Packers here at number 13.
Hey, I got one right.
There we go.
In my worst mock draft ever, I got one right.
Tom.
We're back on the board. It has been a disaster so far. I actually got several picks and spots right, but not too many players there. So third one right with Bijan alongside of it. Lucas Van Ness, the edge out of Iowa. This is a Packers pick. This is why I think they were about the Patriots taking him, by the way. This is, for me, it's a little bit bigger than George Karlaftis, but very similar players.
Yeah.
Good athlete, actually great athlete. Maybe not quite the superstar freak that some thought it would be, but a good athlete there. He loves his bull rush. And probably too much so. He's got to work some other moves in there. But he's a good run stopper. Much momentum over. He wasn't a starter at Iowa. Yeah, he played the most snaps among edges, so who cares? That doesn't actually matter anything there. Played starting snaps. Was a rotation piece as part of a, like how most offensive linemen are from that standpoint there. The lack of a pass rush plan is the biggest concern for me. You're 6'5", you got 34-inch arms, and you have 0 pass breakups. You don't know what you're doing, which is fine. You're a rookie. You'll learn that there. He just bull rushes everything. When he learns some moves, the upside is super appealing. He can use that speed to power. You covet that in edge rushers there to power the lower body, be a good run stopper, win with the bull rush, 4.58 40, 7.02 3-cone. Trey Hendrickson, athletic comp. Those of you familiar with him there. I had a second-round grade. And things will now be very awkward for the Van Ness and Cole Kmet families as Lucas Van Ness is dating Cole Kmet's younger sister.
That's
so
right.
there will be some potential family feuds on that front there. Van Ness for me is my 24th overall player, second-round grade. I've got Nolan Smith, Miles Murphy higher, but I thought he might go in this range.
Do you think this is a reach?
Slightly, yeah.
Okay.
But I also predicted it, so I'm not surprised by it.
Yeah.
I think we'll be more surprised by others.
I'm not shocked by if you're Jordan Love, you want to have more weapons than they have right now.
Yeah,
Christian
but
Watson,
we knew this for a decade.
Christian Watson is good.
They don't like small receivers, though.
Yeah, that's true.
So there's no big guys.
I thought they would go tight end to receiver here, but with the
I
Packers,
thought
that's just not what they do.
If they're taking the time, it was going to be Michael Mayer. They don't. Kincaid's is not their style.
Right. He of the Void, $2. We appreciate it. We overpaid for Lamar. We could overpay for D-Hop. So
I'd say that's just the market for Lamar. But.
Yeah, I would agree. If you overpay for anybody, you overpaid for OBJ. Sammy, any chance the Cowboys move D-Law? Any trade value?
Not sure why you'd move your second best pass rusher and best run stopper up front by a pretty good margin. Now, maybe Dorrance Armstrong, if you go edge in round 1, could make some sense.
Dwayne Jackson, $5. We appreciate you super chatting again, man. Did you think that Levis falls to the second round if he gets past the box?
No, I don't think. Tampa had been mentioned to me a while ago of like Levis could slide. Tampa could make some sense. I think they kind of want to give Kyle Trask a shot, but I do think the Levis slide is real because unless the Patriots take him here, 14, Jets aren't going to. Commanders maybe, Lions might. Lions could do it if they trade down. I don't know what the pick is going to be here. So. Or where he goes. Tampa makes sense. Seattle could make some sense.
What about
Minnesota?
Washington?
Minnesota? I wonder if the new ownership's like don't go quarterback. But I think that's the range
if it
for
was
me.
Richardson, then maybe. But I don't know if they would do it for Levis. I don't know if they would do it for Levis.
Trade.
The Patriots have traded back. The Steelers have traded up to number 14 overall. We knew this might happen. I'm thinking Skarotsky here.
Well, he's gone, so no.
Oh, excuse me. I'm thinking
typo.
I'm thinking Broderick. I meant to say Broderick Jones.
Broderick Jones, maybe Christian Gonzalez, but we've heard for a while. Trade up for a tackle. It's been a buzz for the Steelers. So I think that would make sense. Jack is all upset because his Patriots moved down. But why, Jack? Why are you so triggered right now?
I think I just got. It was the moment.
Okay.
All the wide receivers are still there. They're only moving back 3 picks. So
he might be mad when they don't take a receiver.
It's crossed my mind. It has.
They're trading down. They got somebody in mind that they know is going to be there. So it's going to be a surprise pick for the Patriots.
All 3 receivers are still there, so they're guaranteed one of them.
Look. I had a mock Dalton Kincaid, so I'm
They're gonna go Cody Mock or whatever, however you say his last name, and I'm just gonna be pissed.
I'm trying to see going Mingo there. Oh my God, if Mingo goes in round 1, that might break producer.
But are
Jack.
we in agreement that Steelers are going O-line here?
I would assume O-line. But Gonzalez is there too, which only they thought was gonna be the case. So I wouldn't rule out Gonzalez.
Okay.
I wonder if there's something medical off the field or off the field just in general, because he should be taken. So 4th round pick to the Patriots, by the way, which is pretty spot on value, trade value chart wise. So little bit less, but not a lot, which again, Patriots got somebody else they want in mind. So I just wonder if our next big surprise will come at 17. I just wonder.
Interesting.
I just wonder. All right, Super Chat time. JT. Predictions: the Cowboys trade back 29 to grab Torrance or McDonald and back in the second for Avila, just a guess. I would like that. I would wonder. I kind of wonder if McDonald or if I'm gonna keep. I got mine on Brian Branch, baby. He's not there.
Really?
This draft is going well for my Cowboys. There's not that many guys I want to go on, so I'm excited about that one there. I wouldn't be surprised. Let's check in again in 10 picks or maybe 7 picks and just like where they're at here. I think that makes the most sense in the end.
Right. It's going to be interesting to see what Dallas does, and I'm excited to see your reaction, Tom, to whatever they do here. Steelers are on the clock. The pick is in for Pittsburgh according we're going to get to it in a sec. Let's get to this next super from JT. Osiris Torrance for the boys. Tom, you think that's a possibility?
I would love it. I'd be happily surprised. I don't know if that's their type of guard.
NFL Daily is presented by Manscaped. Thanks to them for sponsoring this year's draft. You go to manscaped.com/chat, promo code chat. You can get 20% off plus free shipping on their new beard hedger. Pick is in for Pittsburgh, and it is Broderick Jones. We knew this might be a possibility. They trade up. They get the Georgia offensive tackle. Tom, I really like the fit here.
Yeah, they wanted a left tackle. They find one here in Broderick Jones. Fantastic size, 6'5" and change, 3'11", 34 and 3/4 inch arms. He does have some right tackle reps in his past, but he's going to be a left tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That's where you're going to play him there. DeBrickashaw Ferguson, athletic comp, which is, I think that's pretty damn good there. Really fluid athlete. He wowed at the combine like I thought he was going to. Great blend of the power, speed that you like in an offensive lineman. The hand pop, the punch is really good once it lands. The traits are there. The technique needs work. He does need some growth development from that standpoint there. He is raw, and I think more raw than the 0 sacks, 2 hits, 7 hurries are going to suggest from that standpoint. He simply hasn't played that much football. Fewest snaps among all FBS offensive linemen in this year's class, so be patient. Give him some time. I think he'll be a little bit less polished than maybe you would expect out of a first lineman. That's fine there, but he can play in gap, can play in zone. It's a logical fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Did miss most of 2020 due to a dirt bike injury, so might be the contract of, hey, no more dirt bike riding for you there, Mr. Jones. 21 years old right now, doesn't turn 22 until next month. If you coach him up just a little bit, going to be a really, really good offensive lineman this year. So very intrigued by this. It's a logical fit for the Pittsburgh Steelers.
And Kenny Pickett was sacked a lot in his rookie year. You had to improve this offensive line.
But by the way, I meant to say this. The Steelers jumped the Jets for him. I think the Jets were going to take him.
Well, and I was talking to, shout out Jack Sperry, host of our Steelers channel. I was talking to him. He said, we're trading up for an offensive lineman tonight.
Yeah,
that was the expectation. That was the buzz. And Broderick Jones and Skoronski were the two guys that were continually linked. Skoronski went a little bit earlier. Broderick Jones here, number 14 overall here for the Pittsburgh Steelers. They get a left tackle for Kenny Pickett. And they're trying to make Kenny Pickett the face of the franchise in Pittsburgh. You can go get your face of the franchise, the beard hedger, using promo code chat. You can get 20% off plus free shipping at manscaped.com/chat. I use the beard hedger almost every single day. Keeps the beard looking fresh. What I really love about the beard hedger is you have 20 different links to choose from. If you have a thick beard like our Bears Now host Harrison Graham, maybe go with a 10. Tom goes with a 4.5, right, Tom? I typically go with a 2.5.
7.
You
got to keep things consistent.
Okay, I got you.
Get it? Get it? Yeah, you guys get it.
Manscaped.com/chat. 20% off plus free shipping. Keeps my beard looking fresh. The premium beard trimmer. My old beard trimmer, it was not Manscaped, obviously, because it didn't look good, but it was taken off way too much or way too little. I made the switch. My beard is looking a lot better. 20% off plus free shipping. Manscaped.com/chat. Go and check out Manscaped. Plenty of great products to choose from. They just released the beard hedger, though. Go and get it today at manscaped.com/chat. Promo code chat. As we continue to break down the Broderick Jones selection, our Tom Downey here thinks they jumped the New York Jets to take Jones. Grade the pick of Jones. Type A, B, C, D, or F. We'll give some shout-outs here.
I think it's a quality pick. You didn't give up that much. I think you got in front of the team that you were worried about taking him, which is The Rodgers trade ended up costing the Jets Broderick Jones. Maybe they go Jackson Smith and Jigba here. Throwing that out there. Or I think Brian Branch would be an awesome fit for the Jets. Don't know what's going to happen there. It's a good pick for the Steelers. I think at least a B, if not a little bit higher. There is some developmental stuff you need to work on for Broderick Jones, but the traits, the upside, not that common. He was actually the 14th player on my board. So 1-to-1 on that front there for Broderick Jones and the Steelers. Grade it A, B, C, D, or F. Jen and John are spamming their A's in the comment section. Thank you all very much on that front. Keep the comments coming. A, B, C, D, or F. Will's going to sign off here. Marshall Green will be coming on soon as we'll begin our simulcast to our Giants and Cowboys channels in the coming moments. So, Will, see you again tomorrow, my friend.
I'll see you tomorrow, and it was a lot of fun getting to host with you again, and it's been a fun draft. This has been an eventful draft, so be sure to stay tuned for more coverage here on Chat Sports.
All right, thank you, Will. Super Chat time. Ethan Tyra, Cowboys 26-90 for 20 for Seattle. If Gonzalez is healthy but just sliding, you got to figure out why. Pretty consensus top 10 pick. He's now down to 15. Figure out why. If you know why, and if it's still okay for you, then you're working the phones. That's what good teams are doing right now to figure out what's going on with Gonzalez there. Trade value's right, Ethan. I wouldn't hate it. John Freeze. Thoughts on a potential trade for the Giants to trade up for a wide receiver? I think they like the most. They're all there, so I think you'd be patient if you are the Giants right now. The tight ends, the DBs are there for you. That's kind of getting pushed down the board a bit more than what I thought was going to be the case here. Trade up. Seattle they love moving down. I would not be surprised if Seattle decides to move down from that standpoint there. Michael Hyde feels like a national bill passed by Congress to air raid the Seattle secondary, the no-fly zone. Tariq Woolen, my guy Devin Witherspoon. You have Jamal Adams. You have Quandre Diggs. You have Julian Love. You still have Trey Brown, Kobe Bryant, even Mike Jackson. It's a great secondary in Seattle, so I'm on board with that one there, Michael. Dwayne Jackson. Are you surprised that the tight ends and wide receivers have not been picked yet? I had one in the top 15. That was the Patriots. That was Dalton Kincaid. So I'm not shocked. If we get past, even pick 20 kind of opens up a bit more there. Not a beloved receiver class. Tight ends don't often go early. So I only had one mock pick there. I did think JSN would go higher, but then, Texans traded up, couldn't find a spot for him. So slightly surprised at this point. Jeffrey Ward, with Jay Carter to the Eagles, do you feel more of a sense of urgency for the Cowboys to grab an offensive lineman or not panic and play the board? I'm not going to panic. You can't just be throwing first-round picks every year off the line. Take one, fine. But I'm not going to let what a team does go, okay, now I got to pivot my draft plan. Trust your board. Take the best player. Don't panic from that standpoint. So it's a good question, Jeffrey. Teams often try to build their boards around who's best, or who like their divisions, but I'm not panicking and trying to go, hey, we're freaking out and we're gonna take that, now we got to go lineman. No, that's not the route I think the Cowboys will or should go. If they take the best player, it's because take a guard, it's because he's the best player on their board. Tight end, DB, maybe defensive line. God, I would love Brian Branch in Dallas. I'm not gonna get my hopes up though. So, Super Chat specials on today's show. Every 500 likes, it's Bean Boozled. Marshall's next. If we get to 4,500 likes, he will do one. First-time supers, a shout-out for you. $10, you are entered for our raffle giveaway. We'll pick one winner at the end of the night for the NFL Draft hat. Every $10 super gets you entered in the NFL Draft giveaway for you. Favorite team, if you win, we'll get you a hat, the official NFL Draft hat. By the way, that is for every $10 super chat on that front there. $20, how about your team? What's up, Brett? Yeah? Producer Brett says, $100 super chat. He'll do his $100 super chat menu special, pie in the face. If you want to see our boss get pie, that's how it happens. $20 super, we'll talk about your team. Highest super chat, which remains at this moment, it was a $4.99 from Brandon LaValle. That is the winner so far. If it holds, we will send you a jersey of your choice, the Super Chat MVP. Right now is Brandon LaValle. Venmo works too. at What Going Downey if you want to beat him. That is the setup on that front. So Brandon LaValle's in the lead right now. Custom jersey potentially coming his way unless someone beats him. Just highest individual super chat because otherwise things are far too complicated on that front. John Dorman, I see your super chat. Thank you very much, my friend. I'll hit that real quick for you. I'm a fan of the right pick. We had issues with the O-line for years. Finally investing in that unit. What are your thoughts? Bear down. Papa Team, $20 super chat. Not surprised it was the right tackle pick. I thought they'd go O-line for sure. Just didn't know which one. Keep Braxton Jones on the left side. If you wanted the pure right tackle, that was the route to go there. So the Bears protecting their investment in Justin Fields. Right is the pick. They trade down, get a future asset. That's always a nice bonus on that front. So like that pick for the Bears as long as you wanted a pure right tackle. So pick is in for the Jets. How about Will McDonald going in the top 15, the edge rusher out of Iowa State, off the board before Myles Murphy, before Nolan Smith. It is a bit of a surprise. I like McDonald. He is a second-round grade for me, number 25 overall on my board. I thought for sure he was going to go in round 1. I thought it was maybe late round 1 there. Criminally misused by by Iowa State. They played him at a 4-eye defensive tackle spot. Stupid from that standpoint. So upside player here, still needs some growth, some development, but Will McDonald, the long, lanky, athletic, little bit older edge rusher out of Iowa State, a surprise pick in a draft full of them so far for the New York Jets. The pick's about to be announced. A kid is doing it. They better be nice to the kid, otherwise things will be an issue there. As we bring on Marshall Green.
Tom Downey, how's it going, my man?
Good to see you, my friend.
It's great to be here. Is this the best day of the year?
Oh, it absolutely is.
It is absolutely the best day of the year, and both of our teams just around the corner. It's been an interesting draft so far. A lot of trades early on, I would say. I don't know if we expected this, but it was always going to be a weird draft, and that's what a lot of people said throughout this pre-draft process. Not a lot of teams had a lot of first-round grades on a bunch of players, and Tom, we got a whole bunch of movement because of it.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. So we're going to have some fun here. We'll discuss our plans here. Giants Cowboys in a little bit with the simulcast and the feud we have.
It's going to be great.
There. So
it's going to be a good time. Hey, are we getting the chat rate up right now?
Let's do it.
Let's do it. If you want to shout out here on the show, go ahead and type me in the comments section. Let's light up the chat right now.
If we break the high, which is 990, 1,000, I will do a shot.
Deal.
So
I'll match it.
1,000.
I will match it. We will double down. So I'm not letting Tom Downey beat me at anything today. We're doubling down. Type me if you want to shout out here on the show. Tom, if you want to give him some shout outs as I'm still kind of getting rolling over here.
Saul, Ryan, Jason, Kurt, Logan, Jen, Jordan, X-Pro Gamers, PJ, Charlie, Gavin, Evergreen, Kayron, Grim. I hear our Raiders channel going nutty and insane on that one there. YP, Gabe, Mark, Joseph, Easy Player, Nico, Cody, Chad, Jordan, Johnny, Mike Concho, Matt, DJ, Nathan, Zeb, Joe. We'll wait for the chat rate update here. It's always a good 2 minutes behind there. But everyone comments twice, we'll shatter it, and we'll start doing some shots here.
Spam the me's. Let's go.
Logan, Dallas, Shelly, Seth, Madden, Gage, Joseph, Luke, my boy. Cody, Jalen, Brandon, Lib Media. Venom, Sam, Brandon. I don't know why that one got me. Street, Seth, Ryan, Quavis, Mike, Corey, Matthew, Rodney, John, Joey, Aaron, Jen, Sauce Gardner in the live chat. How do you feel about the pick just made by the New York Football Jets? Sound off.
He's pretty hype about Aaron Rodgers. I know that.
Chad Jones is in there. Who? There you go. Chad Jones. Real Fishing, Chasing the Dragon, Benjamin, Eddie, Two Shooters, Mari, OG Rungtag, Josiah, Christopher, Lucas, Leroy, Lib Media, Matt, None Ya Business. That's a great name. Cody, DJ, Elio. The first chat rate's 859.
We're
literally
right there.
100 behind.
Spam those me's. If you want your team to draft a Hall of Famer today, go ahead and type me in the comments section. Get the good vibes rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Let's roll. Let's roll.
Winter, Gavin, Matt, Bavik, Josiah, Luke, my boy, Riley, Joe, Mark. We're waiting for one more chat update here.
We're
I don't know if we're
right
gonna get there.
I
We're
think.
right there from
We
shot
are right
time.
there.
It's always delayed. We'll see if it dips or it goes up or not there. I just dipped a little bit. I don't know if we're gonna get there. I think we might be just shy. Just shy.
Just short.
Just shy.
Oh, I can't
that's
believe
heartbreaking.
I've never been told I was too short before. So.
Braden, Cody, Jordan, Nathan, Christopher, Unreal Gamer, Elijah, Madeline, It's Carlos, Art Rogue, Travis Dawson, Gage, Mark, Corey. I think we were just shy, Marshall. That's heartbreaking.
So close.
Heartbreaking.
Gilly's in the chat. Dylan, Jabril, Nate, Brandon. Thomas just came in with a $1 super chat. Thomas, we appreciate it, my man. Nate Bailey, Dwayne Jackson, Chris, Jacob McGowan coming in with the supers. The supers are flowing in now, ladies and gentlemen. They are flowing in. When we do this little reset, Tommy, you just take it off the top.
Cool. Gotcha. Leaf Johnson, Trey, Jay Fitz, KD, Big Red, Black Sun, Sauce Gardner, Mia Bloom. Join the DAC side. Gage, Luis, Chad, Trevin, Luis as well, Quinn, Charles, Leaf, Money Gonzalez, KD, and many more. Welcome in to our live NFL draft coverage live on our Giants YouTube channel with Marshall Green and on our Cowboys YouTube channel. We had a feud this past week, Marshall, and you cheated, to be clear. We have reached a compromise.
We have reached a compromise.
We will simulcast.
We will do it for all of the people out there. Look, I once had a coach growing up in Pee Wee Sports, Tom. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
Yeah, you definitely cheated, but that's beside the point. We'll be live, Cowboys Giants here, breaking down all the picks as they come in. By the way, on our Cowboys stream, highest individual super chat, Cowboys stream only. We'll sign and send the football to you guys like we've been doing in recent events. So that's our Cowboys stream only as we're simulcasting here for the Giants and the Dallas Cowboys. Those of you just now tuning in, Marshall, let's run through the picks here.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Bryce Young, the #1 pick. A lot of people knew that was coming, Tom, but Bryce Young is just the guy that you could trust to be the face of your franchise, a dependent guy. You can depend on him, and a great football player. Easily my #1 quarterback in this draft. And I thought C.J. Stroud was getting a lot of hate in the pre-draft process, Tom, but he is the best pure thrower of the football, in my opinion. I know there's a lot more that goes into playing the quarterback position, but I believe he has all the tools to be great. And we always heard that Will Anderson was the guy that the Houston Texans were really high on. They found a way to get both of those guys. Are they the winner so far of round 1?
If you don't mind future picks, yeah.
They have plenty of those. And then maybe, I don't know if you want to call it a reach or a little bit of a shocker, but we all knew at some point Anthony Richardson was going to be picked in the top 10. He goes #4 to the Indianapolis Colts. Then you see the Seattle Seahawks come and add another young quarter, Tom, to an already defensive backfield that is loaded with young talent.
Yeah, it's an interesting pick there. Cardinals trade up, trade back down, get Paris Johnson Jr. Tyree Wilson, a surprise?
A little
to the
bit.
Raiders?
I thought they were going to go Christian Gonzalez at this pick,
yeah,
but
same.
he's on a free fall. He's on a free fall right
Probably
now.
something up off the field, medical, whatever that's causing it.
Yeah, then you see Bijan Robinson. He's heading down to Atlanta, going to play with the Atlanta Falcons. I think we both have some strong feelings about running backs being picked in the top 10.
Well, how about top 15?
Yeah, but he's a dang good football player, and I think if you're Atlanta, you're just looking for good football players on the offensive side of the football. And then you see a guy that was talked about as the best player in this class and was going to be the #1 pick just a couple of weeks and months ago, Jalen Carter. He's heading to Philly. They just want all the Georgia Bulldogs over on their defense.
They do.
Oh, man. Then Darnell Wright, after the Bears traded down from pick 9 to 10, they selected the offensive tackle, Darnell Wright, out of Tennessee. Then another offensive lineman, Peter Skoronski, goes to the Tennessee Titans. I thought that was a spot Will Levis might find his name being called, but it did not happen. And then the Detroit Lions said, we already got a lot of fast people from Alabama on our offense. Let's get another one in Jahmyr Gibbs. You got a couple of talented backs there. Do they make a move off of Swift? I thought that was probably the most interesting and intriguing pick so far.
I'll go with shocking.
Yeah, that's a good word. to definitely think about. Then you see Lucas Van Ness, the edge rusher out of Iowa. Just a sound football player. He's just a good football player, and he's a plug-and-play guy, going to play right away for the Green Bay Packers. Then Broderick Jones, Tom, an offensive tackle for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I thought they had to get better up front, and that's definitely a step to do that. Then Will McDonald, another edge rusher, this one out of Iowa State. I think he's a good football player. Jets have a lot of young talent on this team. They are going to be really good, I think, this year, unless Rodgers just continues to be a total flake. Then Emmanuel Forbes, number 16 to the Washington Commanders, Tom. I'm a big fan of Forbes, but 165. They say he's 175. I don't believe it.
He played in the 160s at Mississippi State. Player comp, liposuctioned Aqib Talib. Great ball skills, ball hawk. 6 career pick sixes, 14 in 3 years at Mississippi State. I love that. He did do some man coverage stuff. He'll play a lot of zone for the Commanders there. Really good feel for the game, reads it well. He's just skinny.
Yeah.
If he was 180, he'd be going in the Devin Witherspoon range. They'd be very similar ball players at that point there. He's just an undersized player, second youngest of 10 kids. That's why he's tough.
Yeah.
That's why he's tough. That's why he's tough. So a little early for me, but I thought for sure he was going in round 1.
And I like how he's a playmaker when he gets the ball in his hands. He's looking to put 6 on the board, and when you can have defensive playmakers like that, obviously so many interceptions for him at Mississippi State in his career. I like the player. I think 16 might have been a bit too early, in my opinion.
Agreed. All right.
All righty. Pick 17 by the New England Patriots. Did they just get the best corner in this draft?
Yes, and Jackson Shambles behind our Patriots fan is a mess.
Jack.
Dude, this is an awesome pick.
He is great.
This is a great selection.
Okay. I don't think mess is the right way. I'm just kind of sitting here, okay? I'm not a mess. I'm just kind of sitting here, okay?
Acting
I am
mess.
composing myself, Tom. I'm not a mess. I'm composing myself. Come back to me in 10 minutes.
All right. How about I sell Jack on the pick then here? All right. 6'1", almost 6'1.5", 197, 32-inch arms. The Patriots have a bunch of small corners. Here's a big, lanky one on the outside. Colorado to Oregon transfer. He's in a football family. His sister, by the way, is married to David Blau. Just keep that in mind. He's only 20 years old. Doesn't turn 21 until just before the season. Elite athlete, 4'3", 840, 41.5-inch vert. He's an impressive athlete. There's an elite size-speed combination here. He's long, he's tall, he can move, oily hips, super fluid, special teams background as well. I think he's a little bit more raw than some said, but he was a top 10 player for me in this year's class. I love this pick by the New England Patriots. Trade down, get a guy that I did not think would be there. I love this move by the New England Patriots here in round 1, pick number 17 overall. Fantastic selection by the Patriots.
When you can get the number 7 player in this draft at the 17th spot, a guy that I thought was a 1A, 1B corner in this draft at pick 17, you know, I almost said Tom Downey. Bill Belichick loves those defensive playmakers. Gonzalez is going to slide in and be a difference maker right away for the New England Patriots.
Love the pick. Maybe Jack feels better now.
Jack, who did you want?
Bro, I'm fine. I'm fine.
He can say he was fine.
I'm
You
fine.
You look like your dog ran away for about 30 seconds.
Look, I wanted a wide receiver. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. But I'm very happy with Christian Gonzalez. He is, in my opinion, maybe Witherspoon, but probably the best corner in the draft. For him to slide all the way down to where are we, 17? Yeah. I'm happy with that.
I thought they were going to do a surprise pick. They didn't. They just made the smart pick.
Oh,
so
man.
I like that.
Lordy. Tom, I don't want to hand you your second L of the week because we already beat you.
First off, no, you didn't. I said, let's make this the rule, and then you're like, I'm not going to respond until we did it. That was total BS.
So Tom already tried to get off to a cheating start, which I respect because he said he had a super chat item and then didn't let me.
Well, it's not my fault you didn't bring it in.
I was flustered. Whoever sends in the largest super chat today on our Giants Now stream, you're going to get a Man Cave Fan Cave sign. It hangs on the back. You nail it up. I'm going to sign it. We'll have Seeps and Nick Rowley sign it as well, the producer on Giants Now. Whoever sends the biggest individual super chat over on Giants Now, We got a Giants fan cave sign
And
coming your way.
We'll send you the signed football for the Cowboys report.
Let's do it.
So there you go. So
All the super chats on Giants, we'll get to those. We're juggling a lot
Same
of things.
with Cowboys.
Be patient with us. Be patient.
Highest individual is what wins there.
Yes, sir.
All right, the super chat specials. Marshall, your first time through, so I'll walk you through it here since you're just now tuning
I
in
have
live.
been very intrigued about this Bean
You're up
Boozle.
for Bean Boozle. 500 likes on any of the streams? Any of the streams, 500.
Hit that
Giants, how
thumbs
about
up,
this? How about
Giants
this?
fans.
We rotate on Main.
I got it.
Giants 500, I do. Cowboys 500, you do.
Hit
All right,
that
that's
thumbs
fair.
up
So
icon.
like that
Let's go.
video. We'll just keep track on our own numbers there. $10 entry, you are entered into our raffle for an NFL draft hat of your choosing. Whatever team you're a fan of,
That's juice.
boom, we'll give it to you. So there you go. We'll announce that at the end of the night. $20, talk about your team. Highest super chat or Venmo on each of the streams wins an award. Maine, getting a jersey. I don't think it was going to be Brandon LaValle's 500. Cowboys, you get the signed football from us here at Chat Sports. We'll send that to you. Blood Slingers in the lead now at 20. Giant, it's the fan cave, man cave sign
I just
right
cut
there.
myself, to be
Can't
honest,
see
because
it.
it's real wood. It's wood
Wow.
grain. This is legit. Biggest super chat
That I
on
got.
Giants is going to be the winner of this. We'll get a little Johnny Hancock on there as well, so maybe actually worth something
All
one
right,
day.
we are way behind on supers. Marshall, let's go rapid fire. You take it away.
These are all from Maine. Let's go. Nathan Richardson says, like how this draft is going for the Vikings with Levis still available. Do you think they should trade up and nab him? Look, if you think he's the guy, go get him. If that's your quarterback, you declare he's the guy, move up and go get him. Then Trevin comes in with a $5 super chat. Says, with the Lions picking up Jahmyr Gibbs, do you think they're looking to trade Swift? I don't know if they're trying to trade him, but they may not be looking to sign him to a second contract, which is definitely coming down the pipeline for the Detroit Lions. Look, you got a great football player in Gibbs. You can figure out all that stuff a little bit
Sam
later.
just died behind the scenes.
Caden Pruitt with the $5 super chat. Christian Gonzalez, Michael Mayer, Brian Branch, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Dalton Kincaid, Nolan Smith, Deontay Banks, Jordan Addison. Cowboys are going to get one of them.
I think
Tom.
this works for the Giants, too. We're both going to be clamoring for Brian Branch, aren't we?
Branch, Banks, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers. I may cry at tear happiness. Thomas sends in a $1 super chat. Thomas, we appreciate you supporting the stream. It goes a long way. Greatly, greatly appreciate it. Then Jacob McGowan comes in with a $10 super chat. Says, thoughts on Texans going all in to take 2 top 5 big board players?
I liked it.
I don't have a problem with it, Tom.
It's aggressive.
That team needed a talent infusion. They got that today at the top of the board. They gave up some picks, but look, you got some talented players. H-Town, you didn't have many of those going into this. Then Santa Perez with a $10 super chat. Tom, with the board falling how it is, who do you hope goes to the Cowboys first round? Go Cowboys.
I got the pick. We'll get to that in a second. Very shook by that one.
No way.
Let's just do it. Let's do it.
Oh, my God.
Marshall, do you want to announce it or we don't announce it?
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft.
200 on Cowboys.
Oh, no way.
Yes. Geraldo.
The Lions
There's too much going on
are
here.
selecting Tom linebacker Jack Campbell. Wow. Wow, Tom.
I just made a new meme face, by the way. Someone clip it for me. This is weird. Well, I do like Jack Campbell, the player. It's funny. My comp is Leighton Vander Esch. One pick before Vander Esch went years ago. Number 3 linebacker, not by a significant amount behind there. Awesome athlete, but he doesn't play as fast as he tested. He kind of gets when the ball's behind him, it's not as good.
He's a downhill player.
Look, he's a Buckus Award winner, top linebacker, and won the Academic Heisman Trophy. Just feels like a Dan Campbell pick there. So like
this is a Dan Campbell pick.
This is Dan Campbell draft, man.
This might
Running
be
back
his
and a
son,
linebacker.
Jack Campbell.
There's no relation, but that is funny. Good tackler. High completion percentage, didn't allow many after catch there. Tested really well. 4.65 40 was the worst. That's really impressive, but I don't love him in coverage. Maybe the athletic ability will grow in that area, but this is a surprise. This is a significant surprise pick by the Detroit Lions at number 18 overall.
I think both of their picks have been the biggest 2 surprise picks
I totally agree.
of the first round. I like Campbell.
I do
Good
too.
football player. I would have liked him in round 2. I would have liked him in round 3. He's a downhill linebacker. He likes to read and react.
Throwback Mike.
And yes, going north and south. When he's got a backpedal, he gets into a little bit of trouble. You nailed it, hit nail on the head. Great run defender. Not the best pass coverage linebacker, I would say.
I told you it was going to be a weird freaking draft. Here we go.
I did just
I told you right around here it was going to be weird.
We just get a $10 super chat from Tom Downey on Giants Now, which
That
probably means
sus.
he's not actually a Cowboy fan. We'll catch up here with Supers on Main. John G with a $2 super chat. John, appreciate you, my man. Thank you for supporting Chat Sports. We appreciate it. Real Fishing and Hunting sends in a $2 super chat. Says, do you think Nolan Smith makes it to the Chiefs? Tom, I'll let you
No.
take this one.
No,
I don't think
and we'll
so
go quick
either.
because we are way behind.
Dwayne Jackson says, since the Commanders declined Chase Young's fifth-year option, do you think he would be a good pick last year depending on the money he is looking for?
I don't know if he's going to get traded. I think
Yeah.
that's what we're asking. I don't know about that.
I don't think he gets traded, to be honest with you. Cool Sharky says, what's up with JPJ? Thought Steelers would grab him. I hope something comes up where he just falls to pick number 25 and he can wear a blue helmet with a red stripe and be a New York football giant.
He's a Cowboy.
No, stop it. You do not do that to me. I like Joey Porter Jr. I thought he would have been gone by now, but it's just not what has happened.
All right, Cowboys Super Chats. Chris B, thank you very much. Board's fallen. I totally agree there. Andres Yabarvo, happy draft day. Thank you, my friend. He also says Cowboys got to boost the D-line. Thoughts? Just go BPA here. Board is falling decently. Bloodslinger, $20. Joey Porter Jr. We make it to the boys. I hope so. That has been my CeeDee Lamb in 2023. Got a chance at it. I think the next 5 picks could cause issues there. Clinton Bach, Cowboys board's fallen great. Nolan Smith, look, again, we're all in agreement there. Board has fallen fantastically. Douglas Shepard, hope Joey Porter falls too, but I doubt he will. Put down for BPA, I agree. $20, JT, which did take the lead. More on that in a moment. Cowboys could choose any BPA at this point, just not Taco Charlton. The one bad pick in the last 10 years, and everyone just can't get over it. I get it. OG Rungtag, $10. Dan Quinn being the guy. I think he's the favorite for the Cowboys pick. We'll see how the board falls. And then $200, Geraldo Neri. He is the leader for the football. We'll sign it, ship it out to you, Geraldo. If you stand, it's the highest individual super chat tonight. Who are we getting, Tom? Shout out to my brother, Sergeant Aguilar. Thank you for your service, my friend. Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith. One of those 4 guys might be there. Dalton Kincaid. I'd be a very happy camper if that's how it falls there. And a 50 for a shot. Yeah, you can slap me, Sam. That's fine. Sam's over there like, can I do it? Can I do it? It's fine. $100 and above, we'll do it. 50, I'll do a shot here. So we go BPA. We'll go quick, and then Marshall will take over some super chats here. Yeah, there you go. You missed! You missed! You hit the light! I think I should slap Sam now. I think I should slap Sam. He missed. L in the comment section. All right. No, you first. Oh, I punched you. Oh, we punched each other.
Oh, my gosh. That was brutal. That was brutal. We'll get to the number 19 pick in a second. Corinne with a $10 super chat. Corinne, we love you. Thank you so much. Trade up. Go get your guy, Joe and Dave's. How much longer do you wait to go get Jackson Smith and Jigba? How much longer? But look, with the receivers still on the boards and Deontay Banks there and Joey Porter Jr., you may not have to move up. Nick's Galaxy says, Big Blue, salute Brody. Gilly, is Jackson Smith and Jigba going to drop to us? I'm hoping he is. Aunt Ben Rod with 99 with a $5 super chat. Giants going to draft Deontay Banks or Addison. I agree. I'm cool with that. Then Corinne back again. We're always keeping Melissa's family in our thoughts and prayers. Prayers up. Braden Barnes with a $10 super chat. Braden, we appreciate you. Says, do you think we take the center from Minnesota? Not in round 1. You're not taking him at pick number 25 with this much talent still on the board. Dr. Pancake says, grow a pair and trade up for JSN. I'm not going to tell another man to grow a pair that's done a great job like him. Then Tom Downey with a $10 super chat over on New York Giants now. Says, thanks, Marsh, for being our best and brightest host at Chat Sports. I have decided to give you a 2-time raise and a promotion to the Yankees now if you want. But we just got breaking news on New York Giants now. A $250 super chat from my man Dax. Everyone type Dax in the comments section. Dax is in the lead to win our man cave sign. Dax, I'm giving you a virtual shake right now. Salute. You've been a real one for so long. Dax, Thank you so much. Everyone here at Chat Sports is very, very thankful. I'm going to do a beer shot fun coming up in a second for my man
shot
Dax.
for the 200.
Shout out to you.
Announce the pick, Marshy. What do you got for me?
With the 19th pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are taking the very athletic defensive tackle, Kalijah Cansey, out of Pittsburgh. Tom, I was kind of hoping he fell to 25.
It's really interesting.
He's a good player. I know we love to obsess over 281 pounds, but when you watch the tape, my eyes don't lie, Tom. He is special.
I'm actually less worried about the weight, as I think Sam cut my lip, by the way, as I am the wingspan. He is the first defensive tackle drafted in the past 10 years with a sub 74-inch wingspan. The first and only in that time frame. So again, it's a class of outliers. That's just how it is. Cansey to the Bucs in a 3-4 base. I think he's a DPR 3-tech, designated pass rusher. I don't think he's going to be a full-time run stopper. People want to say Aaron Donald because he's Pitt and undersized. I think Ed Oliver is the real comp here. Shorter arm lengths right there. I think the wingspan matters. We're talking about a 2-inch difference between Aaron Donald and Kalijah Cansey in the length.
Yeah.
2 inches by itself, not a big deal. Adding or subtracting 2 inches, ask your girl, that's a big difference. So 4.67 40 at 281 is nuts, though. He's quick. He wins most leverage games. Low man wins, after all. There's no anchor. He's going to get smoked by double teams, and I think he's going to be a situational player. I'm a bit surprised he went to the Bucs. So I thought he'd go round 1. Wasn't ready for the Bucs to be the pick here at number 19.
He may not be an every down player, Tom, but man, his get-off speed is electric. I feel like he's very violent at the point of attack with his hands. Even though they're short arms, got little T-Rex arms, he's shown the ability. I know it's college. It'll be different in the National Football League, but I just see a damn good football player in Kalijah Cansey. He knows how to win in the interior, and when you're playing a quarterback that's scared to step up in the pocket, that could be a difference maker for your defense.
Look, Cansey's got great upside. Can he overcome the length?
Yeah.
He's defensive line Bryce Young.
Do you have any tips on dealing with that problem?
The length issues? No, I'm good. that ain't.
I love Tom Downey. I love Tom Downey. Oh, Tom.
I'm not familiar with that.
I don't know if you picked that one up right away, but if you did.
It took me a second. I'm not going to lie. It took me a second.
We are in a Super Chat battle as we are streaming as well on our Cowboys Report channel, our New York Giants Now channel. Giants fans, we got cheated out of a win on Monday. We're going to mute Tom's mic so he can't say otherwise. Let's beat him today.
Cheated for the
fair and square. Let's beat him. Dax, my man Dax, the definition of a real one, is in the lead right now for our Giants fan cave sign with a $250 super chat. The biggest super chat today. I'm going to sign this bad boy and send it to you so you can hang it up in your man cave.
All right, shot fun time?
Oh, is it in? I'm in. Let's go. How about this? If you're loving the content we're doing here on Chat Sports, can we get a me in the comments section?
Yeah, type me.
Can we get a me in the comments section? Tom and everybody will give you guys some shout-outs as I knock down this shot fun. Dax, this is for you, homie. Appreciate it.
It'll take him just a few seconds on that front there. Type those me's in the comment section. Captain NG, Gump Wolf, None Ya Business, West of the Silence. If you're on Cowboys Report, type in F Marshy as well, because that's fun. F Marshy's on Cowboys. I assume F Tom's on Giants.
I love the rivalry.
Yeah. It's fun. I enjoy it. I enjoy it.
I love it. Thank you, guys. You guys are the best.
Marshall, I know for the Giants, all your receivers are on the board still.
I'm scared.
You're
scared? Seems unreal.
Well,
Has the board fallen perfect for both of our teams?
I don't know about perfect, but it's fallen well. And it will break our heart when they take the guy that we don't want.
We are both Brian Branch lovers.
Yes.
Because he's a good football player.
He's awesome at football.
I don't care what anyone says.
I want him in Dallas. Joey Porter Jr.'s there. Michael Mayer's there. Jackson Smith and Jigba, which in my mock I had him at 20 because I didn't know where the hell to put him, and now I feel smart for it. Both tight ends are there if you're the Cowboys. Deonte Banks is there. But this next range, Chargers, Ravens, Vikings, Jags, there's a lot of similar needs to the next 7 picks or so. So we're going to have some fun.
If you're the Giants, if you can get Branch, Porter, Banks, Jackson Smith and Jigba, Jordan Addison, or Zay Flowers. I'm bad at math, but I think I just named 7 players I would like, and we're 5 picks away. The Giants have a chance here, Tom, to get a guy that I think is at the top of their board.
And the exact same thing for Dallas.
Yeah.
This is why patience matters. We said it would be weird. I know we're not out of the weirdness yet, though.
I just want to ask you a quick question because both teams could take a receiver here. I know you have Zay Flowers and Jordan Addison behind Quentin Johnson.
They're about the same grade. So
Okay,
if
about
you
the
want
same
to go
grades?
small guy, I'm not going to be mad at it.
Okay.
They're on my board. They're like 30. I got them right here. They're 30, 31, 32.
Okay. And how much difference do you see in Joey Porter Jr. and Deontay Banks?
I have a first-round grade on JPJ and early second on Deontay Banks. So not a lot, but I would prefer Joey Porter Jr.
How many first-round grades do you have left if you know off the top of your head?
4. Brian Branch, JPJ, Michael Mayer, Nolan Smith. And then I got my coward grades, Osiris Torrance, Miles Murphy, and Darnell Washington.
I know
7 guys.
The Giants have their corners and receivers on the board. Man, I would not be mad if they took Nolan Smith either at 25. You win with pass rushers in this
Wonder if
league,
he's about
man.
to be a Jag or a Seahawk.
I could.
That makes sense, don't it?
Jackson Smith and Jigba is in the cards at 25. How much does it cost to move up from 25 to 21, 22?
About a third.
About a third.
About a third.
If you have Joe Shane, the Giants have Jackson Smith and Jigba as your number 1 receiver, but obviously Flowers, Addison, and Johnson are there. Do you think that's worth it, or do you just sit back and take the one that you like, maybe second or third best?
If they're similar, you stand pat. But if there's one guy that's just above, you go get them.
And that's how look. I'm not Joe Shane. I think Jackson Smith and Jigba is clearly the best receiver in this class. I know we want to say he's a slot receiver.
He's my first receiver.
But I think he could play all over the field.
I would say slot best.
Yes,
less
slot
than
best.
Slot only.
But I don't want to just box him into a slot receiver. I think if you put him on the wide side, opposite side of the tight end, he can get open one-on-one.
Yep.
The short area quickness, Tom. The
He's
route running, the separation.
Which,
Sneaky after the catch.
I like him for Seattle. Plug him in with Tyler Lockett and Geno Smith.
And he's your
and
he's
DK
your
Metcalf.
slot. That's scary. If you
That was my
that's
mock
the
because
pick.
I didn't know where else to put
That's
him.
the pick.
But Seattle does weird stuff. We know that. Now I love Devin Witherspoon, but Seattle also loves to trade down.
I think that was fair to call that weird as well.
Mm.
Because they have 2 young corners they took last year. Oh, man. We do have some super chats coming on Giants. We'll get to those in a second. Give us some time. We're live on 3 channels right now. We are just having a whole bunch of fun.
F. Marshy in the comments section.
F. Tom in the comment section on Giants. This is great. This is great. Make sure you guys are subscribed to our channel, main channel, Chat Sports, Cowboys Report, and Giants Now. I can promise you this, there's no one in the business that works harder than Tom Downey, and no one puts out more content than Tom does on our main channel and our Cowboys channel. So if you love those teams, subscribe. If you bleed blue and you love the Giants, hit that sub button. I think we do a pretty good job over there as well. Less than 900 away from 333,000. That's a huge number.
Do you know who the pick is?
I have not looked down.
Don't look.
Am I going to
number
be in
20,
shambles?
Seattle Seahawks take Jackson Smith and Jigba out of Ohio State. Another one I got right on my mock draft, which is the worst one I've ever done, which I expected there.
This was a weird mock draft to do.
I had no confidence in it. I'm getting some late round 1 picks. Like this is like the most non-top 15 picks I've got already. But
Tom,
JSN's your boy.
you put
I love
him
it.
with the 2 receivers they have.
This is so much
Geno
fun.
Smith is happy right now.
Geno Smith is pitching a tent right now. This is absolutely incredible. Jackson Smith and Jigba is my number 1 receiver. I have an early 2nd round grade on him. Overall, he is number 20. So this is exactly where I had him labeled. Just under 6'1", 196, 83% of his snaps came in the slot. So I don't want to use the phrase slot only for JSN because I think he can do some outside stuff for you. But I think slot best fits his game, where he does not have great long speed. 4.5, 240 at Ohio State's 39-yard downhill, downwind, 40-yard dash, so it's a bit juiced. It's probably more like in the mid-4.5s in the end. 1.65 10-yard split was not very good. Again, he lacks that immediate burst to win more on the outside. This is the best route runner by a significant margin in this class. Great body control. Quarterback-friendly player, he gets open. That is exactly what you want. He can beat the press with his route running. The hesitations, the disguises, he's super freaking quick. I mean, the athletic testing from the agility was incredible. Amon-Ra St. Brown on the high end. Tyler Boyd kind of in like the middle lower end, but like Tyler Boyd's a borderline 1,000-yard receiver. Yeah. That's a good football player. There's a lot to like. His brother's a Pirates outfielder, by the way.
Good genes.
Seattle gets 2 of my favorite guys. My number 1 corner, my number 1 receiver. That's
Tom,
a lot of fun.
I have a question for you.
Okay.
Because you've been covering the draft for a while. Is there a spot in 3 years we look back and say, Jackson Smith-Njigba was the steal of the draft, kind of like we've said about Justin Jefferson. I know he's not the straight vertical speed.
He's not.
4.4 and 4.5, but Tom, the 10-yard splits. 1.54 for Jefferson. What'd you say, 1.56?
1.65.
So a little
it's not,
different there.
That's why he's not Jefferson.
But
for me.
he was picked late in the first round-ish.
Yeah, I think maybe he doesn't become like a superstar receiver. There's no real number one.
Yeah.
But high-end 2, take him at 20, that's not a bad thing.
I'm a big
not a
fan
bad
of Jackson Smith-Njigba, Texas high school football legend.
In the past, I have bodied the Seattle Seahawks for their drafts 2 years in a row. I love what they're doing.
They're doing good.
Good for you, John Schneider.
Biggest winners, don't say Texans. Don't you dare say Texans.
Seahawks. I love what they've done. I'm a huge fan. I'm a huge fan here. So I know there are supers we'll get caught up on here too, but we are likes-wise updating the numbers here. We're halfway to making Marshall do a Bean Boozled on Cowboys. Like the video. Oh, we got 969 viewers too.
We're up to 300 plus viewers on Giants. 110 likes. Hit that thumbs up icon.
Then 100 away on the mainstream as well.
So, Tom, you got pick 21, pick 22, 23, 24. Banks, Flowers, Addison, Joey Porter. If those are the next 4 picks, I will be in shambles.
I think I had projected Michael Mayer to the Chargers. Now, I think Zay Flowers is in play too. I would bet a decent amount of money that I've made so far on my draft bets that it's one of those 2 guys here.
Michael Mayer
that's
would
my
be a
guess.
great Charger, and I'm only saying
I want it to be Flowers because I want Michael Mayer to be a Cowboy. So, which I'd be fine with either pick. It just depends on what the Chargers want because they do need some speed, and Zay Flowers has some speed.
Just take Hyatt in round 2.
That's fine there. Nolan Smith is still on the board too, which I find interesting.
He may be the BPA at 25, maybe even 26.
I am surprised he's there. I thought he was going to go top 10 on honestly.
I thought he won the draft in the pre-draft combine. Clearly not that big of an import. I don't want to use that word, but people aren't, I think, overreacting to it this time around.
I think so too. All right, get caught up on super chats here. Cool Sharky, $2. Thank you. Steelers are not going to take JPJ. They were not that high on him. Tatiana Perez, my first super chat wasn't answered. I will look here. And we'll get caught up. Oh, it's $10. Love how the board is falling. Who do the Cowboys go round 1? Branch, Mayer, JPJ. I'm going to be a happy camper. We're close. We're close. Sorry for that one.
We got a lot of the same guys.
Yeah, we do. Sports Card Stallion, $2. DB's pick before every Lions pick so far. It's true. I guess they didn't like Gonzalez. I do think they wanted Devin Witherspoon, by the way. Charles Pamels, $5. What's good, Marshy? I see orange and... it's
orange and blue. I don't know why it's crossed off. Where did he super chat this?
It's got to be orange and blue skies, right?
Orange and blue skies. Was this on our main channel?
It is orange and blue skies. It's the orange and blue emoji coming through there. That's
Love
the issue.
that. CPJ, you are a legend, my man. Thank you for everything you do on New York Knicks now. One of the biggest super chatters we have over there. Salute, Brody. Salute. Thank you. Let's go, Knicks. Knicks in 5 over the Miami Cheat. Let's ride. Let's ride. Tom, do you have a guess here for 21? As I'll go through these super chats, let you mull over that.
I think it is Michael Mayer or Zay Flowers.
I would love that if it's not the second guy. Not the second guy. We'll quickly run it through a couple of super chats left on Giants. Oh, Foley with a $10 super chat says, JSN, let's go. I don't want to break your heart, but he just went to the Seattle Seahawks, so he will not be a New York football Giant. But look, Jordan Addison's still available. Zay Flowers is still available. Deonte Banks is still available. I think the Giants are sitting pretty right now. You just take the best player at 25 and you run. Tom, you got the super chats over on Cowboys?
Jason Rose, $10. Can't lose the Giants now. Go Cowboys. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate that one, my friend. Clinton Purcell, $20. If Will Levis falls to round 2, do we dare to take him? Great job there, Sam. No, I think, I don't know where he goes, but I don't think teams are that high on Will Levis. Dwayne Jackson with the Cowboys board finally falling our way. O-line, tight end, safety. If Mayer, Porter, Smith are available, who's the pick? Porter? Not Mayer? I'm happy either way. And, shout out to the small. Santana Perez. We hit Jason, so we're good there. Andres Yabarba, we hit that one too. Marcus Arnold, trade next year's first. I'm not going to trade next year's first. And then $100, ow, from Duncan as Sam slaps me cheatingly. Yo, Tom, you got Marshy here. Love that dude. He's hilarious. Let's go Cowboys, baby. I don't know if you meant Mayor or Baby Maker, but it's funny. Kincaid, Addison, all viable weapons. Brian Branch, my number 1 defensive player. NFL is back, baby. LFG. Also, shout out Bloodslinger for his $5 super chat. I owe a shot for 100.
That was a Cowboys super chat?
Yeah.
Well, he knows ball because he knew I was a pretty cool guy. So, Duncan, shout out to you. Giants fans, we have some room to make up. The Cowboys report is up to $476 in super chats. And Giants now is up to $310. We are in striking distance, Tom. And you may have seen I just got a little bit happy right there.
Did you see the pick?
I am so happy.
Cheers.
I am
just
so
announce it. You're
happy.
good. Just
Yes.
announce it.
One of the Giants guys is going to be there. One of the Giants guys is going to be there. With the 21st pick, the Los Angeles Chargers are selecting Quentin Johnston, the 6'2" wide receiver from TCU. A lot of mixed reviews. It depends on who you talk to, Tom, when it comes to Quentin Johnston. He's 6'2", almost 6'3". But he plays like he's 6 foot. I'm a little bit worried about the contested catches, the limited route tree shown in college. I think he gets separation on the over routes because he is a dynamic athlete. He's good with the ball in his hands. I just worry about the separation a little bit.
So I think you nailed him. He's a weird prospect. Like people want to say T. Higgins, but he's not the high pointer. The issue with Quentin Johnston is he's almost 6'3". He's 212. He's got long arms, and you would think that guy is a big-bodied possession receivers, and that is not how he plays football. He is an awesome after-the-catch machine. 19 forced missed tackles were absolutely elite in that area. He's not a burner. He ran a 4.52. That's fine for 212. A bad 3-cone there. Had a great game against Michigan. His quarterback killed him against Georgia. People were trying to claim he was going to run a sub 4.4. I'm like, no, he's not. That's not what was on film. 4.52 was much more in line there. Great yards per route run if you want to go with that metric there. Skinny Dez is what he can be. He's really good in flashes. If you can teach him to high point, to just be more physical in the end, it's just not how it goes. From that perspective, it just makes it challenging in the end. So I'm a little surprised he's off the board here at 21. I'd heard they'd like Zay Flowers. Clearly, I think that was some misdirect information there. He is my number 2 receiver, barely. Chargers take the big-bodied guy who I think they could be like, he's our next Mike Williams from that standpoint. So big update there from Quentin Johnston. So
the only thing with Johnston, Dez was one of the best fade catchers and jump ball guys in the National Football League at one point. He's 6'3". He plays like he's 5'11". He had a sub 40% contested catch rate this past year. Am I looking into that too much? Did Dan Duggan throw a bad ball? Sure.
It's an I think in general, Maxon does not throw very catchable football. I think that's a big factor. But like, you're 6'3", 33.5-inch arms. You should win more than 35% of your contested catches.
Yeah.
He's a body catcher. He lets it get into his body. If you can teach him and the photo right there, body catch. He's letting it into his body. Hands catch. Teach him how to hands catch. Be more physical. There's a lot of upside here.
Because you remember the play against Michigan, the deep over route, he catches it, and DJ Turner's trailing him, and he hits the sideline. He can't be caught.
Yeah.
So he has a lot of stuff to like. And Tom, I will not be shocked if we come back in 3 years, and he is the best receiver in this class.
If he hits.
But I would not be surprised if we look back and
boom or bust.
Yes.
Totally agree. Totally agree there, Marshall. So, all right. We'll just talk about the general draft so far. We're
going to get
up
one
here.
of our guys.
We're going to be mad if they don't, though. Because you want Deonte Banks.
I want Banks, Flowers, Branch, or Addison, and that's 4 guys. Giants are 3 away.
These next 3 picks are all prime cornerback picks. Ravens, Vikings, Jags. Also, there is still Will Levis hanging out there.
Does he not go round 1?
I don't think he's that good. Tampa didn't take him.
He's got big biceps.
Minnesota going to take him at 23?
Yes, he is a Viking.
We would be if the Ravens hadn't paid Lamar today. We were talking about that being the pick here.
Yeah.
But they paid him today, so it's fine.
Oh my gosh, I'm nervous.
Things
I'm
are
getting
dicey.
nervous. Oh my God, Joey Porter Jr. Oh my God, there's a lot of people left.
It's going to be dicey.
Oh my gosh. So we got who? The Ravens on the clock right now. Tom, what do you think they are looking at?
Joey Porter Jr. and Deonte Banks.
Joey Porter Jr. feels like a Raven.
Taking the sun away from the Steelers
Pittsburgh
guys.
to the Ravens. The Ravens are one of those teams that always get their guys.
I had JPJ to the Ravens, Deonte Banks, these next 2 picks. I also had Will Levis off the board, Michael Mayer off the board, Nolan Smith off the board. So things are getting interesting. I thought it'd be a weird mid to late round one. That's what we've had so far.
Bird's eye view here. Ravens had a couple of vets last year on the front seven.
Yeah.
Could Nolan Smith be the pick right here?
They've spent some recent draft capital on that spot. I'm thinking David Ajabo, who missed some time. I think that's a potential, get him healthy, see how things go there. Spent a first round pick on Odafe Owe. So maybe strength to strength type of deal, but I'm just looking at corner or receiver for the Ravens.
Yeah.
Or the Vikings.
I mean, Calais
So
Campbell's
I think for you and me for the corners, I'm not committed to a receiver in the end.
Nolan Smith would be a great pick now.
I think one of those, I think we're going to have corner receivers here. Would be my guess.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Let's ask this question to everybody watching right now. Who is the best player left in the NFL draft? Tom, I think it's Brian Branch. When you just talk about best football players left, he's the best in my opinion. Brian Branch is a stud.
He's my number one player. I've got 4 first-round grades left, same 4 we've been talking about. I've got Branch and Michael Mayer and Joey Porter Jr. And as a Cowboys fan in me or any team drafting, I'd take one of those guys here and be a very happy camper.
Why is Porter slipping? I mean, slipping may not be the word.
I think teams think he's a little stiff.
Stiff in the hips?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's overthinking it. Teams, I value when teams don't throw at you. Teams didn't throw at him. Purdue threw at him. He broke up 6 passes. And then teams were like, okay, we're done. He's fast. He's long. He's a Dan Quinn type of corner. I take him in a heartbeat here.
Oh, my Lanta. This is why you love the NFL draft.
It is. It's fun.
This is why you love the NFL
It's a lot
draft.
of fun.
Corinne Terrier Dog Mom says Branch, Banks, Flowers, and Addison. I got a JPJ is stiff from Candyman. Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison, Zay Flowers, Branch. The Giants want their guys. They got their eyes on a corner and a receiver. That's who they're looking at. As I see a Nolan Smith is the best player available. A Porter Jr., Will Levis, Deontay Banks. I love Deontay Banks. Man, we're going to get 2 good football players here.
I'm just going to get caught up just verbally on some super chats, some smaller ones that came in on Cowboys. JT, thank you. Kellen Moore chooses Johnson D. Petty. I don't think Dallas is going to take him. Anders Barvo, $5. Someone takes hometown players. Thank you. Stone Cold 10X wants Mayer. Michael Campbell wants Joey Porter Jr. Lance Dunbar, cost to get back in the first. Too much. Marcus Arnold, didn't read the full super chat. I'm sorry. Why not trade next year's late round pick for 2 firsts? You are assuming it's in 24-27 range.
Oh, my God.
It might not be. It might not be that early. So that's why I'm not trading it. I value my future firsts more than most teams, so I'm passing on it on that front. Marshall, I know you saw the pick.
I did.
Would you like to just go ahead and start talking
Another weapon for Lamar Jackson in the Baltimore Ravens. Zay Flowers, the receiver out of Boston College. He was the number 3 receiver on my board. He is a dang good football player. Undersized, no doubt about it. But a guy, Tom, that I think can win at all levels, short, deep, intermediate. He can win out of the slot. He can win outside. I don't think he's crazy like Antonio Brown, but I see a little Antonio Brown in his game. Look, they're trying to keep their quarterback happy over there in Baltimore.
How about Darnell Mooney or Elijah Moore?
I like that too.
Smaller guys who played on the outside.
I like that more. I like that. I just think that he could be a number 1 wide receiver down the road. I do. I don't know if Mooney or Moore is that type of guy. I get it. 5'9", only 182 pounds. You're probably a little bit scared about that, but I just think that he has something to him. You watch him play, he jumps off the screen to me. I just love what the Ravens are doing finally. It took them how long to finally put weapons around Lamar Jackson. Look, you've got some talented players now at the pass-catching position in Baltimore. Duvernay, OBJ, Flowers.
Rashad
Bateman. Matt, dude, I think they finally understand what you got to do.
Look, his size is that of a slot receiver, 29.25 inch arms. But he played mostly on the outside for Boston College. Only about a third of the slot time from that perspective. He's the 11th of 14 kids, by the way, Marshall.
No way.
Yes. This is an outlier size class. Zay Flowers is small, and a class full of siblings. Just super weird. Which is noteworthy, I suppose, there. Very loyal kid, by the way. He had 6-figure NIL offers to leave Boston College. And he said, no, I'm sticking here. That's why he went to the Shrine Bowl and not the Senior Bowl, because he committed there first. School record in yards, catches, touchdowns, you name it. He said it there. If he were bigger, and I got hand concerns here. He
did have some drops.
He dropped 10% of his passes this year, 10.8 over his career. That is the big red flag for me. There's big plays. There's speed, 4.42 40. He's great after the catch. There's a lot to like. It's just, again, it's the size conversation. It's the hands. All of those things those are the potential red flags you have here. But
So-
22, I'm fine with it.
So you had Addison slightly above him?
By one spot, the same.
Yeah.
So,
2, 3, 4, all
yeah.
kind of interchangeable.
Johnston, Addison, Flowers were the same for me.
Dude, they have some guys, as Joe Shane would call it,
Mhm.
when they get the ball in their hands, they can generate some yak.
Yes, they can.
I like what Baltimore's doing. I also like how this draft is falling out for both of our teams, Tom. Banks, Joey Porter, Addison, Mayer, Branch. That's 5 blue chips in my opinion. And fortunately, the Cowboys are going to get one of them.
Giants will too. So there's a lot of good players left on the board there, including for the Vikings on the clock right now. Pick
Can they
23.
take Will Levis?
Pat,
Is
Producer
Will
Patrick
Levis a
just walked
Viking?
up and went no. All right.
You got it.
Super chat, or not super chat, but shout out time here. If you comment balls and retweet our pinned tweet on Chat Sports, we will give you guys a shout out. Several more we need to do here from the last time we did this. Easiest, freest way to get a shout out here is by doing this. Let me get caught up here on the newer ones because we gave a bunch of shout outs earlier today. Jonathan, William, Isaac Young, James is in there. Miracle Tech, Justin Finch, Mark, Mia Bloom, Brandon Kavanaugh. He said Beard, but I'll count it. Philip Ventura, Craig, Alex, Robert Lux, Kenny is in there. Jay, Eddie Flores, Mason, Pizza Boy Plays, Mr. Benjamin, I'm Your Buddy, Caden again, and making sure I didn't miss any in the quote tweet side of things. Remember, comment balls on the pinned tweet. Comment section's great, thank you. But the pinned tweet is what we're aiming for on that one. So go comment balls over there. But thank you to Manscaped for sponsoring today's show here.
That link's in the live chat. Just click it, give it a retweet, comment balls. If you love Chat Sports, the easiest way to support is by supporting our sponsors on the channel. That helps us grow, that helps us do things like be able to have 2 people on live right here, to be live on Maine, to be live on Cowboys, to be live on Giants. Support the show, support the sponsors. We love you guys. Thank you so much.
All right, Super Chat time on the Cowboys stream. Isaiah Almananza, $10. Let's go Cowboys. You're the best live. Keep it up. I like Sanders, but that's just me. How about them Cowboys? I got some higher graded guys, and it might be a fun draft for the Cowboys here. Lone Wolf, is Brett still doing the pie? Some touch about 100. We gave the slap. Pie was specific for the NFL. But Lone Wolf, thank you very much for your $10 Super Chat. Smaller ones, we'll just give some shout-outs to Jeremy Chugs' burner, Lance Dunbar's burner, Stone Cold 10X. Thank you, but there's a lot of Super Chats, so the smaller ones, we'll just give you some love and shout it out here from that standpoint. Marshall, Giants.
Shout out to my man Sean. We'll get to Rolly Stinks' Super Chat coming up in a second. Sean, we appreciate the $10 Super Chat,
Yes,
my man.
my guy.
Says, my man Marsh, what all have I missed? Just got off work. Giants are going to get a primetime player at 25. That's all you need to know. And then the best name and
My
the
guy.
best profile picture of all time. Johnson, you Rolly Stinks says, no matter who the Cowboys get, you will get eliminated in the Cowboys fashion. What can go wrong will go wrong. Well, I will say this. What has gone wrong is Giants now is losing in the Super Chat battle to Cowboys, the Cowboys report. Hit the Super Chats. We'd greatly appreciate it. Whoever sends in the biggest Super Chat today, we're going to send you this Man Cave sign. My man Dak sent in a $250 Super Chat. He's in first place right now. Rolly Stinks, I want to introduce you to a legend, Tom Downey.
There you go. There you go. All right, Super Chat specials here. Every 500 likes is a Bean Boozle. We're 120 away from Marshall doing one on Cowboys.
Yep.
And we're 200 away from Maine. It would also be Marshall, by the way, so like it. First time Super, we'll give you a shout out, plus some of the smaller ones, under 5. I'll just go quick here because, we're behind. Real G, JPJ or JSN? Well, JPJ. Mark, who do you think the Cowboys will get? Branch Mayor Porter. I like it a lot. Curtis McVay, drafting crazy as it is. Dream pick for them right now. I think it's about Cowboys. Grump Wolf says Cowboys fans are salty. I mean, playoff losses hurt. McVay, or Curtis McVay, good guys there. Marks is Porter, Mayer, Murphy, or left. Who do you want? I'm taking Mayer or Porter and being very happy about it in the end. $10, by the way, gets you a entry into our raffle. That is for Bain. First time super is a shout out. $20. Talk about your team. Highest super chat. Cowboys signed football. We got a pretty clear winner on that from Geraldo. The highest on Giants, the Fan Cave, and then the highest on Maine is a custom jersey. I don't think anyone's going to beat Brandon LaValle from that standpoint there. Also, I'll shout out new Cowboys super. Chris B. said he wished Dave was going to make it there. He was never going to. I thought he was, and I'm not sure they would have taken him anyway. All right.
Do you have a prediction? 23?
I had Deontay Banks as the pick. But I had JPJ gone. So Levis? I don't. It's weird that Levis.
If Will Levis goes to the Vikings, I would be very, very happy.
By the way, yell to Snell, $50 on Cowboys. F Marshy, he says. Spam it. F Marshy.
Giants fans, I need you to have my back. I need you to have my back. I'm getting berated in front of tens of thousands of people right now by Cowboys fans. Look, I don't ask for much. I need you to have my back. I need you to have my back. We won on Monday.
75
we know
likes.
That.
5 likes away on Maine from this, too, for you.
Let's win today. Let's win today. As we did get a
Cheers
couple
to
of
you,
super
Yell to
chats
Snell.
on Giants, I'll just verbalize these. Gillies says Flowers is gone. Get one of the top defensive guys. I think Addison could be the pick if he's there. Swade sent in a $5 super chat. Said Vikings are going defense, guessing Porter. They are trash and old on that side of the ball. Addison falls to 25. Prayers up. Yeah, we know they're trash on defense. We saw what the Giants did to them in the playoffs. Then Junior Mata. My man Junior Mata. What up, Brody? A legend. He said, I'm scared, Marshy. Tom, Giants fans, Cowboys fans should not be scared. They are going to get a
should
good
be
player.
Excited right now.
Your guys are all still there.
Then we can be in shambles if they don't go the guy that we want. But I'd be excited right now. So, you guys can hit me up on Twitter at WhatGoingDowney. I'll have plenty of NFL draft updates for you guys on there. I've been better about not tweeting during the draft, though.
You have not been typing Tom today.
I have not. I've been avoiding typing Tom, just having fun. That's my mindset.
Oh, my gosh.
Follow me on Twitter. Marshall lost his other receiver. Jordan Addison.
Jordan
to the
Addison
Vikings.
Is going to the Vikings. He will not be a New York Football Giant, but I can almost guarantee that Joey Porter or Deontay Banks will be. Tom, I am a huge Jordan Addison fan. I've compared him to a slighter and smaller Stephon Diggs. I've seen the Emmanuel Sanders comps. I like those as well. I think he's in between those two guys. I think he's one of the best separators in this class. And what I like is, Tom, about him, he was used in one way at USC and one way in Pitt, and he was pretty successful at both those spots.
That's a big way. Like, I think some of the concerns you have with the way that we used at each spot was answered by the way he was used at the other spot. So I feel good about that there. Punt return background, too, was more of a slot underneath guy, or actually out wide underneath guy at USC, slot vertical stuff for Pitt. I like the Emmanuel Sanders comp. I'm just going to keep doing the sibling stuff. He has 9 siblings. These receivers, it's just weird stuff there. He's not going to win contested catches. 22.2% rate. He's just not good in that area. Tiny hands, too. Undersized. Again, it's a class of outliers. 5'11", 173 is not a large person. That is a very undersized person. But Vikings get a receiver to pair with Justin Jefferson. You're not going to ask him to be a wide receiver 1. You're going to ask him to be a wide receiver 2. I think he can be that just like in the Emmanuel Sanders mold.
Him. That's going to help him
I like that pick a lot.
No pressure on him from up top. Tom, my math could be wrong right here, but I'm pretty sure 4 wide receivers just went in a row.
Yes.
Jackson Smith-Njigba, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, and Jordan Addison. So for all the people out there that maybe you were a Cowboys fan, maybe you were a Giants fan or a Jaguars fan at pick 24, you wanted a wide receiver, you're probably not going to get your guy at this point anymore. As we did get a $50 super chat on Giants. We'll get to that in a second. Dax is back again. He's already the runaway winner with this one.
Trade! Giants trading up!
Giants are trading up! Giants trade to 24, Tom. Who do you think it is?
Got to be one of the corners.
Is it
they're worried about someone jumping them.
So this tells me, Tom, they had a higher grade on one of either Banks or Joey Porter Jr.
How
I'm going to
about
go
you
with the
take Banks
prediction.
and I get Joey Porter Jr.? Who
Deontay
says
Banks
no?
is a Giant.
Who
That is
says
my
no?
guess. I will
All
not
right.
look. I don't want to be spoiled.
I
as
will
I'm
not look.
looking.
I will announce it for you so you
I
get the real
believe
reaction.
Deontay Banks is going to be the pick. All the research I've done, all the things I've. Oh, we do have the word. The Giants just traded pick 25 and 160 for 24. What that is?
It's a fifth.
Fit. It seems like a lot to move up one spot.
Let me pull up the board here.
Giants fans, you're on the clock. Let me know in the chat who you want him to take. Is it Brian Branch? Is it Joey Porter Jr.? Is it Deontay Banks? I believe it is going to be Deontay Banks. I think he fits what the Giants want at the quarterback.
Slight overpay, but not by much. Trying like a difference in like a late fifth or late sixth.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I think it might have been and 240.
Oh, so I think the Jags had other offers and were bidding things up.
Giants clearly feel one way about the corner available and not the other way. Oh my goodness!
Don't look. Enjoy the moment.
Giants fans, who do you want?
On the clock. Who do you want?
Your opinion. Who do you think fits the Martindale defense better?
Brian Branch.
No
That's
way.
my guy. I love Brian Branch. He's my dude.
I am tired of seeing Darnay Holmes get cooked in the slot by CeeDee Lamb. They're taking an outside corner right here. It's Banks. Banks or Porter?
I love it.
Banks or Porter?
I think I'm going to say Banks because I want Porter on the Cowboys.
I think Banks is going to be the pick.
Been my
Look,
dream
guys,
pick.
whenever the pick is announced, we are going to announce it. So make sure you guys are on the clock. I can't believe the Giants traded a 5th and a 7th round pick to move up one spot. That tells me they love one of these guys compared to the other. Tells me they didn't even want the other guy that was going to be available at pick number 25. Is there a way they moved up for Nolan Smith? No way?
I think if the weird thing would be like tight end since that had been mocked a little
If
bit, which
they
I think
take
makes
Michael
no
Mayer,
sense.
I would be in shambles.
I think that makes no sense.
Why would you do that?
You just traded for Darren Waller. You have Daniel Bellinger. I don't think that would make any sense. So
Bring me
hit that sub.
Deontay Banks. Honestly, I'm fine with Banks or Joey Porter Jr. Make sure you subscribe to the channel. We're getting closer and closer to 28,000 subs. Hit that sub button, as we like to say, sub for Giants Dubs. Tom, it's not
No
the
pick
fact
yet.
that you gave up a 5th and a 7th. You gave up just 2 more picks that I felt like could have been used in a spot in round 2 or round 3 to move up to get your guy. But this
Clearly, there's someone that they love here.
and someone that they don't like.
That they didn't want to have somebody else snipe. This is not bidding to move up one spot. It's bidding against somebody else. Maybe you're worried about Dallas jumping up. The Bills, the Bengals jumping up. Bengals are desperate for a corner.
But I did see from ESPN, Jordan Nunn, I'm going to give him some credit. He said the Giants, he's heard in their building mixed signals on Joey Porter Jr.
I think that's been more common than what I thought it was going to be.
I believe it's going to be Deontay Banks, the corner out of Maryland. One of the best leapers, one of the best athletes, I think, at the corner spot.
Great athlete.
Very physical corner on the outside. Had the 27th most press coverage corner snaps, according to Pro Football Focus. That's who I believe the pick is going to be for the New York Giants. I like Brian Branch a lot. I think he's going to be a nickel in the National Football League more so than your prototypical free safety. He would be your Julian Love replacement if he is the guy.
Close your eyes. Close your eyes. Close your eyes. I'm going to have you turn around and look at the
Is it
screen
in?
once it's in. It's in, but just stand by. I'm going to have you look at the graphics once it comes in officially here. So,
I don't ask for much, and I'm talking to the man upstairs.
yeah, let's go full screen, Marshall. This is fun.
Ask for much. No Michael Mayer.
All right, 3, 2,
no
1.
Michael
Marshall, pick is in.
The New York Giants select Deontay Banks, the corner out of Maryland. Tom, I am in love with this prospect. I am in love with this pick. I'm not in love with giving up 2 extra picks later on in the draft. But look, if you are Joe Shane and you have decided that Banks is a difference maker, and when 24 was on the clock, you had to trade up so someone else could not go get him, you have to make that move. I love the size, Tom. 6 foot plus, 200 pounds, very physical, but also a sensational athlete. Is it a little bit worrisome that he was a little bit grabby and had 8 flags in 2022? Sure, but I believe the Giants with their elite defensive coaching staff can coach that out of him. I also love that he is a strong tackler with fascinating size and great athletic testings. He was one of the best vertical jumpers and broad jumpers in the NFL draft. I think he mirrors really well. I think he can play man. I think he can play zone. He has the 27th most press coverage snaps this year in college football, Tom, Wink Martindale just got his guy in this draft.
And this is a great pick for the Giants. I do have Joey Porter Jr. higher. Clearly, they disagree, but he's 21st overall on my board, so
got him at 25.
Early second.
24 now.
It's the right value. Look, he's a great tackler, fantastic athlete. You mentioned it, great jumps, 4.35 40, good length. Heard maybe he didn't impress the most on the whiteboard of the combine, but you bring him in for a visit, you trust that, you're fine there. Little grabby, 8 flags this year, but he's great athletic ability, the fit in Don Martindale's scheme. It just makes sense for the Giants. I'm on board.
What was it, a shoulder injury, not this year, this past year, that caused him to not play that much?
Yeah, shoulder in 2021, did need surgery.
Am I a little bit worried that he was I don't want to say a one-year wonder, but a one-year elite production guy?
Yeah.
Sure, a little bit, but man, I think I had him as the 3rd best corner, 4th best corner. I'm splitting hairs between him and Joey Porter Jr. But Deonte Banks, you are a New York Football Giant. Grade the pick down in the comment section, Giants fans. You just got your number 1 corner because Adoree Jackson, who was your number 1 corner last year, has an injury history, Tom, and he's going to be a UFA after this season. The Giants said they are not going to extend him before the year. So this isn't just a player for this year. This is a player long-term. The Giants, they need a corner. There's a lot of talented pass catchers in this division, Tom. The Cowboys have some in CeeDee Lamb. The Eagles have some. The Washington Commanders have a couple. Giants have been beat bad a couple times in the secondary when Adoree Jackson missed time last year. You were relying on guys like Fabian Moreau to cover. Not no more. You got Deonte freaking Banks. I'm pretty happy. I would give this pick an A, honestly. And I don't want to bias Giants guy. I give it an A. The trade, I don't love, but clearly the Giants thought he was going 24 no matter what, whether he was a Giant or somewhere else.
Yeah, worried about someone else jumping up there. By the way, Jags moved down again. The Bills jumping up the board, pick 25.
They're going to take Joey Porter Jr. here.
I'll be upset. I don't know. I mean, you're jumping Dallas, but you're also jumping other teams here. You're jumping the Bengals, who have been linked to corners heavily. I think they would like Joey Porter Jr. too. So, you're jumping Jacksonville technically too. You're jumping the Saints, or you're actually just behind the Saints. Yeah. You're already there. So you're only jumping Dallas actually. So again, teams thinking Dallas might take somebody, come to the board here. Brian Branch?
No, you guys, he wouldn't fit in Dallas.
Oh, no. So no. The Bills.
Oh, okay, yeah. Brian Branch, in my opinion, is one of the best players in this class. I just won't want him to be a Dallas Cowboy.
By the way, 2 spots. The Jags got a 4th in this one.
They're collecting some picks right now.
They are. They absolutely are.
Dax, we showed your $50 super chat. We talked about it earlier. We appreciate it. He said, "What's going on, Downey?" It's the Cowboys Super Bowl hopes
What's
again.
going down is the Cowboys rules. It's clever. I respect it. I respect it.
You follow him on Twitter? Giants fans, I know we wanted a receiver. You got to be happy about what you got with this pick. This guy's going to be a plug-and-play player. He's going to be a starter day one, and he immediately makes your football team better. Tom, you got one of the best at the position, at a position of need. That doesn't happen very often when you pick 25th in the National Football League.
It does not. So, I think it's a good pick for the Giants. It's the guy you wanted, Marshall. 5 picks ago, you're like, give me Banks.
I'm not
Then
mad.
he got anxious because the receivers went off the board.
I know.
But look, I think it's a good pick for the Giants.
Give me Mingo in round 2, and let's roll.
A double corner. Okay.
No. Mingo. The receiver.
Mingo.
Jonathan
I heard
Mingo.
Ringo. That makes more sense.
No.
All right. Super chats. 581 for the Cowboys. 342 for the Giants. Marshall. Giants fans, just stick around for another 2-3 minutes. Marshall is going to go get set up in one of our other studios. The Giants live stream will be individual, so we will end the simulcast live only on Giants here in just a couple of minutes. So, Marshall?
I believe that we're going to stick around through the 26th pick.
Okay, that was not what I was
Stick
told.
around.
Okay. Well, so a little bit longer for Marshall.
Which means, Tom, that the Super Chat battle is
still live.
open.
Still
They're
live.
shadow banning me. I'm being shadow banned by my own company right now because Giants now is up to $411 in Super Chats, which means we are in striking distance of catching the Cowboys report. Someone sends in 411, 581. That's 170. Someone sends in a $200 Super Chat. I got 2 beer shot funds to do for you guys. Send in a $200 Super Chat to catch up to the Cowboys report. Even though that's still not enough. Yes, it is, because the numbers are still wrong on screen. Tom, this is a literal shadow ban.
Yeah, I'm at 604, so you're shadow banned.
Well, 411 plus 200 is 611. That's 611. Remember, the biggest super chat on today's show, you get to win this Giants Man Cave sign. The biggest one so far is 250 for my man Dax. He might be in sole possession. Tom, you don't look too happy.
I'm fine with this. I have Michael Mayer higher, so if you're going to go tight end, I wanted him, not Dalton Kincaid.
You are in a good spot. You got a Branch.
I got Branch. I got Michael Mayer. I got Joey Porter Jr. I got Nolan Smith.
Why is he
I got
slipping?
Osiris Torrance. I got Miles Murphy. There are so many picks I like for the Cowboys.
Did you ever
right
think that this would be possible? You had this many guys you liked at 26.
No. I thought it'd be weird. I didn't think we were going to have 4 receivers go off the board all in a row today. So I am excited about that front. Dalton Kincaid is an interesting fit because he's very similar to Dawson Knox for me.
Okay.
So let's talk a bit about the pick here. Clearly the Bills thought the Cowboys were going to take him.
Yeah.
Like, that's why they jumped up to snipe the selection there. And I think you got a Greg Dulcich, Gerald Everett type of football player here. I don't think he's a great blocker. Not the biggest guy. He's under 6'4". He's 246, 32 and 5/8 inch arms. Kind of more of a big slot guy than a true line guy. But you're getting Josh Allen, a playmaker. So I'm not mad about that one. I have an early second-round grade. I do have Michael Mayer higher. He was 23rd on my board, so value is about right. You're getting a Josh Allen help. That's fine. There was a back injury. There was a spine injury for Dalton Kincaid. Clearly has been cleared. That's why he's the pick here. That checked out for the Bills' standpoint. Hopefully that's not an issue long term. He's the best pure pass catcher at tight end in this year's class. So I like that pick there for Dalton Kincaid, or for the Bills. Just a matter of how much you value the tight end here. So, all right, Marshall. Cowboys are up. I'm not looking.
Before we switch to the Cowboys,
looking.
Why did they do this? Dawson Knox, it kind of gave him a little bit of a bag. Did they just
More
think they
tight
needed a
end
more
sets?
weapon?
I think they wanted a playmaker, and the receivers were gone.
I feel that. Tom, you have the luxury to pick anyone on the board right now.
I got so many guys I like.
Well, stop being indecisive and pick one.
I'll take Brian Branch.
Brian Branch.
That's my best
is who
guy, and I
Tom
love him,
wants.
and I love a fucking safety, so I can't apologize for it.
Do you think he's
But-
a safety or a nickel or both?
I think he plays nickel for year 1 in Dallas and maybe get some safety reps. Like, you kind of make him a Swiss Army chess piece. Like,
Okay.
I think that's fun. I would not be mad about Michael Mayer. I would not be mad about Joey Porter Jr. Nolan Smith. There's a lot of picks that I'd be like, let's go. I'm happy about it. So I think Cowboys are in a great spot. Hell, I might even trade down. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
There's a lot of guys still left. Maybe you can get one at the top of round 2.
All right, I'm tuning out our little streams up here. Super chat time for the Cowboys. Joshua Ramsey, $20. Dow was just watching and saying we're good. Yes, that is where they are at. I think they got to be very happy with how things have gone. A $50 super chat from Duncan. That's a shot for your boy. Calm my
Duncan,
nerves.
we appreciate you, Brody.
My Celtics advance. Maybe Bruins up next. But first, Brian Branch. Come on, Tom. Let's get free Twisted Tea, gang. DC for life. Can't complain tonight. We back Dan Quinn pick. I did hear some buzz. Dan Quinn wanted a nickel. Best nickel in the class is on the board.
All I'm going to say, Giants fans, we're kind of getting our tails whipped right now, Giants
Cheers.
fans, by the Cowboys. We're getting our tails whipped.
Nick McClain asked about Merriweather, the safety from Iowa. Sure. Ethan says trade back. Lone Wolf says F. Marshy. Steve WW07 says shout out from Houghton Bossier, Shreveport, Dak's hometown. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate that. Just blocking out. I'm going blinders here, Marshall.
It has not been announced yet, so you can still continue to stress.
Okay.
Power rank these 4 guys for the Cowboys for me. Michael Mayer, Branch, Joey Porter Jr., and let's go those 3 guys.
For what I would do or what the Cowboys would do?
You and then them.
And I'm going to put them in order of my board, Branch, Mayer, JPJ. I wonder if it's reversed for Dallas.
Okay.
And I think there's going to be some conversations between Mike McCarthy, Dan Quinn for what the pick would be there. So I'm excited. You guys can vote who you want the Cowboys to draft. Who should they draft? Nolan Smith, I'd be happy too. There's a lot of ways that you could go that I'd be very pleased. The round 1 has gone really well for the Dallas Cowboys.
Is there a guy that gets the final say on this pick?
Will McClay. Gelkin says no tight end.
Gelkin says no tight end. Will McClay, he's one of the best in the business, especially in the first round.
That's fine. Honestly, push the tight ends down to round 2. Maybe we can get Sam Laporta. It's fine. So Branch, JPJ, Nolan Smith there. That's my mindset.
Branch, Smith, JPJ.
I'd be happy.
I think y'all should select Will Levis. You need a good backup quarterback.
Let me be clear. You can shut your dirty mouth. That is my nightmare scenario because he's not good at football. I hate that idea. I would be absolutely in shambles. Like, I don't know what I would do. That'd be a disaster. Absolute disaster. But that has been my nightmare scenario for a month
I see some Giants fans are upset they didn't take a receiver. There are plenty of receivers to be taken in round 2.
Joey Porter Jr., Darnell Washington. I think there might be some medical with Darnell. It's causing some concerns there. JPJ. I would be surprised if Dallas is trying to trade down. Because there's a lot of guys on the board that they like, and they can be just moving down there.
As I don't want to steal the thunder too quick, but we did get $100 super chat from Alvin over on our Giants channel. He says, let's beat the Cowboys. Alvin, thank you so much, my man. Thank you for supporting the channel. There's only a couple days better in the year than the NFL draft day, and the best days are when you beat. We can karaoke. Alvin, if you have a song you want me to karaoke,
do it on Giants.
I'll do it. We'll do it on Giants. And then Stolen Harley sends in a $20 super chat. Says New York Football Giants on lockdown now with Banks. We got Waller to catch TDs. Barkley returns to run through defenses. And DJ takes care of the ball again. G-Men going to beat down the rest of the NFL. LFGK Big Blue. We do, though, have a new first place member for our raffle on Giants Now. Robert Rodriguez with the $300 super chat. His first ever super chat. Robert Rodriguez.
I think Giants about to take down the Cowboys here.
Robert Rodriguez. Please send me a direct message on Instagram or Twitter at @MarshallGreen_, because right now you are in first place for our fan giveaway, and I want to be able to get your shipping information to send you this. Robert Rodriguez, give me a follow on social media at @MarshallGreen_. I got 2 beer shot funds to do when we go live solo.
Shot on Cowboys. Lawrence, G-Men not winning on our channel. Let's go. Oh, calm my nerves here, my nerviness here. We have the pick in yet?
Not yet, Tom. The pick is not in. 1 to 10. Are you nervous or are you happy to be in this position?
I'm a little bit nervous because, there's so many good picks. If it's the bad pick, I'll be really upset. So, I'm not preparing myself for a bad outcome because there's so many good outcomes here. But I'm excited. I think this should be a really good pick by the Cowboys. There's a lot of guys that I'm very high on. I suspect that they're high on. It's just a matter of will they do it. The Cowboys, I think, have earned some benefit of that with the way they drafted in round 1. But I just...
You guys are great usually in
round 1.
Look,
man, I'm chasing that CD Lamb dragon from years ago. I have never been that excited in a draft.
I
was so hyped.
That was one of the best first-round picks in the last 10 years.
I was absolutely over the moon with that selection. So I'm anxiously waiting the pick here. I'm excited about it, but I'm a little bit anxious about it. Now, if you have not already subscribed to our Cowboys YouTube channel, please do so. We'll be going live only on that, so we'll end the simulcast a little bit after the pick. We'll break it down in depth to go focal here on the Cowboys selection. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We'll have grades throughout the week. We'll have individual pick selections too. YouTube.com/CowboysTV. Free videos every single day, multiple times per day here on the Cowboys selection. Who do you think they'll take? Sound off in the comments. Do we the pick in yet? It's been a long time.
No, Tom, it has not been in. Are they gauging the trade market right now?
I think yes. I think they're also arguing. I think I don't like the laugh. Why are you guys laughing at me?
Because I like the words of they are arguing. I thought that was funny.
Okay.
We're not laughing at the pick.
Pick's not in.
Tom, I will let you know when the pick is in.
All right, don't.
Tom, that was just funny.
Don't mess with me here. They won't forfeit. They already almost did that one time. Oh, I think they're trying to trade down. I think they're looking at moves there. At least exploring the moves because Jerry loves to trade if he can do it. But there's a lot of good players on the board there. I'm looking live in at their draft room, and they're just having conversations between Mike McCarthy and.
They look like the pick. Yep, pick is in. Pick is in. The Cowboys.
Mike McCarthy made the last comment.
Do you like that?
I don't know.
Still nothing yet.
Steven's hyped. Steven Jones is a very happy camper right now.
Tom?
Jerry seems happy.
Keep your eyes up.
I'm not looking. I'm just not going to look. All right. I don't. They haven't called it in yet. I think Will McClay's doing that right now. Like they so
Still
what,
nothing.
So they were looking, I think, at one of the scouts. They were looking over at one of the scouts, and then they went back to McCarthy to say something.
Is this war room like Fort Knox? Because we're not getting any tweet.
Okay.
I do not have it.
It's fine. I'm looking down.
Oh, there it is.
All right. Just tell me when I can look up.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh, we got conflicting info?
We got a J off.
I don't like this.
We got a J off.
Shut up.
Whoa.
All right.
Albert Breer does not have a tweet. Albert Breer does not have a tweet. We do not have.
No names. We'll wait.
We do not have anything yet.
I don't like what you guys are saying behind the scenes. It makes me nervous.
Oh.
So just we'll wait.
It's in.
Okay, tell me when it's good.
I want to.
Well, just tell me when I can look up. Just tell me when I can look up.
Well, it's not on screen, so you can look up, Tom.
Okay.
There's conflicting reports. We want to be 100% sure before we push.
I appreciate that.
We want to be 100% sure before we push. Carrie Morris, $50 super chat on Maine.
I already quit Slack. I'm not looking at Slack.
I thought you were a Giants Now real one, Carrie. Thanks for supporting the channel, though, always. It's official, Tom.
All right, Marshall, take it away.
With the 20s presented by Manscaped, welcome into the NFL Draft. The 26th pick by the Dallas Cowboys is presented by Manscaped. Head to manscaped.com/chat and get 20% off. Tom, take it away.
Fatties only lives! I said I wanted the t-shirts again. Mozzie Smith, it's not the pick I would have done, but I'm also not mad at it. You get a run-stopping defensive tackle. Fatties only rides again. I got better guys on the board. You're getting a run stopper from that perspective. I'm not mad at it. So it's not the best player on my board. He's one of the best guys left there. You are getting the type of player that I've asked this Cowboys team to add for a significant amount of time. This is not my number one case scenario with the way the board fell. It is also significantly far away from the worst case scenario. If Mozzie Smith can be developed by Dan Quinn, by Adam Dirty, the defensive line coach, there is a lot of untapped upside here. The cousin of TJ Duckett is 6'3", 323, 33 and 3/4 inch arms. There is untapped athletic upside. He is a freak athlete. Dan Quinn gets his fatty on the interior. Fatties only gets to ride again. He is a gifted athlete for his size, one of the better ones there. I thought Bleacher Report's comp of DJ Reader is actually pretty solid and pretty fascinating as well. He moves incredibly well for his size. He carries his weight well. He plays with great power with what he does. He is a weight room legend in the Michigan program. He doesn't miss many tackles. He played a lot of snaps for a big guy. There isn't great production, though. Pressure rate's okay. Not that many sacks, not that many TFLs. He doesn't finish particularly well. Pad level gets a little bit high. He misses some tackles. He misses some sacks there. He had some weight issues in the past. I had a second-round grade on Mozzie Smith. He's my best defensive tackle left on the board. He's 40th overall on my board, so not a significant reach. If you wanted the DT, this is the best guy left for me. It's better than some of the other outcomes, but I would have preferred Joey Porter Jr. I would have preferred Michael Mayer. I would have preferred Brian Branch, Nolan Smith as well. But the Cowboys, how can I be mad they did the fatties only thing? I for the brand, I can't be mad at that in the end. So Mozzie Smith is the pick. Grade in the comment section. A, B, C, D, or F. I will change the pinned tweet here, or the pinned poll, I should say, on the Cowboys YouTube side. Fatties only gets to ride in a way it never has for the Dallas Cowboys. Mozzie Smith is the pick for Dallas over some of the guys that I had higher on my board. But it's fatties only. How can you be mad at that? Today's show is made possible by our good friends, by the way, over at Manscaped. 20% off and free shipping when you use promo code CHAT. That's CHAT at manscaped.com/chat. Take care of your ball skills downstairs. Get the best beard hedger out there, the Beard Hedger Pro Kit available from Manscaped. Go from Mr. Irrelevant to a first-round pick, just like Mozzie Smith at manscaped.com/chat, promo code chat. Help you make the sexy pick without forgetting about your big uglies up front. That works very well for Mozzie Smith and the Dallas Cowboys. Manscaped.com, promo code chat. Links in the comment section and in the description of today's show. That's manscaped.com/chat. Big ups to Manscaped for sponsoring today's show and the pick of Mozzie Smith by the Dallas Cowboys in round 1. Keep grading it. A, B, C, D, or F. I'm going to go with a B. I can't be mad at Fatties only. I can't. That is anti-brand. I did have better players on the board. That's true for a lot of picks of late here. So, not my favorite pick ever in round 1. That's still CeeDee Lamb. But this is, I'm fine with this. And the voters are voting D or F. So, they are the pin poll on Cowboys is very upset from that standpoint. So A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the pick. Mozzie Smith, the selection. A, B, C, D, or F. Not yet, but I'll say this too. Stop comparing him to Taco Charlton. Stop doing it. That's not how football works. Stop doing it. Get over your trauma. Get over it. Matthew Peterson, welcome aboard.
That's like true run stopper after Jalen Carter. So if you want to stop the football up the middle, he's your guy. If you want a funner, splashier pick who's going to get pick sixes, yeah, Joey Porter Jr. might have been more of a flair type pick. But I do like this pick for Dallas. It might not be one that moves the needle all that much, but in my opinion, you never can go wrong picking in the trenches in round 1. It's hard to have a big bust from a defensive line or offensive line pick. Sorry, Taco fans out there. But I think this is a
get over
good
your trauma.
pick.
Get over your trauma.
You got to at some point
It's
realize,
not even the same position. Get over it.
Yeah, one's a pass rusher off the edge, more or less. And Mozzie Smith is going to be a nose tackle. Well, maybe he goes a little bit too technique, but he's going to be right in the middle.
Stop. It's not Taco, guys. It's not even the same position.
And I think what makes Mozzie Smith a bit more special is he's not Vita Vea, which, I mean, Vita Vea is awesome, but he's not just 350-pound tree stump that doesn't move. He's actually an extremely athletic interior defensive lineman. So I like this pick for Dallas. I know it might not be one that, sells a bunch of newspapers, but he's going to help keep this defense where it is right now. So with that being said, let's look over Downey's best available picks here. Brian Branch, an all-out great football player. I'm not quite sure what his fit in is in the NFL, but he will find a home with any team. Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame, he's the most well-rounded tight end. He can block, he can receive, he can do everything you need. Joey Porter Jr., he's just a nasty guy that's going to make life miserable for whoever is opposite that. We're going to say goodbye to our Giants viewers right now here in just a moment. So enjoy our Giants coverage over with Marshall Green. Then there's Nolan Smith, who has been accidentally leaked to be the pick, I think 2 times now. Anyone with the last name Smith has just been automatically assumed to be the pick. Nolan Smith is faster than a lot of these wide receivers that went. He has a little bit of a size issue. He had a pec injury last year. I think any team that finds him at this point will be happy with the value. Now, we do have the next selection in for Jacksonville. Are we ready to roll with it? Here it is. Anton Harrison out of Oklahoma. 6'4", 6'4" and 3/8", 315 pounds. This is a very good pick for the Jags. They lost Juwan Taylor in free agency, so they get Trevor Lawrence, a new tackle to keep him healthy. After moving back a couple of selections, the Jags ultimately go with the tackle. And like Mozzie Smith, you really can't have a bust when it comes to the trenches at this point in the draft. He moves quickly. He's smooth. Great hand usage. I know that's really nerding out for offensive tackles, but he is quick to meet edge rushers with his hands right where they need to be. He doesn't have maybe the best power, especially in the run game. Paris Johnson Jr. is your Michael Orr, who's going to dislocate people when he's on the run. Darnell Wright is going to do a great job of meeting players in the second level. That's not quite Harrison's forte. He's going to be great at pass protection. And for Trevor Lawrence, you can expect him to throw the football 35 times a game, give or take. So that's going to be a great fit for the Jags. I like this selection a lot for Jacksonville. It's a bit on the safer side, but it's also on the smarter side because you should invest in your investment. And Trevor Lawrence, he is their king, so why not keep him healthy with a tackle in round 1 after losing one in free agency? Now, we have the Bengals next up on the clock here. To recap the draft so far, we had a very exciting popcorn-style start to the draft. The Texans get C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson after Bryce Young goes 1-1. Anthony Richardson, a bit of a surprise pick right there from the Colts. He goes number 4. Then Devin Witherspoon finds a home in Seattle. Paris Johnson will be protecting Kyler Murray's blind side. Tyree Wilson to the Raiders, great pick. Bijan Robinson is a Falcon. Jalen Carter slips all the way to 9. Howie Roseman gets his guy, it appears, all along at 9 after a trade-up with the Bears, who selected Darnell Wright to be their new starting right tackle. Peter Skoronski is going to help improve the interior, or not quite sure where exactly, offensive line for the Tennessee Titans. Now we're going to say goodbye to our Cowboys viewers here and send you guys over to the exclusive coverage with Tom Downey in just a moment. Then Jahmyr Gibbs with the first real head-scratching pick. I don't get this one. The Lions signed David Montgomery to a 3-year contract. They already have DeAndre Swift. So naturally, you go running back at 12. I don't really understand this pick by Detroit. After the Lions picked Gibbs at 12, we had some more picks. But we do have the next selection in from Cincinnati, and it is Myles Murphy, edge rusher out of Clemson. Now, talk about an all-time value upside pick here. Myles Murphy was one of the best players in 2021, especially for Clemson. You saw a trend of all the Clemson defenders played their best ball when Brent Venables was their DC in 2021. Then in 2022, you saw a bit of a regression. But at 6'4", 268 pounds, that is well worth a pick at the end of round 1. He has the size, the speed, and the strength you look for. He just needs to put it together and not be a one-hit wonder in 2021. An absolute freak athlete. He's got the speed, like I said. He needs to work on his technique. He needs to work on converting these great traits he has into sacks and tackles for loss. He was outstanding in 2022, but then in 2021, you saw a bit of a regression, and that is why he's probably slipped a little bit here. But I still think for Cincinnati, who goes through a gauntlet of quarterbacks, right? Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes. The AFC is loaded. You got to find a way to slow down these opposing quarterbacks, and a great way to do that is to sack them. So Myles Murphy comes over from Clemson. He had 9 sacks in 2021, but then this past season he had 7 sacks. An injury did cut his season short as he had a pec surgery, missed the last 6 games. I now want to bring in Will Scott over to our main coverage here at Chat Sports. Will, good to be with you. I mean, to get C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson, those are the 2 guys that I'm sure this war room was torn over. And then someone suggests, well, how about we just get both guys if we can't pick one or the other? So I think Houston killed this draft by getting 2 blue-chip players back-to-back. The donkey I have right now is Detroit. I just don't understand what they were doing. I like their initial pick of Devin Witherspoon. Jahmyr Gibbs might be a really good player, but but I just think at number 12, that seems a bit rich for me. And then they go Jack Campbell, linebacker from Iowa, who's going to be a Pro Bowl linebacker. But an off-ball linebacker in the first round, when you signed one in free agency, I just don't see the plan that Detroit is putting together here. So we had Christian Gonzalez go 17. Will, I thought that was a great pick by New England.
Yeah, I thought that was really good. I did not.
We have some technical issues with Will's audio. The show goes on, though.
Check.
Kalijah Cansey over, though. A defensive tackle out of Pitt. This is a sneaky good pick for the Bucs. I don't know what the direction is for Tampa Bay in the post-Tom Brady era, but a good safe pick that's not going to be a bust, I think, is Kalijah Cansey out of Pitt. This, to me, is a good pick right there. Jackson Smith and Jigba then goes 20 to Seattle as we get a run of wide receivers. Quentin Johnston then goes to the Chargers. I actually question this pick. What did LA need? They needed speed receivers, not another Mike Williams. And that's what Quentin Johnston is. Zay Flowers to the Ravens at 22. This is one of my favorite picks of the draft. I think Zay Flowers might be the best receiver, period, in this class. And at 22, they're going to love that looking back. Jordan Addison from Minnesota. It felt like the Vikings were trying to trade back. Maybe they were panicking. I saw Will Levis starting to walk around the green room. I was praying that he would end up in Minnesota. Not to be, though. Then Deontay Banks goes to the G-Men. Solid pick by Brian Dable and company. We'll bring Will Scott back in the fold now. I think we got all the audio snafus worked out.
The third time's a charm. We hear me now?
Ladies
there we
and gentlemen,
go.
we got him.
Yeah, we appreciate everyone's patience with that.
Will,
Petey, it's good to be with you. Yes, sir.
Great to be with you. I like the Kincaid pick because I kind of view it as we had Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Maybe this is Josh Allen getting his Travis Kelce for years to come.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm stunned that we've only seen one tight end take. And the fact that Michael Mayer's on the board still shocking. I thought he was going to be a top 15, top 20 guy. And I'm very surprised the Bengals just passed on him. Thought the Bengals could have gone tight end there, but Miles Murphy's obviously a fantastic pick. They maybe wanted to go defense there at 28, but Michael Mayer still being there is shocking. And I've seen a couple Dolphins fans in the chat that are just like, oh, man, only one tight end off the board, because that's probably the biggest Dolphins team need. Dolphins pick number 51. Maybe a guy like Darnell Washington could be there after all.
So we have Miles Murphy then go to Cincinnati from Clemson most recently. The Saints are currently on the clock. With that being said, I invite everyone watching right now to participate in the chat and let us know who the best player left in this draft is. We can throw up Tom Downey's best available if you want a bit of a cheat sheet, because there are some good players out there, some really good players. Brian Branch, Michael Mayer, Joey Porter Jr., Nolan Smith. I think I'm going to go Nolan Smith. He has incredible speed, and he is a outside linebacker. I think some team is going to fall in love with Nolan Smith as a locker room guy and a high IQ player, and he's going to be a fan favorite.
The interesting thing about Smith, Petey, is before the Combine, he was expected to be early day 2. Mm-hmm. He wins the Combine. I mean, absolutely wins the NFL Combine. Then we started to see some mock drafts that had him in the first round. Then in the top 20. Then in the top 10, we saw several mocks. Then I'm going number 10 to Philadelphia or number 8 to Atlanta. And here he is, late first round, still on the clock. Very surprising. There's a lot of talent right now on this board. We've seen some surprising picks. You mentioned Jahmyr Gibbs. You mentioned some other guys. I'm stunned that Nolan Smith is still there.
I agree. Now, the Saints are on the clock right now. Can I throw a curveball at you?
Hit me.
Will Levis?
No shot.
No shot? Well, the pick is in, and you want to introduce it?
Brian Bresee, the defensive lineman.
Bresee,
the defensive lineman from Clemson. Our number 4 overall defensive lineman, number 42 overall player, a redshirt sophomore from Clemson. Thought he was going to be a late day 1 guy. Here he goes to the Saints here with number 29 overall. That pick obviously acquired from the Sean Payton trade.
So he's a 6'5", 298-pound defensive tackle. He has all the physical tools and traits you look for. The biggest knock is just availability. Unfortunately for him, he has missed a lot of time. He only played in 10 games last season, 4 games in 2021, and played all 12 in 2020. So if you can get him for a full season, you will love Brian Bresee. If you get him for a full season. Now, he's got some really good upside because he has phenomenal size, but also athleticism. I mean, to be that kind of size player and run a 4.86 40, I know that might not sound blazing fast, but when you are pushing 300 pounds, that's going to catch some attention. 5.5 tackles for loss, 3.5 sacks last year. He missed 4 games, second team all ACC. He's an extremely explosive player on the interior defensive line. The Saints lost a lot of players in the trenches. David Onyemata went elsewhere in free agency. I mean, outside linebacker Caden Ellis signed with the Falcons. They needed to kind of beef up their front 4, their top 7 down in the Big Easy. And if Brzee is going to be healthy, he can do that role for you.
You mentioned that they lost some guys, Marcus Davenport
Another
included.
good one.
I thought they were going D-line here. I expected that to be the pick. We saw him mocked to the Saints a lot, so it's certainly not a surprise they take the Clemson defensive lineman here.
So
Brian, he's got to stay healthy.
Brian Brzee, if he is healthy, this is one of those picks you look back and you go, wait a minute, how did he fall all the way to 29? Oh, yeah, it was always a issue of availability while he was in college. So the Saints taking a bit of a gamble here, a bit of a risk on a guy that has never shown you a full season of production. But if they can capture that and it's just one of those guys who was injured in college and he fell because of it, well, this could be one of the all-time steals in this draft. That is the upside. The downside is you kind of had your next Marcus Davenport, a player who never played a full season for New Orleans. Now, we're going to get on to the next pick when it arrives, but go check out our Instagram page here at Chat Sports. Link is in the chat. It's simply called Chat Sports. So visit our Insta. We're always posting NFL content over there, and be sure to like our post.
Give us some shout-outs, people that like the post. How about that? I love it. Trying to get the IG game up a little bit, more posts. We're posting a lot of NFL content, especially during the draft. The link is in the chat. So click that Instagram post right there. Watch it on your phone. It's super easy. It'll take you right to the app. Go like our Instagram post. We will give some shout-outs. I see Jaden, Eshawn
Chad
Abraham.
Jones in the chat right now.
Chad Jones in the chat.
Chad Jones in the chat.
Wait. Who?
Chad
Jones. We appreciate Chad. I expect to see you tomorrow when we go live on Dolphins Today. Clark, Chris Williams, Travis, DJ Jones, Parker Hayes, Santiago, Victor, Aiden, Bama Burleson, Cheesehead 12, Corrales, Harry. Appreciate everyone liking our IG post at Chat Sports on Instagram, at Chat Sports on Twitter. Be sure to follow us across social media.
Eagles are on the clock right now. The pick is not in. Philly at 30 after going Jalen Carter. Maybe they go on the offensive line side of things, or maybe they just look to get the best player available, right? Just try and find a playmaker. Maybe that's Brian Branch. Maybe that's Nolan Smith.
Can you imagine if they get Carter and Smith?
If they have a defense of Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and Nolan Smith, it's not a bad strategy to just recreate Georgia's defense in the pros. It's probably going to work. So if that's the selection, I'm really not going to hate it all that much for them. I don't think they find an offensive skilled player. Probably not going to reach on a running back or a wide receiver at this point. Gibbs and Robinson are gone. The 4 wideouts we thought could go in the first round are all gone at this point here. So now we wait and see what Philly does. They're just sort of playing with house money. They already got their blue chip guy in Jalen Carter. Now they just look to fill out the rest of their roster and add some depth because they can.
Osiris Torrance is a name to watch, I think, for Philly here if they go offensive line.
I like that.
Cody Mauch might be a reach.
Yeah.
I don't know if they'd go him right here. But like you said, might just go best on the board and take Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, or Nolan Smith. Kerry Morris, shout out. $50 super chat. Go Big Blue. Shout out Marshall Green hosting the Giants channel right now, yeah, go get me a shot glass.
Gary, thank you so much. You have no idea how big of a legend you are in the walls of Chat Sports here.
We appreciate
I sit
Gary.
across from Marshall Green. I'm a lucky man to hear all about the big ballers over at Giants Now. If you like the free content you're watching right now and you want to throw something in the tip jar, Super Chats go a long way to help support us here at Chat Sports. So if you enjoy what you're watching and you want to go above and beyond, we definitely will not stop you. But liking the video, being active in the chat, those are all great things. We do not have the pick yet from Philly, or is it in now? Okay, the pick is in, and Will Scott, we called it, baby. We called it. It's Nolan Smith, and they're just recreating the Georgia defense in the city of brotherly love.
That's unbelievable.
In a lot, if you polled enough Georgia fans and said who was the best player on this defense the last 2 years, I think you get a nice even split of Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, and Nolan Smith. And now they're all in Philly. So the edge rusher from Georgia who tested through the roof at the combine, basically broke all sorts of records for his size and weight. He is off to Philly, and I like this pick for the Eagles. For just a few words, why not?
If you'd have told Eagles fans before tonight that they were going to land Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith, they wouldn't have believed you.
Yeah.
They would not have thought that was a realistic thing. They would have thought it was impossible because Jalen Carter was supposed to be a top 5 pick. We thought he was going number 5 to Seattle. Nolan Smith may be a fringe top 10 pick. They get both. Unbelievable job. Howie Roseman strikes again. I mean, one of the best executives in the league, as we all know. Some people say, oh, he hasn't drafted great. I mean, look, the guy's put together a Super Bowl caliber roster. I mean, they're this close this last year. So getting Nolan Smith, getting Jalen Carter, this defense was already good. They're elite.
Yep,
elite.
I could not agree more. More on Nolan Smith. He is a very high character, high IQ type of football player. He is going to be a captain on this Eagles team sooner rather than later. Now, the knock is he was injured with a torn pec last season, so maybe some medical concerns on that front. But also, the production for Nolan Smith has never actually quite been there just yet. I mean, last season for Nolan Smith, 3 sacks. In his career, 11.5 sacks through 4 seasons down in Athens. He comes off a torn pec, like I said, but you are getting an extremely athletic edge rusher right here. 6'2", 238 pounds, so a bit undersized, but wait till you hear his 40. 4.39 40. That is faster than all the wide receivers. That is just 1/10 of a second slower than Oregon's Christian Gonzalez, who has God-given speed. So for Nolan Smith to be running with every wide receiver, it's unbelievable. And now Philly gets him coming off the edge. You might want to add a little bit of weight to go up against some NFL tackles, but nevertheless, I like this selection for the Eagles. And wow.
What is going on here? Why is Travis Kelce's mom announcing this pick with Dude Perfect?
That's an all-time
This is what's going on? Why is Jason Kelce
Why
and
is
Travis
Dude Perfect?
Kelce's mom
That's the crime.
up there with Dude Perfect?
That's the crime.
Dude Perfect is from Dallas. They're not Philadelphia people.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the last pick in the first round. It is the Kansas City Chiefs. Wouldn't be shocked if they actually trade out of this, right? KC, they don't really need anything all that bad. They just won the Super Bowl. If someone wants to throw some picks their way, I bet Andy Reid and Veach would think not that long about it. If they do stay put at 31, maybe they go to the defensive line. I'm sure they actually would have liked to have Nolan Smith. As for some other guys here, what if they go Michael Mayer, right? What if they just decide this is a great opportunity to draft Travis Kelce's replacement? Even if you have Kelce for another 2 years, Kelce was quietly not crazy productive at the start of his career, so maybe that's sort of the plan to recreate Kelce and just keep the quarterback tight end train moving for years to come.
I thought they might go receiver here, but you saw that run of wide receivers being taken. JSN, Quinn Johnson, Zay Flowers, back to back to back. Still possible maybe they go receiver here. I mean, if you want to go just best pass catcher on the board, it's Michael Mayer. And pairing him alongside Travis Kelce would be absolutely lethal when you have Patrick Mahomes throwing them the ball. So we'll see what happens. I could see them going Brian Branch. I really could.
I could too. They lost Juan Thornhill in free agency. That's their starting free safety.
What if they go Jalen Hyatt? That's your guy.
Maybe they go Jalen Hyatt.
That's your
maybe
guy.
they just look to add speed and say, screw it, F it. Good luck stopping us now. They can go a variety of directions. That's the luxury of being the reigning Super Bowl champs that are not going to have a Super Bowl hangover. You can go really any direction you want, and it's going to feel like a good pick. Brian Branch could be a sneaky good one. I mean, if you think about the Chiefs, they're not drafting to beat the AFC West. They are drafting to beat who? Cincinnati and Buffalo. That is their division. So what's going to get in the way for them in the AFC Championship game? Maybe it's the secondary, right? Maybe it's finding guys to be difference makers against Joe Burrow and Josh Allen. Could that be another edge rusher like B.J. Ojolari? Or maybe it's Brian Branch. Maybe it's Joey Porter. Maybe it's just adding depth to the back end because in January and February, that is when your real competition starts if you're a team like the Chiefs. On the clock right now, we do not have the pick yet, but I could see KC going a handful of directions. I think secondary could be the move here for them, though. Maybe Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame, just a well-rounded tight end, great receiver, and great blocker as well.
I mean, tackle's a big need for them. They lost Orlando Brown. They lost Andrew Wiley. But I'm looking at this board right now. I just don't see a guy that would make sense for them. I mean, again, Cody Mauch, maybe. He's supposed to be a middle to late second-round guy. Do you reach? I love Mauch, though. Like, if they take him, that's a good pick for me. Because I feel like he's flown a little bit under the radar. Being North Dakota State guy, FCS guy, maybe if he was a FBS guy, he'd be going first round.
Well, we're looking at the Eagles' latest draft picks here. After they went Nolan Smith, that's just one of 4 Georgia Bulldogs to come over to Philly the last 2 drafts now. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, and Nakobe Dean. They got more or less the heart and soul of the Georgia defense now in Philadelphia, and that was an elite Georgia defense. Now, we do have a mailbag coming up, by the way, after this Chiefs selection. So if you have any questions about what could this team do in round 2, or who was a winner or who was a loser in the first night of the draft, use hashtag NFL, or you can super chat. Super chat guarantees a spot on screen. There's a lot of good questions probably out there, Will, after the first day of the draft.
Certainly a lot to discuss here on the show, so be sure to get your questions in. Hashtag NFL, or you can super chat to get on the show. Super chatting guarantees your spot on our mailbag. You'll see your name on screen. You'll see your name in a graphic, so that's the best way to get on the show.
Casey is kind of milking the clock here. I think what they're doing is, because, of course, the draft is in Kansas City, they are displaying their new Lombardi trophy. They're sort of just taking, a curtain call and letting all their home fans right now enjoy all 10 minutes of the clock and watching the Lombardi trophy be in front of them. They are probably going to take this down to the last second just to let everyone
They brought the
bathe
Super
in.
Bowl trophies out. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
So they had a stand for each trophy, and then they had a third stand with no trophies. That's for next year. So I don't know. Do what you want to do. I'm a little bit salty because I bet on the Eagles to win this past Super Bowl.
So recapping the draft so far, in case you missed the start of it, man, I'm going to tell you guys, that run of receivers, that was a brutal bad beat for me. I took under on 3.5 wideouts.
Shit.
I felt so good about it, too. I was walking around like a you-know-what in the locker room. I told you guys, no receivers are going to go like you think they will. And then 4 in a row for the first time in the modern draft era.
That is nuts.
I want my money back. I was not wrong. The draft was wrong. I got it right. I'm going to be that kind of sore loser about this. Now, we do have some great players still out there for early day 2 and whatnot, because the draft is not really won with the first night of the draft. I think the draft is won between rounds 2 and 4, right? That is where if you hit on those guys, you're going to complete a really good roster. Everyone should hit on their first round pick. But if you can find some sleepers and some gems and people in the shadows in rounds 3, 4, maybe even 5, that is where teams really build together great rosters.
I also want to shout out Carey again. Shots for Carey.
Yeah, good point.
$50 super chat. Cheers.
Still have a lot of good receivers out there. I mean, this has not been a very deep receiver class, but I do see a lot of good speed in the second day. Maybe not the greatest size and whatnot. If you're looking at tackles, we had a good run of tackles early on. And then there's going to be like 25 picks probably that go between the next tackle, right? You had the Oklahoma tackle, Anton Harrison, go to Jacksonville. Next one up might not be for a couple of picks. Still some good defensive linemen. I like Drew Sanders, Trent Simpson. I didn't think Jack Campbell would be a first night kind of guy, but he goes to Detroit. And then the corners. Joey Porter, he's going to be one of the biggest hot commodities at the start of round 2 if KC does not pick him right here. And their pick is in, by the way.
And this is the last pick of the first round.
And we've got it. Okay. You want to do this one?
Yeah, sure.
Pick is in. We're going to let you guys know. It is the Kansas State edge rusher. Well, we'll leave it at that. They can fill in the rest.
We'll tell you the full name. Hey, there we go. Oh, fantastic. We'll tell you who it is there in a second. This pick is presented by Manscaped. You go to manscaped.com/chat. Use promo code chat. You get 20% off plus free shipping. The last pick of the first round is Felix Anudike Uzama, the star edge rusher from Kansas State. He grew up in the KC area. He went to college in the state of Kansas at Kansas State for the Wildcats. He's staying home, going back to play for his hometown Kansas City Chiefs, the defending Super Bowl champs. We thought this guy was gonna be maybe early day 2. He goes late day 1 here, Petey.
Yeah, for KC, the name of the game at pick 31 is what can we do to improve our chances of beating the Bengals and the Bills in the playoffs? And a good way to do that is to load up on edge rushers to bring down Josh Allen and Joe Burrow. And they get that here. Second team All-American, Big 12 Defensive Player of the Year in 2022, 8.5 sacks, 11 tackles for loss, a 2-year starter for the Wildcats. Overall, he's got some good speed, good size. He is 6'3", 255 pounds. So not the biggest or maybe the fastest cat out there at the NFL draft. Did not run a 40-yard dash, but he plays fast. He plays with a sense of urgency, and he has a knack for injecting himself right in the middle of the play in the backfield. So KC adds an edge rusher. Doesn't look like Frank Clark is coming back, so this could be their replacement to beef up and bring some reinforcements to their defensive line. Because when you get to pick at the last spot in round 1 of the draft and you're the Kansas City Chiefs, the name of the game, like I said, is who can we get to make life miserable for Buffalo and Cincinnati in January? Edge rushers tend to do a good job of that.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. You know, some people might say, it's a reach. Look, I'm going to choose to trust that Kansas City front office that's won 2 Super Bowls in the last 4 years. They've had some really good picks here back into the first round. The last couple of years as you have Clark Hunt walking out with the trophy right now. So, look, I think this is a really talented Kansas City defense that, quite frankly, just got better. They had a hometown kid. He's going to be motivated. He's going to be fired up to play for the Chiefs. Chiefs have their face of the franchise in Patrick Mahomes. Oh, wait, hold on one second.
Yeah, so will the Chiefs repeat in 2023? Give us your responses down below in the comments section. And while you do, Will, tell them all about our awesome sponsor today.
Absolutely. I was just saying, Patrick Mahomes, face of the franchise of Kansas City. Go pick up your new face of the franchise, the Beard Hedger at Manscaped. 20% off plus free shipping. Promo code chat, manscaped.com/chat. Beard like a pro. Go get the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. Is going to be headlined by their new Beard Hedger. Our friends over at Manscaped have entered the beard trimming game, and they are taking it over. The Beard Hedger is the premium beard trimmer. Before I got this, I was using something that wasn't Manscaped. It was not good. It was either taking off way too much or way too little off my beard. I get it nice and tight with the beard hedger. If you have a more thick beard, maybe you go with the 10 length. There's 20 different lengths to choose from. Really tailors to every single beard, every single dude. They just launched new beard products. You can get the beard shampoo as well. A lot of goodies, including a beard comb and beard brush in the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. I absolutely love it. My beard is staying fresh. Thanks to our friends at Manscaped. And again, if you go to manscaped.com/chat, use promo code chat, you're going to get 20% off plus free shipping. Petey, my beard looking pretty fresh, you would say? I'm trying, man. The Beard Hedger, keeping me fresh, keep you as fresh, it can keep you as fresh as me if you go to that link.
Here's the plan for the rest of our day one coverage. We're going to do a mailbag in case you have any questions about night one of the draft or what to expect in day two for your team. Hit us up, #NFL, or you can super chat, and then your question is guaranteed to get on screen. But first things first, I think it's important to recap the first 31 picks of the 2023 NFL Draft. As soon as producer Jack and Sam give us the green light, we will jump into a full recap of all 31 picks. It's a shame we don't have 32. The Dolphins just had to be a bit naughty.
Thanks, Stephen Ross.
Yeah.
Appreciate you tampering.
Okay, with that being said, we have a yellow light. Now I've got a green light. Let's recap all 31 picks of the 2023 NFL Draft. Matthew Peterson here, joined by Will Scott for our NFL Draft coverage from night one of the 2023 NFL Draft. Will, a pretty fun start to this draft night, could you say?
We knew coming in it was going to be unpredictable, might see some surprising moves, surprising trades, and right off the bat, it was wild with the Houston Texans really taking over this draft. They had 2 of the first 3 picks. They get their new face of the franchise quarterback, C.J. Stroud. They also get their best player maybe on defense now, Will Anderson Jr., who, in my opinion, was the best player in this draft. So not only do the Texans add a franchise quarterback in Stroud, they get the best player in the draft in Will Anderson.
Colts go with Anthony Richardson. I have a bit of an issue with that pick because I think he's a project-ish quarterback, and there's no veteran there for him to sit behind. And I also am just not a huge Anthony Richardson believer, but Indy does find their hopeful franchise quarterback for the future. Then Seattle at number 5. The Seahawks are notorious for being impossible to mock, and now you see why. They try and recreate the Legion of Boom, and a good way to do that is to get the best cornerback in this draft class, Devin Witherspoon.
Absolutely agree. I thought Jalen Carter was going to be the pick here at 5. That's what most mock drafts have. They wanted to go corner. Like you said, Petey, might try to recreate the Legion of Boom. Witherspoon, best corner in this draft class. It's a good pick. Surprising pick, but it's a good pick.
So then after Arizona traded back with Houston, they actually jumped back into the top 10 again, and they get Kyler Murray, a new best friend, his new left tackle, Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State. Very smart pick by Arizona. New regime there. Go safe. Go with a nice, beautiful left tackle.
Yeah, and they didn't think he was going to fall to 12. Of course, they traded back from 3 to 12. I'm assuming the plan when they did that was to use some of that capital they got from the Texans. And they got a haul, by the way, from the Texans to move back 9 spots, and they move up 6 spots, take Paris Johnson Jr., who Kyler Murray really wanted, apparently.
So then the Raiders have Tyree Wilson fall in their lap, one of the best athletes in this draft. Super bendy, great pick for Vegas. Him and Max Crosby are going to form an awesome duo off the edge. And then Atlanta, they go running back, Bijan Robinson. Like the pick, I know that it's a bit rich for some to go RB at number 8, but Will, I think Bijan's just a full bust-proof kind of pick.
This is one of those situations where I absolutely love the player. I do not like the pick.
I get
Atlanta
that.
had bigger needs on this team. You have Tyler Algier, who was a rookie last year, had a fantastic rookie season. You have Cordero Patterson. I just don't understand going running back there. I thought they should have gone corner. Christian Gonzalez fell a little bit further than people were expecting, though. We'll get to him in a second.
Before we look at the rest of the picks, shout out your favorite team and grade their first round for us. Unless you're an incomplete team like Denver, Cleveland, Miami, San Francisco, the Rams, let us know who your favorite team is and what grade you want to give them. Now, after the Aaron Rodgers trade went down, Green Bay went from 15 to 13, and they took a bit of a developmental pick in Lucas Van Ness. He actually didn't even start his last year at Iowa, but he's got insane upside and ceiling. This is another defensive pick in round 1 for the Packers.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought he was going to go a little bit later, maybe in the teens, maybe in the early 20s. But like you said, the upside is there. He's got a really high ceiling and can be a vital part of that Packers defense for years to come.
Broderick Jones goes to the Steel City after Pittsburgh jumped up with New England. Will McDonald goes to the Jets, and a part of me laughed when Aaron Rodgers thought, I got traded to a new team. Surely they won't go defense in round 1. No, they do. Will McDonald, you are a New York Jet. Emmanuel Forbes could probably put on a couple cheeseburgers, but extremely lengthy and physical corner. He's off to our nation's capital. And then my favorite pick in this draft for value purposes, Christian Gonzalez. I thought he'd be a top 8 pick. I thought he could go to Atlanta at 8. He ultimately falls to Bill Belichick at 17. I am sure Bill was maybe smiling for half a second, and then he went back to frowning.
Exactly, because that's who Bill Belichick
That's Bill Belichick.
But he was definitely smiling for a little bit.
On the inside.
Because Gonzalez is an absolute steal. I'm with you, Petey. I thought he was going top 10. I thought worst case, maybe he'd fall to 10th or 11th. But Gonzalez at pick 17, absolutely fantastic value. The Patriots certainly need some more depth on that defense. I thought they might go receiver here, but with Gonzalez on the board, he was just too good to pass up.
I'm a little shocked, to say the least, by the Lions. They went Jack Campbell after Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, you already signed a running back in free agency in David Montgomery. You already had DeAndre Swift, so then you had Gibbs. But then they went out and added Jack Campbell, a linebacker, after you signed Alex Anzalone in free agency to a 3-year deal. I think Campbell's going to be a really good player. I just don't think that's what the Lions needed in round 1 at pick 18. Now, then at 19, Kalasia Kancey goes to Tampa Bay. They are in the midst of finding a new identity. Maybe don't swing for the fences and just take a solid double with an absolute athletic freak like Kancey, who's got insane speed for his size. A little bit reminiscent of a guy who also went to Pitt and then got drafted by the Rams, but I won't go quite far to say his name. And then, Will, we get our first wide receiver.
Yeah, it took a little while, but a wide receiver finally off the board at number 20, Jackson Smith-Njigba, the Ohio State wideout. Of course, didn't play a whole lot this past season with an injury, but I think we all see the upside and the high ceiling there.
We all watched that Rose Bowl game against Utah and thought, boom, you're a first-round pick whenever you want to go to the draft. Now, speaking of the draft, we're going to have coverage for you guys all day tomorrow, day 2, along with day 3. No one goes wall to wall like we do at Chat Sports for the NFL draft, so subscribe if you're not already. After JSN, the wide receiver run started. Quentin Johnston from TCU ends up in LA with the Chargers. I thought LA might add speed in wide receiver, which would be Zay Flowers. Instead, they go for a similar build to Mike Williams. This one kind of gave me a head scratcher.
I like Johnston a lot. Would I have taken Zay Flowers over him? Yeah, probably. But Johnston, you watched him this past year at TCU. The guy just had the ability to really go one-on-one and really win any matchup that he had in college. And, yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult in the NFL to win those one-on-one battles. But Johnston certainly has the tools to be really good. I thought L.A. was going to go either wide receiver or tight end here. They needed more help for Justin Herbert. Johnston was solid.
Zay Flowers is another very good pick in my
Love
opinion.
Zay.
He was my favorite wide receiver in this whole draft class, actually. So for Baltimore to get him at 22 without having to move, I mean, Lamar Jackson in the last month went from publicly announced that he requested a trade to getting Odell Beckham Jr., to getting that contract done, to landing Zay Flowers. Things are looking up in the Charm City. Jordan Addison goes to Minnesota. I think this was a bit of maybe a panic-ish pick by Minnesota where they didn't quite expect the board to unfold like this. They lose Adam Thielen. They figure, well, why not add more weapons for whoever the quarterback is? That can never hurt. And they're not wrong. Deonte Banks then goes to the G-Men, cornerback out of Maryland. The dude is physical, he is mean, and he is tough to go up against. And then, Will, we have our first tight end go, Dalton Kincaid out of Utah to Buffalo.
I can't believe we only saw one tight end go in the first round. This is a deep tight end class. You have Darnell Washington. You have Michael Mayer, so if you're a tight end needy team with a second-round pick, you're going to have some good options. But Dalton Kincaid, arguably the best tight end in this class. I think it was either him or Mayer. Buffalo going with Kincaid there.
Mozzie Smith, fatties only, ends up in Dallas. He is one of the best true run stoppers, but he's more than just a tree stump in the middle of the defensive line. Insane speed and athleticism for his size. That's why he goes round 1. Anton Harrison, you lost a tackle in free agency. That is Jacksonville, Jawan Taylor. They find his replacement immediately. Miles Murphy from Clemson goes to Cincinnati. A similar reason to why KC made the selection they did. If you plan on playing deep into the postseason in the AFC, you have to find ways to bring down Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Miles Murphy can probably help in that department. And then finally, the last 3 picks of round number 1, Brian Bruzzi out of Clemson. He is a very interesting pick. The upside is there if he's available, but we just haven't seen that through his time in Clemson so far. Dabo Swinney at one point called him the best player on their team. Unfortunately, between an ACL injury and some other injuries, he's yet to really put together a full body of work.
Yeah, if he can stay healthy, he can be really good. The problem is we don't know if he can stay healthy. Missed time over his last couple of seasons, just didn't really put together a full season of work. But like you said, the talent's there, and the Saints certainly lost some defensive line depth, Marcus Davenport included. So they needed to go to defensive line here. I thought they might go Nolan Smith, but he was the pick at 30 for Philadelphia. And, man, Philly getting Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter, absolutely wild.
The Eagles, if the Texans won the draft, the Eagles are right there too.
Yeah.
And honestly,
those are the 2 big winners for me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Nolan Smith, he ran a 40-yard dash faster than most wide receivers did. You have an outside linebacker who is coming off a torn pec, and he's never had that true big impact production, only 3 sacks last year for the Bulldogs. But talk to anyone in Athens. They are going to say he was the leader of this team, and Philly just picked up a team captain and a fan favorite for years to come. And to round out the draft, the defending Super Bowl champs stay at home with the K-State edge rusher.
Yeah, Felix Anudike Uzama went to Kansas State, grew up in the Kansas City area. I'm assuming grew up rooting for the Chiefs, so he goes home and plays for the defending Super Bowl champs in Kansas City. The atmosphere tonight, by the way, in Kansas City was awesome.
Chef's
and
kiss.
anyone who's saying, oh, the draft only needs to be in New York, watch the atmosphere in Kansas City. Watch the atmosphere year after year in these different locations. It's awesome that we're seeing the draft traveling every year. And a shout-out to the crowd in Kansas City. Y'all were awesome tonight.
To close out this video, name a player that should have been drafted in round 1. I'm not going to say Will Levis because I have been on the Will Levis sucks train since it left the station. So Will Levis should not have been drafted in round 1 because he's not a good quarterback. And if you're watching, I'm not sorry. I will go Joey Porter Jr., though.
I'm going to go Joey Porter Jr., also Brian Branch. But the one guy that I'm just absolutely stunned did not get drafted tonight, Notre Dame tight end Michael Mayer.
Good one.
Crazy that he didn't get drafted tonight.
Mailbag coming up next, so keep getting those questions in. Hashtag NFL. And our round 1 Super Chat MVP, Brandon LaValle. Brandon, I remember that Super Chat like it was just a few hours ago, and one for the ages.
That was unbelievable.
Set the tone here on the first night of the NFL
Clap
draft.
it up for Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Everybody spam Brandon in the chat. Brandon LaValle, our MVP of the night. Unbelievable. That was a great moment.
Stetson Bennett is still not getting drafted. And I will say,
I don't think he's getting drafted.
Will Levis not going round 1 helps because that's one more quarterback that gets pushed back.
Hendon Hooker as well.
Hendon Hooker too.
Did not go first round.
So if had they gone round 1, well, that's 2 less quarterbacks that could have gone to round 2, and everything moves up a little bit. Stetson Bennett, you ain't getting drafted. I'm winning this bet I made last year during the draft.
Now, how far is Will Levis going to fall here? I mean, which team is going to take him?
Yes, Sam.
We not only have the Super Chat MVP jersey giveaway, shout out to Brandon LaValle, we sent the contact stuff for you to reach out. We also have our raffle tonight for the NFL Draft hat.
Here we go.
So I'm about to spin the wheel right now. We got 18 entries on today's raffle, so shout out to everyone that sent in a $10 Super Chat. We're doing the same raffle tomorrow again, by the way, and the day after that. So be sure to keep coming back. Be sure to keep sending in some Super Chats. Appreciate all the support of the show. I am spinning the wheel right now, so we'll see where it lands.
All right, here we go.
All right, Will, give us some play-by-play for this wheel
Okay,
spin.
here we go.
Name by name that goes by the
Is that
ticker.
the wheel right there?
That's the wheel.
Yeah.
And it's Blake Huggins.
Oh!
There you go.
Blake of the year right there. Blake
of the
Huggins.
year. Blake, are you in the chat?
Shout out to you, Blake. You are Balake, our winner for the wheel spin. Thank you so much for supporting us here at Chat Sports. Liking the video, super chatting, all that good stuff goes a super long way. You have no idea. So, Blake Huggins, you are our raffle winner.
If I'm putting in a graphic for it right now. The email to reach out to, I sent it to Brandon earlier in the chat. I'm going to get it in the chat again right now. Jersey@chatsports.com for Blake and for Brandon. That is going to be
Jersey@chatsports.com.
That is going to be your go-to to reach out. Send a screenshot. Be sure to provide proof. We've got your names down, but we got to be sure that you are who you say you are.
Yeah, a screenshot of your YouTube app with your name at the top. That's the best way to do it.
There you go.
You know.
It's in the chat right now. Blake and Brandon, be sure to reach out, and we'll get you guys some stuff, hopefully.
Now, next up
Not
is
hopefully,
a
definitely.
mailbag from the first night of the draft. We have enough questions. Are we good to go, Mr. Lauderay?
Okay.
Big board, is that a part of the mailbag? Okay.
All right, so excellent. All right, this is best remaining players. Okay. We'll talk about some of the best remaining players here from Tom Downey. And no surprise, number 1 is Brian Branch, the safety out of Alabama. Number 2, Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame. Looking at these top 4, what name surprised you the most? They did not go drafted tonight.
I think Joey Porter Jr.
Okay.
Some had him as their 3rd best cornerback. I always thought it was a bit rich, and maybe just the last name was kind of boosting him up a little bit, but I thought he'd be a round 1 shoe-in at some point through picks 31 to 31. After that, Darnell Washington. You can't overthrow him. Darnell Washington, our 5th best player available. B.J. Ojulari. If you wear the number 18 at LSU, that's a big deal.
Huge deal.
And he was number 18 in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, and he was fantastic for that LSU defense. And he stuck around, Petey, through some of the tough times at LSU, and was a part of that turnaround with Brian Kelly this past year. Led them to the SEC championship game. He was one of the X factors on that Tiger defense.
Clark Phillips had 6 interceptions last year for the Utah Utes. That was the best in the Pac-12. He is a ball hawk corner with good size, too. Then you have a guard out of Fort Worth, Steve Avila. We did not see any interior offensive linemen go in day 1. No centers and no guards. I think teams are starting to maybe learn a little bit of you can find good guards and centers in days 2 and 3 of the draft. That you can't find wide receivers necessarily or tackles like you can in round 1.
Steve Avila might be a Dolphin.
Might
Stay
be a
tuned
Dolphin.
tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Drew Sanders, he is sort of
Drew.
like a Micah Parsons light, if you will. I mean, he's an inside linebacker who had a ton of sacks last year for the Razorbacks. Cam Smith out of South Carolina. He's one of my favorite players in this draft period. DJ Turner from Michigan, another cornerback. And then there's Trent Simpson, another Clemson defender who probably peaked in 2021 and just needs to get back to having a good defensive coordinator, which hopefully he can find in the NFL. Okay, now, before we get on to the rest of our best players available, this from Manscaped, our proud sponsor today. They've got such great deals for everyone watching. When you go to manscaped.com/chat, Will, tell them all about the Lawnmower 4.0.
Love the Lawnmower 4.0. Well, Petey, we saw at the Super Bowl that if you don't take care of your lawn, that's a problem.
Yeah.
You want to make sure your lawn's taken care of. The Lawnmower 4.0 is going to do that. Also at manscaped.com is the Beard Hedger. They just launched their new beard products. Absolutely fantastic. the Beard Hedger Pro Kit. You can get that in addition to Lawnmower 4.0. Lawnmower 4.0 going to take care of your downstairs. The Beard Hedger going to take care upstairs with keeping your beard fresh.
Now, we have a mailbag coming up in just a little bit, so get those questions in. Hashtag NFL, or you can super chat if you want to guarantee that your question gets on screen. Producer Jack does not swipe left on super chats, but he might have some questions that just have the hashtag in it. So super chat your way on screen guaranteed. Jack, are we ready to jump into this mailbag? Okay, so any questions you guys got, let us have it in the chat, hashtag NFL or super chat. Will, kick us off.
Let's do it. Welcome in to NFL Daily. I am Will Scott alongside Matthew Peterson, answering your questions after the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. Wild first round, Matthew.
Really was. And every year we say it's a wild draft, but this draft felt a little extra
we
wild.
mean it this year.
Yeah, this year we really do mean it's wild with a capital W. There it is. Now,
Absolutely.
First question coming in from your guy, Chad Jones.
Who?
Chad Jones.
Who? Chad Jones. Should Miami wait for Dalvin Cook and trade up in the second round and pick Washington? Dalvin Cook to be cut, Chad Jones. The Dolphins are in a tough spot right now because running back is certainly a need. Yeah, they re-signed all 4 of their running backs in free agency, but their contracts make it doable to
None of
move
them are
on
all
from
that
80.
good.
Exactly. Their contracts make it doable to move on from 1 or 2. And like you said, the Dolphins' run game not good last year, ranked 27th in the league. But if they know they can get Dalvin Cook, then they're probably not going to want to spend a day 2 pick on a running back.
Can I throw a name at you?
Hit me.
What about DeAndre Swift? What about a trade for DeAndre Swift after they draft Gibbs?
I like it.
I think Swift is going to
I'd
get
rather-
moved
I'd rather have
during
Cook,
the second
obviously,
or
but-
third day of the draft.
I
Swift
could see
very
that.
well could be traded during this draft class, during this draft.
But Chad Jones, I'll say this in response to Washington. This morning, I told my Dolphins Today viewers that Darnell Washington was merely a dream, that it probably was not going to be realistic. Chad Jones, are you looking at me? The dream is alive. Darnell Washington might be a Miami Dolphin.
Wet Noodle 187, biggest mistake for any team. I think it might be Detroit just because they doubled down on everything they did in free agency. What were their big sort of free agency acquisitions? They signed David Montgomery. They signed a linebacker, Alex Anzalone. And what do they do in the draft with some of their first picks in round 1 after making some trades? Running back and off-ball linebacker. I think Gibbs and Jack Campbell are going to be really good players for Detroit. Yeah. They're just doubling up in a lot of spots where they already have a lot of good players. I think that they could have spread the wealth a little bit more to some other positions.
I feel like they could have traded back twice and still got both of these guys.
Agreed.
So that's the problem I had with Detroit. But like you said, Gibbs and Campbell, I think could both be very good, especially Campbell. I thought Campbell was going to be kind of a late round 1 guy, and then everyone's like, that's a reach. They take him number 18 overall. So, I mean, call it a reach, but I think he's going to be pretty good.
What's going on, hey? Steelers draft review. I mean, if you draft a tackle, it's not going to sell a lot of papers, but I think it's a good pick. Broderick Jones is sort of right in the middle of that first tier to second tier offensive tackles in this draft class. They trade back to get him, or they trade up to get him, with the New England Patriots. So ultimately, they get their guy, 6'5", 311 pounds, great hands. Like, if you're looking to nerd out for offensive linemen, not crazy speed or first step or quickness, but great technique and hand placement. So that is the Steelers draft review. Gets a B for me, I think. You didn't screw it up, but maybe you didn't knock it out of the park.
I think it's a B+, A- for me. Broderick Jones was the best offensive tackle on the board. They really needed to protect Kenny Pickett. He got sacked way too much in his rookie year. They want to see if he's the real deal, and in that second year, we're probably going to find that out. So they want him to be well protected. They want him to be in a position to succeed. Broderick Jones is going to be his new left tackle. I think he's going to be a good one.
Who is the best player left in the NFL draft? I'm thinking Brian Branch is up there. I'm thinking Michael Mayer,
Michael Mayer.
Jr.
I'm stunned Michael Mayer did not get picked.
There are a lot of good players starting at pick 32 for Pittsburgh.
There's a couple of teams that passed on Mayer that I'm like, do y'all not realize he's on the board right now?
Yeah.
It just didn't make sense for me.
Agreed. Dusty Rhodes. I love the Mozzie Smith pick by Dallas. Biggest need on the team. A great athletic run stopper with upside, B+. I know that drafting interior defensive linemen or offensive linemen might not be the fun pick because we waited so long for the draft, But you'll thank yourself in November and December when the Cowboys are not getting torn to shreds up the middle of the defense. Mozzie Smith, he's not a Vita Vea. He's not this 350-pound monster that's just a tree stump. He is extremely athletic. He has great speed for 323 pounds. It simply does not come around every single year in the draft.
I feel like Mozzie was probably their guy from the jump, and they consider, oh, well, Nolan Smith's here. We weren't expecting him to be here. Oh, Michael Mayer's here. We weren't expecting him to be here. But they still went with their guy, and I can respect that.
Cameron, next question. How do you think Drew Sanders will play if Bills get him? Drew Sanders is sort of like an Anthony Barr outside linebacker. Will be very interesting to see how NFL defenses incorporate him. But for the Bills, right now, they need to get more pass rushers, right? Von Miller, when he got hurt last season, it took a toll on this defense, especially when they racked up injuries going into the Bengals game. Now, Drew Sanders is not a defensive lineman, but he was a very good pass rusher for Arkansas. Huge breakout season, unanimous All-American last year after transferring to the Razorbacks. Still needs some technique, still needs some coaching. He's not a finished product. I don't think he's going to be a big impact player week one of his rookie season, but I like the upside. And I really like Drew Sanders for really any team. I think he can fit in a lot of spots, and it's not someone who's very, very scheme dependent.
Buffalo's probably going to have to trade up to get him. I don't see him falling to pick 59.
Agreed. Jabril Taylor, biggest reaches of the first round. I think I'm going to go with Gibbs at 12. Or maybe Jack Campbell. I'm sorry to pick on Detroit, but those ones like Gibbs, I don't know.
Will McDonald to the Jets.
Yeah, I can see that one too.
I thought he was late first round. He goes 15.
I thought Gibbs would sneak in at 31 to KC, and they would redeem themselves for the CEH pick a few years ago. But I just don't see why Detroit felt like with two good running backs in David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift, they were one more running back away. So maybe they trade one of those two guys. Well, they just signed Montgomery. So I'm going to go with Gibbs. That's my final answer.
We were hearing in the last week how legit this Jahmyr Gibbs going first round buzz was, because last week, Petey, we saw mocks that had him going late second, mid second. Then it's like, oh, he could slide into the first round. Then, oh, he could be the second running back taken. He goes number 12 overall. He really rose his stock over the last week. Teams just fell in love with him, apparently.
Make sure to subscribe, by the way, if you're not already. We keep you guys informed and entertained when it comes to NFL, NBA, and college football as well. Everything you're looking for, we've got you covered, so make sure to hit that sub button if you have not already. Gaming Wizard, thoughts on the Kalijah Kancey pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 19? Kancey is one of my favorite players in this draft class, actually. I know that when you're a defensive lineman from Pitt, you might not get a lot of airtime, but for a 6'1", 281-pound defensive tackle, he moves like he's 208 pounds. Unbelievable testing in athleticism and speed. I'm not going to say he is like a previous defensive lineman.
Yeah, I wonder who you're talking about.
But the speed level, they're very close. You're getting that type of quickness off the jump. So I like it for Tampa Bay.
I love it. 14.5 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks, 14.5 sacks the last two seasons at Pitt for Kancey. He's going to be really good.
Yep, and then one more thing on Kancey. He ran a 4.640. Wow. I mean, that is faster than a lot of other skilled position players out there. Batman. Does Miami trade up in round 2, Will?
No.
Okay.
I will say this. The one guy that I would trade up for is Darnell if I'm the Dolphins, is Darnell Washington. Let's say you get some intel that some team is interested in him. Let's say the Packers at 45, and you got to trade up from 51 to 44 to do it. You should absolutely do it. Now, the complication with the Dolphins trading up, they only have 4 draft picks. They don't have a whole lot of capital to move up, even if it's a few spots. So I don't know what they're going to do in terms of moving up. I would expect them to take a tight end. And I know the Dolphins did not have a first-round pick, but the Dolphins were one of the winners from day one for me, as silly as that sounds, because – Can you hear me out? Because they desperately need a tight end. I was expecting 3 tight ends to go in round 1 potentially. Only 1 tight end went in round 1. That's very good for the Dolphins because there's going to be a quality, and I mean quality tight end on the board for Miami pick 51. It could be Darnell Washington. It could be Sam Laporta. It could be Luke Musgrave. It could be Michael Mayer if a miracle happens. But there's going to be a really good tight end on the board at 51, and the Dolphins should entertain the thought of taking him.
Or you could have just not tampered and got Dalton Kincaid at 22.
Thanks, Stephen Ross.
Yep. Bama boys, who do you all see my Browns drafting? It's tough to say. Cleveland is not picking until 74. I'm going to throw a hot take your direction. I think they trade back from 74, actually, and try to get some future draft picks. But sitting at 74, there's some good defensive tackles. This is a really deep defensive line class. Kobe Turner is a name. If Keanu Benton were to fall, I'm sure they would love that. As for like edge rushers, maybe Isaiah Foskey, Zach Harrison, safeties, Jamie Robinson. Kobe Turner is my pick for right now. Marvin Mims, if they go sort of just best player available mode and find a wide receiver to try and help replace Amari Cooper in 2024 potentially, that could be a name to watch for. So are you happy with your team's draft so far? Yes or no? I think a lot of people should feel confident about how their team performed in the first night of the draft. Even the Lions fans watching should feel like, well, we may not have needed those 2 positions, but Gibbs was a very good player for Alabama, and Jack Campbell was the best linebacker in football last year.
Yeah.
They might not have needed more of them, but they're not bad players.
No, not
They
at
just
all.
might not be impact in 2023, which is sort of their best window they've had to win the the NFC North ever.
I don't really see a whole lot of losers from tonight. I think I see more winners. I mean, obviously the Texans stand out. The Eagles stand out. I thought the Steelers moving up to take Broderick Jones was a huge move for them because I think that the Jets were going to take him at number 15. The Steelers stand out to me. Really like the Christian Gonzalez pick to New England. Thought the Patriots won tonight. Can't see. I mean, just good picks across the board. And what we knew was a deep draft class, really top to bottom.
GM Evan Hinders. I know how you guys feel about Will Levis. I think Minnesota will trade up for Will Levis because I compare him to Dante Culpepper. That is Anthony Richardson. That's who Dante Culpepper's comp is. Will Levis just has unbelievable arm talent, but, man, if there were character concerns before the draft, the way he kind of handled himself in the green room, there were a lot of memes that came out of it, and they're not going to go anywhere. Where does Will Levis go? I mean, I'm personally not crazy about him as a prospect. He can go anywhere. He can go anywhere that team feels like this is just a good pick at this point. I think the Vikings, if they want to go quarterback, Hendon Hooker might be their guy.
I think Levis is going to the Raiders at pick 38. That's my prediction.
Don't hate that. Don't hate that. All right, that is our last question of this mailbag here. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see everyone for our Day 2 coverage here at Chat Sports. Make sure to subscribe if you have not already. We got 1,300 people hanging out with us still at 12:28 on the East Coast in the AM. It's getting late here, Will, but you know what? This is the NFL Draft. This is one of my favorite weekends of the entire sports calendar. You just don't beat it.
It's football.
It's the draft.
It's football Christmas.
It really is.
It's outstanding every single year. I'm going to be honest. This might have been the most entertaining draft night that I can remember.
Last year's kind of sucked.
Yeah, I think
Right,
the reason
didn't
for
it?
that was only one quarterback in the first round.
Yep.
I feel like every single year when there's not a lot of quarterback juice, the draft isn't as
The draft goes
entertaining.
as quarterbacks go.
I think so. And in this draft, we saw, a couple quarterbacks picked in the top 4, 3 quarterbacks picked in the top 4, to be exact. Will Levis falling is surprising. Hendon Hooker falling is a little bit surprising, but both of those guys should go in the second round.
Everyone watching right now, big round of applause for producers Jack
Yes.
Lauderay and Sam Brown. I mean, Will and I here, we have the
Outstanding.
easiest job. We get to sit up here and just talk to you guys. They are making everything happen behind the scenes. I think we're going to actually put this video on loop and run through our first round recap, and then we're going to get into that mailbag in case you missed any of that. Jack, do I have the plan down correctly? Okay, so whenever we get the green light, we'll send this bad boy on loop. But, Will, this has been awesome. Always a pleasure hanging out with you, of course. And anytime we get to talk about the NFL draft, yeah, I mean, how can you not seize that opportunity?
Looking forward to doing it all again tomorrow. So be sure to subscribe and join us for our day 2 coverage. Of course, rounds 2 and round 3 tomorrow. A lot of talent, as we discussed, still on the board. So there's going to be plenty to talk about tomorrow. It's going to be interesting to see what the teams that didn't have first-round picks, like the Browns and the Dolphins, do, because the lack of draft capital that some of those teams have, they got to get those day 2 picks right.
Matthew Peterson here, joined by Will Scott for our NFL draft coverage from night 1 of the 2023 NFL draft. Will, a pretty fun start to this draft night, could you say?
We knew coming in it was going to be unpredictable, might see some surprising moves, surprising trades, and right off the bat, it was wild with the Houston Texans really taking over this draft. They had 2 of the first 3 picks. They get their new face of the franchise quarterback, C.J. Stroud. They also get their best player maybe on defense now, Will Anderson Jr., who, in my opinion, was the best player in this draft. So not only do the Texans add a franchise quarterback in Stroud, they get the best player in the draft in Will Anderson.
Colts go with Anthony Richardson. I have a bit of an issue with that pick because I think he's a project-ish quarterback, and there's no veteran there for him to sit behind. And I also am just not a huge Anthony Richardson believer, but Indy does find their hopeful franchise quarterback for the future. Then Seattle at number 5. The Seahawks are notorious for being impossible to mock, and now you see why. They try and recreate the Legion of Boom, and a good way to do that is to get the best cornerback in this draft class, Devin Witherspoon.
Absolutely agree. I thought Jalen Carter was going to be the pick here at 5. That's what most mock drafts have. They wanted to go corner. Like you said, Pete, he might try to recreate the Legion of Boom. Witherspoon, best corner in this draft class. It's a good pick, surprising pick, but it's a good pick.
So then after Arizona traded back with Houston, they actually jumped back into the top 10 again, and they get Kyler Murray, a new best friend, his new left tackle, Paris Johnson Jr. from Ohio State. Very smart pick by Arizona. New regime there. Go safe. Go with a nice, beautiful left tackle.
Yeah, and they didn't think he was going to fall to 12. Of course, they traded back from 3 to 12. I'm assuming the plan when they did that was to use some of that capital they got from the Texans. And they got a haul, by the way, from the Texans to move back 9 spots, and they move up 6 spots, take Paris Johnson Jr., who Kyler Murray really wanted, apparently.
So then the Raiders have Tyree Wilson fall in their lap, one of the best athletes in this draft. Super bendy, great pick for Vegas. Him and Max Crosby are going to form an awesome duo off the edge. And then Atlanta, they go running back, Bijan Robinson. Like the pick, I know that it's a bit rich for some to go RB at number 8, but Will, I think Bijan's just a full bust-proof kind of pick.
This is one of those situations where I absolutely love the player. I do not like the pick.
I get
Atlanta
that.
had bigger needs on this team. You have Tyler Algier, who was a rookie last year, had a fantastic rookie season. You have Cordero Patterson. I just don't understand going running back there. I thought they should have gone corner. Christian Gonzalez fell a little bit further than people were expecting, though. We'll get to him in a second.
Before we look at the rest of the picks, shout out your favorite team and grade their first round for us. Unless you're an incomplete team like Denver, Cleveland, Miami, San Francisco, the Rams, let us know who your favorite team is and what grade you want to give them. Now, after the Aaron Rodgers trade went down, Green Bay went from 15 to 13, and they took a bit of a developmental pick in Lucas Van Ness. He actually didn't even start his last year at Iowa, but he's got insane upside and ceiling. This is another defensive pick in round 1 for the Packers.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought he was going to go a little bit later, maybe in the teens, maybe in the early 20s. But like you said, the upside is there. He's got a really high ceiling and can be a vital part of that Packers defense for years to come.
Broderick Jones goes to the Steel City after Pittsburgh jumped up with New England. Will McDonald goes to the Jets, and a part of me laughed when Aaron Rodgers thought, I got traded to a new team. Surely they won't go defense in round 1. No, they do. Will McDonald, you are a New York Jet. Emmanuel Forbes could probably put on a couple cheeseburgers, but extremely lengthy and physical corner. He's off to our nation's capital. And then my favorite pick in this draft for value purposes, Christian Gonzalez. I thought he'd be a top 8 pick. I thought he could go to Atlanta at 8. He ultimately falls to Bill Belichick at 17. I am sure Bill was maybe smiling for half a second, and then he went back to frowning.
Exactly. Because that's Bill Belichick.
That's Bill Belichick.
But he was definitely smiling for
On
a little
the
bit.
inside. On the
because
inside.
Gonzalez is an absolute steal. I'm with you, Petey. I thought he was going top 10. I thought worst case maybe fall to 10th or 11th. But Gonzalez at pick 17, absolutely fantastic value. The Patriots certainly need some more depth on that defense. I thought they might go receiver here, but with Gonzalez on the board, he was just too good to pass up.
I'm a little shocked, to say the least, by the Lions. They went Jack Campbell after Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, you already signed a running back in free agency in David Montgomery. You already had DeAndre Swift, so then you had Gibbs. But then they went out and added Jack Campbell, a linebacker, after you signed Alex Anzalone in free agency to a 3-year deal. I think Campbell's going to be a really good player. I just don't think that's what the Lions needed in round 1 at pick 18. Now, then at 19, Kalasia Kancey goes to Tampa Bay. They are in the midst of finding a new identity. Maybe don't swing for the fences and just take a solid double with an absolute athletic freak like Kancey, who's got insane speed for his size. A little bit reminiscent of a guy who also went to Pitt and then got drafted by the Rams, but I won't go quite far to say his name. And then, Will, we get our first wide receiver.
Yeah, it took a little while, but a wide receiver finally off the board at number 20, Jackson Smith-Njigba, the Ohio State wideout. Of course, didn't play a whole lot this past season with an injury, but I think we all see the upside and the high ceiling there.
We all watched that Rose Bowl game against Utah and thought, boom, you're a first-round pick whenever you want to go to the draft. Now, speaking of the draft, we're going to have coverage for you guys all day tomorrow, day 2, along with day 3. No one goes wall-to-wall like we do at Chat Sports for the NFL Draft, so subscribe if you're not already. After JSN, the wide receiver run started. Quentin Johnston from TCU ends up in L.A. with the Chargers. I thought L.A. might add speed in wide receiver, which would be Zay Flowers. Instead, they go for a similar build to Mike Williams. This one kind of gave me a head scratcher.
I like Johnston a lot. Would I have taken Zay Flowers over him? Yeah, probably. But Johnston, you watched him this past year at TCU. The guy just had the ability to really go one-on-one and really win any matchup that he had in college. And, yeah, it's going to be a lot more difficult in the NFL to win those one-on-one battles. But Johnston certainly has the tools to be really good. I thought L.A. was going to go either wide receiver or tight end here. They needed more help for Justin Herbert. Johnston was solid.
Zay Flowers is another very good pick in my
Love
opinion.
Zay.
He was my favorite wide receiver in this whole draft class, actually. So for Baltimore to get him at 22 without having to move, I mean, Lamar Jackson in the last month went from publicly announced that he requested a trade to getting Odell Beckham Jr., to getting that contract done, to landing Zay Flowers. Things are looking up in the Charm City. Jordan Addison goes to Minnesota. I think this was a bit of maybe a panic-ish pick by Minnesota where they didn't quite expect the board to unfold like this. They lose Adam Thielen. They figure, well, why not add more weapons for whoever the quarterback is? That can never hurt. And they're not wrong. Deonte Banks then goes to the G-Men, cornerback out of Maryland. The dude is physical, he is mean, and he is tough to go up against. And then, we have our first tight end go, Dalton Kincaid out of Utah to Buffalo.
I can't believe we only saw one tight end go in the first round. This is a deep tight end class. You have Darnell Washington. You have Michael Mayer. So if you're a tight end needy team with a second-round pick, you're going to have some good options. But Dalton Kincaid, arguably the best tight end in this class. I think it was either him or Mayer. Buffalo going with Kincaid there.
Mozzie Smith, fatties only, ends up in Dallas. He is one of the best true run stoppers, but he's more than just a tree stump in the middle of the defensive line. Insane speed and athleticism for his size. That's why he goes round 1. Anton Harrison, you lost a tackle in free agency. That is Jacksonville, Jawan Taylor. They find his replacement immediately. Miles Murphy from Clemson goes to Cincinnati. A similar reason to why KC made the selection they did. If you plan on playing deep into the postseason in the AFC, you have to find ways to bring down Patrick Mahomes and Josh Allen. Miles Murphy can probably help in that department. And then finally, the last 3 picks of round number 1, Brian Bruzzi out of Clemson. He is a very interesting pick. The upside is there if he's available, but we just haven't seen that through his time in Clemson so far. Dabo Swinney at one point called him the best player on their team. Unfortunately, between an ACL injury and some other injuries, he's yet to really put together a full body of work.
Yeah, if he can stay healthy, he can be really good. The problem is we don't know if he can stay healthy. Missed time over his last couple of seasons, just didn't really put together a full season of work. But like you said, the talent's there, and the Saints certainly lost some defensive line depth, Marcus Davenport included. So they needed to go to defensive line here. I thought they might go Nolan Smith, but he was the pick at 30 for Philadelphia. And, man, Philly getting Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter, absolutely wild.
The Eagles, if the Texans won the draft, the Eagles are right there too.
Yeah.
And honestly,
those are the two big winners for me.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Nolan Smith, he ran a 40-yard dash faster than most wide receivers did. You have an outside linebacker who is coming off a torn pec, and he's never had that true big impact production, only 3 sacks last year for the Bulldogs. But talk to anyone in Athens. They are going to say he was the leader of this team, and Philly just picked up a team captain and a fan favorite for years to come. And to round out the draft, the defending Super Bowl champs stay at home with the K-State edge rusher.
Yeah, Felix Anudike Uzama went to Kansas State, grew up in the Kansas City area. I'm assuming grew up rooting for the Chiefs, so he goes home and plays for the defending Super Bowl champs in Kansas City. The atmosphere tonight, by the way, in Kansas City was awesome.
Chef's
and
kiss.
anyone who's saying, oh, the draft only needs to be in New York, watch the atmosphere in Kansas City. Watch the atmosphere year after year in these different locations. It's awesome that we're seeing the draft traveling every year. And a shout-out to the crowd in Kansas City. Y'all were awesome tonight.
To close out this video, name a player that should have been drafted in round 1. I'm not going to say Will Levis because I have been on the Will Levis sucks train since it left the station. So Will Levis should not have been drafted in round 1 because he's not a good quarterback. And if you're watching, I'm not sorry. I will go Joey Porter Jr., though.
I'm going to go Joey Porter Jr., also Brian Branch. But the one guy that I'm just absolutely stunned did not get drafted tonight, Notre Dame tight end Michael Mayer.
Good one.
Crazy that he didn't get drafted tonight.
Mailbag coming up next, so keep getting those questions in. Hashtag NFL. And our round 1 Super Chat MVP, Brandon LaValle. Brandon, I remember that Super Chat like it was just a few hours ago, and one for the ages.
That was unbelievable.
Set the tone here on the first night of the NFL
Clap
draft.
it up for Brandon.
Let's go, Brandon.
Everybody spam Brandon in the chat. Brandon LaValle, our MVP of the night. Unbelievable. That was a great moment.
Stetson Bennett is still not getting drafted. And I will say,
I don't think he's getting drafted.
Will Levis not going round 1 helps because that's one more quarterback that gets pushed back.
Hendon Hooker as well.
Hendon Hooker too.
Did not go first round.
So had they gone round 1, well, that's 2 less quarterbacks that could have gone to round 2, and everything moves up a little bit. Stetson Bennett, you ain't getting drafted. I'm winning this bet I made last year during the draft.
Now, how far is Will Levis going to fall here? I mean, which team is going to take him?
Yes, Sam.
We not only have the Super Chat MVP jersey giveaway, shout out to Brandon LaValle, we sent the contact stuff for you to reach out. We also have our raffle tonight for the NFL Draft hat.
Here we go.
So I'm about to spin the wheel right now. We got 18 entries on today's raffle, so shout out to everyone that sent in a $10 Super Chat. We're doing the same raffle tomorrow again, by the way, and the day after that. So be sure to keep coming back. Be sure to keep sending in some Super Chats. Appreciate all the support of the show. I am spinning the wheel right now, so we'll see where it lands.
All right, here we go.
All right, we're gonna Will, give us some play-by-play for this wheel spin.
Okay, here we go.
Name by name that goes by the
ticker. Is that the wheel right there?
That's the wheel.
Yeah.
And it's Blake Huggins.
Oh!
There you go.
Blake of the year right there. Blake
of the year. Blake, are you in the chat?
Shout out to you, Blake. You are Balake, our winner for the wheel spin. Thank you so much for supporting us here at Chat Sports. Liking the video, super chatting, all that good stuff goes a super long way. You have no idea. So Blake Huggins, you are our raffle winner.
If I'm putting in a graphic for it right now. The email to reach out to, I sent it to Brandon earlier in the chat. I'm going to get it in the chat again right now. Jersey@chatsports.com for Blake and for Brandon.
Jersey@chatsports.com.
That is going to be your go-to to reach out. Send a screenshot. Be sure to provide proof. We've got your names down, but we got to be sure That you are who you say you are.
Yeah, a screenshot of your YouTube app with your
There you
name
go.
at the top. That's the best way to do it.
There you go.
You know.
It's in the chat right now. Blake and Brandon, be sure to reach out, and we'll get you guys some stuff, hopefully.
Now, next up
Not
is
hopefully,
a
definitely.
mailbag from the first night of the draft. We have enough questions. Are we good to go, Mr. Lauderay?
Okay.
Big board, is that a part of the mailbag? Okay.
All right, so excellent. All right, this is best remaining players. Okay. We'll talk about some of the best remaining players here from Tom Downey. And no surprise, number 1 is Brian Branch, the safety out of Alabama. Number 2, Michael Mayer, the tight end from Notre Dame. Looking at these top 4, what name surprised you the most? They did not go drafted tonight.
I think Joey Porter Jr.
Okay.
Some had him as their 3rd best cornerback. I always thought it was a bit rich, and maybe just the last name was kind of boosting him up a little bit, but I thought he'd be a round 1 shoe-in at some point through picks 31 to 31. After that, Darnell Washington. You can't overthrow him. Darnell Washington, our 5th best player available. B.J. Ojulari. If you wear the number 18 at LSU, that's a big deal.
Huge deal.
And he
Huge
was
deal.
number 18 in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, and he was fantastic for that LSU defense. And you know, he stuck around, Petey, through some of the tough times at LSU, and was a part of that turnaround with Brian Kelly this past year. Led them to the SEC championship game. He was one of the X factors on that Tiger defense.
Clark Phillips had 6 interceptions last year for the Utah Utes. That was the best in the Pac-12. He is a ball hawk corner with good size, too. Then you have a guard out of Fort Worth, Steve Avila. We did not see any interior offensive linemen go in day 1. No centers and no guards. I think teams are starting to maybe learn a little bit of you can find good guards and centers in days 2 and 3 of the draft. Then you can't find like wide receivers necessarily or tackles like you can in round 1.
Steve Avila might be a Dolphin.
Might be a Dolphin.
Tomorrow. Stay tuned.
Drew Sanders, he is sort of
Love Drew.
like a Micah Parsons light, if you will. I mean, he's an inside linebacker who had a ton of sacks last year for the Razorbacks. Cam Smith out of South Carolina. He's one of my favorite players in this draft period. DJ Turner from Michigan, another cornerback. And then there's Trent Simpson, another Clemson defender who probably peaked in 2021 and just needs to get back to having a good defensive coordinator, which hopefully he can find in the NFL. Okay, now, before we get on to the rest of our best players available, this from Manscaped, our proud sponsor today. They've got such great deals for everyone watching. When you go to manscaped.com/chat, Will, tell them all about the Lawnmower 4.0.
Love the Lawnmower 4.0. Well, you know, Petey, we saw at the Super Bowl that if you don't take care of your lawn, that's a problem.
Yeah.
You want to make sure your lawn's taken care of. The Lawnmower 4.0 is going to do that. Also at manscaped.com is the Beard Hedger. They just launched their new beard products. Absolutely fantastic. The Beard Hedger Pro Kit, you can get that in addition to the Lawnmower 4.0. Lawnmower 4.0 going to take care of your downstairs. The Beard Hedger going to take care upstairs with keeping your beard fresh.
Now, we have a mailbag coming up in just a little bit, so get those questions in. #NFL, or you can super chat if you want to guarantee that your question gets on screen. Producer Jack does not swipe left on super chats, but he might have some questions that just have the hashtag in it. So super chat your way on screen guaranteed. Jack, are we ready to jump into this mailbag? Okay, so any questions you guys got, let us have it in the chat, #NFL or super chat. Will, kick us off.
Let's do it. Welcome in to NFL Daily. I am Will Scott alongside Matthew Peterson, answering your questions after the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. Wild first round, Matthew.
Really was. And every year we say it's a wild draft, but this draft felt a little extra
we
wild.
mean it this year.
Yeah, this year we really do mean it's wild with a capital W. There it is. Now,
Absolutely.
First question coming in from your guy, Chad Jones.
Who?
Chad Jones.
Who? Chad Jones. Should Miami wait for Dalvin Cook and trade up in the second round and pick Washington? Dalvin Cook to be cut, Chad Jones. The Dolphins are in a tough spot right now because running back is certainly a need. Yeah, they re-signed all 4 of their running backs in free agency, but Their contracts make it doable to
None of
move
them are
on
all
from
that
maybe-
good.
Exactly. Their contracts make it doable to move on from 1 or 2. And like you said, the Dolphins' run game not good last year, ranked 27th in the league. But if they know they can get Dalvin Cook, then they're probably not going to want to spend a day 2 pick on a running back.
Can I throw a name at you?
Hit me.
What about DeAndre Swift? What about a trade for DeAndre Swift after they
Wow.
draft Gibbs?
I like it.
I
do.
think Swift is going to
I'd
get
rather-
moved
I'd rather have
during
Cook,
the second
obviously,
or
but-
third day of the draft.
I
Swift
could see
very well could be traded during this draft class, during this draft.
But Chad Jones, I'll say this in response to Washington. This morning, I told my Dolphins Today viewers that Darnell Washington was merely a dream, that it probably was not going to be realistic. Chad Jones, are you looking at me? The dream is alive. Darnell Washington might be a Miami Dolphin.
Wet Noodle 187. Biggest mistake for any team. I think it might be Detroit just because they doubled down on everything they did in free agency. What were their big sort of free agency acquisitions? They signed David Montgomery. They signed a linebacker, Alex Anzalone. And what do they do in the draft with some of their first picks in round 1 after making some trades? Running back and off-ball linebacker. I think Gibbs and Jack Campbell are going to be really good players for Detroit. They're just doubling up in a lot of spots where they already have a lot of good players. I think that they could have spread the wealth a little bit more to some other positions.
I feel like they could have traded back twice and still got both of these guys.
Agreed.
So that's the problem I had with Detroit. But like you said, Gibbs and Campbell, I think could both be very good, especially Campbell. I thought Campbell was going to be kind of a late round 1 guy, and then everyone's like, that's a reach. They take him number 18 overall. So, I mean, call it a reach, but I think he's going to be pretty good.
What's going on, hey? Steelers draft review. I mean, if you draft a tackle, it's not going to sell a lot of papers, but I think it's a good pick. Broderick Jones is sort of right in the middle of that first tier to second tier offensive tackles in this draft class. They trade back to get him, or they trade up to get him, with the New England Patriots. So ultimately, they get their guy, 6'5", 311 pounds, great hands. Like if you're looking to nerd out for offensive linemen, not crazy speed or first step or quickness, but great technique and hand placement. So that is the Steelers draft review. Gets a B from me, I think. You didn't screw it up, but maybe you didn't knock it out of the park.
I think it's a B+, A- for me. Broderick Jones was the best offensive tackle on the board. They really needed to protect Kenny Pickett. He got sacked way too much in his rookie year. They want to see if he's the real deal, and in that second year, we're probably going to find that out. So they want him to be well protected. They want him to be in a position to succeed. Broderick Jones is going to be his new left tackle. I think he's going to be a good one.
Who is the best player left in the NFL draft? I'm thinking Brian Branch is up there. I'm thinking Michael Mayer,
Michael Mayer. I'm
Jr.
stunned Michael Mayer did not
There
get picked.
are a lot of good players starting at pick 32 for Pittsburgh.
There's a couple of teams that passed on Mayer that I'm like, do y'all not realize he's on the board right now?
Yeah.
It just didn't make sense for me.
Agreed. Dusty Rhodes. I love the Mozzie Smith pick by Dallas. Biggest need on the team. A great athletic run stopper with upside, B+. I know that drafting interior defensive linemen or offensive linemen might not be the fun pick because we waited so long for the draft, but you'll thank yourself in November and December when the Cowboys are not getting torn to shreds up the middle of the defense. Mozzie Smith, he's not a Vita Vea. He's not this 350-pound monster that's just a tree stump. He is extremely athletic. He has great speed for 323 pounds. It simply does not come around every single year in the draft.
I feel like Mozzie was probably their guy from the jump, and they considered, Nolan Smith's here. We weren't expecting him to be here. Oh, Michael Mayer's here. We weren't expecting him to be here. But they still went with their guy, and I can respect that.
Cameron, next question. How do you think Drew Sanders will play if Bills get him? Drew Sanders is sort of like an Anthony Barr outside linebacker. Will be very interesting to see how NFL defenses incorporate him. But for the Bills, right now they need to get more pass rushers, right? Von Miller, when he got hurt last season, it took a toll on this defense, especially when they racked up injuries going into the Bengals game. Now, Drew Sanders is not a defensive lineman, but he was a very good pass rusher for Arkansas. Huge breakout season, unanimous All-American last year after transferring to the Razorbacks. Still needs some technique, still needs some coaching. He's not a finished product. I don't think he's going to be a big impact player week 1 of his rookie season, but I like the upside. And I really like Drew Sanders for really any team. I think he can fit in a lot of spots, and it's not someone who's very, very scheme dependent.
Buffalo's probably going to have to trade up to get him. I don't see him falling to pick 59.
Agreed. Jabril Taylor, biggest reaches of the first round. I think I'm going to go with Gibbs at 12, or maybe Jack Campbell. I'm sorry to pick on Detroit, but those ones like Gibbs, I don't know.
Will McDonald to the Jets.
Yeah, I can see that one too.
I thought he was late first round. He goes 15.
I thought Gibbs would sneak in at 31 to KC, and they would redeem themselves for the CEH pick a few years ago. But I just don't see why Detroit felt like, with two good running backs in David Montgomery and DeAndre Swift, they were one more running back away. So maybe they trade one of those two guys. Well, they just signed Montgomery. So I'm going to go with Gibbs. That's my final answer.
We were hearing in the last week how legit this Jahmyr Gibbs going first round buzz was, because last week, Petey, we saw mocks that had him going late second, mid second. Then it's like, oh, he could slide into the first round. Then, oh, he could be the second running back taken. He goes number 12 overall. He really rose his stock over the last week. Teams just fell in love with him, apparently.
Make sure to subscribe, by the way, if you're not already. We keep you guys informed and entertained when it comes to NFL, NBA, and college football as well. Everything you're looking for, we've got you covered, so make sure to hit that sub button if you have not already. Gaming Wizard, thoughts on the Kalijah Kancey pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers at number 19. Kancey is one of my favorite players in this draft class, actually. I know that when you're a defensive lineman from Pitt, you might not get a lot of airtime, but for a 6'1", 281-pound defensive tackle, he moves like he's 208 pounds. Unbelievable testing in athleticism and speed. I'm not going to say he is like a previous defensive lineman.
Yeah, I wonder who you're talking about.
But the speed level, they're very close. You're getting that type of quickness off the jump. So I like it for Tampa Bay.
I love it. 14.5 tackles for loss, 7.5 sacks, 14.5 sacks the last two seasons at Pitt for Kancey. He's going to be really good.
Yep, and then one more thing on Kancey. He ran a 4.640. Wow. I mean, that is faster than a lot of other skilled position players out there. Batman. Does Miami trade up in round 2, Will?
No.
Okay.
I will say this. The one guy that I would trade up for is Darnell, if I'm the Dolphins, is Darnell Washington. Let's say you get some intel that some team is interested in him. Let's say the Packers at 45, and you got to trade up from 51 to 44 to do it. You should absolutely do it. Now, the complication with the Dolphins trading up, they only have 4 draft picks. They don't have a whole lot of capital to move up, even if it's a few spots. So I don't know what they're going to do in terms of moving up. I would expect them to take a tight end. And I know the Dolphins did not have a first-round pick, but the Dolphins were one of the winners from day one for me, as silly as that sounds, because can you hear me out? Because they desperately need a tight end. I was expecting 3 tight ends to go in round 1 potentially. Only 1 tight end went in round 1. That's very good for the Dolphins because there's going to be a quality, and I mean quality tight end on the board for Miami pick 51. It could be Darnell Washington. It could be Sam Laporta. It could be Luke Musgrave. It could be Michael Mayer if a miracle happens. But there's going to be a really good tight end on the board at 51, and the Dolphins should entertain the thought of taking him.
Or you could have just not tampered and got Dalton Kincaid at 22.
Thanks, Stephen Ross.
Yep. Bama boys, who do you all see my Browns drafting? It's tough to say. Cleveland is not picking until 74. I'm going to throw a hot take your direction. I think they trade back from 74, actually, and trying to get some future draft picks. But sitting at 74, there's some good defensive tackles. This is a really deep defensive line class. Kobe Turner is a name. If Keanu Benton were to fall, I'm sure they would love that. As for like edge rushers, maybe Isaiah Foskey, Zach Harrison, safeties, Jamie Robinson. Kobe Turner is my pick for right now. Marvin Mims, if they go sort of just best player available mode and find a wide receiver to try and help replace Amari Cooper in 2024 potentially, that could be a name to watch for. So are you happy with your team's draft so far? Yes or no? I think a lot of people should feel confident about how their team performed in the first night of the draft. Even the Lions fans watching should feel like, Well, we may not have needed those two positions, but Gibbs was a very good player for Alabama, and Jack Campbell was the best linebacker in football last year.
Yeah.
They might not have needed more of them, but they're not bad players.
No, not
They
at
just
all.
might not be impact in 2023, which is sort of their best window they've had to win the the NFC North ever.
I don't really see a whole lot of losers from tonight. I think I see more winners. I mean, obviously the Texans stand out, the Eagles stand out. I thought the Steelers moving up to take Broderick Jones was a huge move for them because I think that the Jets were going to take him at number 15. The Steelers stand out to me. Really like the Christian Gonzalez pick to New England. Thought the Patriots won tonight. Can't see. I mean, just good picks across the board. And what we knew was a deep draft class, really top to bottom.
GM Evan Hinders. I know how you guys feel about Will Levis. I think Minnesota will trade up for Will Levis because I compare him to Dante Culpepper. That is Anthony Richardson. That's who Dante Culpepper's comp is. Will Levis just has unbelievable arm talent, but man, if there were character concerns before the draft, the way he kind of handled himself in the green room, there were a lot of memes that came out of it, and they're not going to go anywhere. Where does Will Levis go? I mean, I'm personally not crazy about him as a prospect. He can go anywhere. He can go anywhere that team feels like this is just a good pick at this point. I think the Vikings, if they want to go quarterback, Hendon Hooker might be their guy.
I think Levis is going to the Raiders at pick 38. That's my prediction.
Don't hate that. Don't hate that. All right, that is our last question of this mailbag here. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll see everyone for our day 2 coverage here at Chat Sports. Make sure to subscribe if you have not already. We got 1,300 people hanging out with us still at 12:28 on the East Coast in the AM. It's getting late here, Will, but you know what? This is the NFL Draft. This is one of my favorite weekends of the entire sports calendar. You just don't beat it.
It's football.
It's the draft.
It's football Christmas.
It really is.
It's outstanding every single year. I'm going to be honest. This might have been the most entertaining draft night that I can remember.
Last year's kind of sucked.
Yeah, I think
Right,
the reason
didn't
for
it?
that was only one quarterback in the first round.
Yep.
I feel like every single year when there's not a lot of quarterback juice, the draft isn't as
The draft goes as
entertaining.
quarterbacks go.
I think so. And in this draft, we saw, a couple quarterbacks picked in the top 4, 3 quarterbacks picked in the top 4, to be exact. Will Levis falling is surprising. Hendon Hooker falling is a little bit surprising, but both of those guys should go in the second round.
Everyone watching right now, big round of applause for producers Jack
Yes.
Lauderay and Sam Brown. I mean, Will and I here, we have the
Outstanding.
easiest job. We get to sit up here and just talk to you guys. They are making everything happen behind the scenes. I think we're going to actually put this video on loop and run through our first round recap, and then we're going to get into that mailbag in case you missed any of that. Jack, do I have the plan down correctly? Okay, so whenever we get the green light, we'll send this bad boy on loop. But, Will, this has been awesome. Always a pleasure hanging out with you, of course. And anytime we get to talk about the NFL Draft, yeah, I mean, how can you not seize that opportunity?
Looking forward to doing it all again tomorrow. So be sure to subscribe and join us for our day 2 coverage. Of course, rounds 2 and round 3 tomorrow. A lot of talent, as we discussed, still on the board. So there's going to be plenty to talk about. Tomorrow it's going to be interesting to see what the teams that didn't have first-round picks, like the Browns and the Dolphins, do, because the lack of draft capital that some of those teams have, they got to get those day 2 picks right.